the current environment, the private sector may need to play an even more important role in empowering employee outcomes in wealth, health, and financial well-being. Today's agenda will touch on a number of different areas transforming retirement, including our keynote speaker, Brian Portnoy, who will kick off with Behavioral Finance 2.0, and how we're using both humans and artificial intelligence to help workers make smart financial decisions. We'll hear from a panel of startups who are going to talk about trends like demographics, personalization, need for advice, and democratization of private investments. And we know how much last year's attendees enjoyed hearing from Sri, who was our keynote last year, and Sri's back, along with, we actually have a panel with Sri, and Randy and Bridget's going to be moderating, and you'll actually be able to hear some updates on how things have gone in the last 12 months. We have an absolutely packed agenda, but of course, a EBRI Symposium wouldn't be the same without you all hearing some new research. And today you'll hear new research both from EBRI and Milken Institute, and we'll actually just facilitate a short discussion after each one. And the afternoon is very exciting. We'll hear from Ed Murphy in a fireside chat with Stephanie Dewey. We'll hear, we have a panel on expanding access and coverage to small businesses. And we actually wrap up the day with a conversation on shaping wealth for the next generation. So it's a jam-packed day. We do have some breaks in there, and hopefully you'll be, even this afternoon, be able to go outside and enjoy the nice weather. But a few housekeeping items, and then I'm going to turn it over to Cheryl. First of all, this event would not be possible without our sponsors. Thank you so much, sponsors. We really, really appreciate it. And then, just so you know, today's symposium will end right about 4:45, and there will be a cocktail reception after, just right outside, so we hope you'll stay and join us for that. As I said, the event is being live streamed. There will be a recording of the sessions after the live stream. We do have press, both here in the room and virtually, so all of today's sessions are on the record, unless someone notes otherwise. And we will send you a post-event survey to get your feedback, just so we can make sure this year's event was as compelling as last year. So I'd like to invite my co-host, Cheryl Evans, to give a few remarks from Milken.
Thanks, Barb. Thank you. And not to outdo Barb, but I've had hand surgery. I had 4 hand joints replaced, and now I have to do this one. So, and I've injured my knee. I may need to sit. So we're not, maybe this is good luck. I'm not really clear, but it didn't feel like good luck months ago when I was going through it. But we want to thank the EBRI team, especially Barb, Bridget, and Masha for their hard work, and Craig's research and planning. They're really wonderful partners, and we're pleased and honored to be working with them. When we released our comprehensive report that we discussed last year, we cited EBRI's research, but we didn't know them yet. And so Nationwide Financial made that introduction. Yet their research, as everyone knows, is in the health, finance, workplace, benefit space is really unmatched. It's top-notch, in-depth. It's particularly impressive given the size of their team. So we're really pleased to have also so many retirement experts here in the room. So many of you lead that work. And we're here to discuss, of course, as Barb said, the forces transforming retirement. We recognize that the intersection of the exponential growth of AI and increases in longevity, as well as tech, make this a pivotal time in retirement planning. We're thinking about what is retirement going to look like in the future. I personally wonder whether we will retire at all in the traditional sense in the next 10 to 20 years. In fact, I've done some interviews. I was asked to discuss flex-tirement. It's not really caught on, but it's the notion of retiring gradually, which many people are doing, but actually retiring, working a certain percentage of time, and then getting your benefits commensurate. Say you work 40%, you get 40% of your benefits. I don't know if that will catch on, but that's sort of an interesting notion that the media asked us to highlight in an interview at one point. So those are the kind of things that we're thinking about today. And of course, we're seeing widening wealth gaps, and that's concerning for everyone in the industry and for the country as a whole. And lastly, of course, we're living longer, and due to income inequality, we're considering ways to prepare young people to live tomorrow and to have financially secure lives over time. So that's what we'll end with, as Barb noted. And she touched upon the fact that I lead the Milken Institute's Lifetime Financial Security Program. We renamed that when I began to just broaden it out a little more beyond retirement, so focusing on being financially secure throughout your life and into retirement. So that means our program is quite broad. And I'll highlight a little more about our work later, but we focus on harnessing finance as a force for good. And that means we don't do everything in the finance space, and ensuring the capital markets are available to those who need them when we need them, as we often say. So I would be remiss if I did not introduce Mike Pirovar. He's back there. Mike will be speaking at the end of the day, and he's releasing a research paper which he'll discuss and moderate the discussion. He's the EVP of MI Finance, the Finance Division, and we appreciate his leadership, his advice, his strong expertise, and the working environment that he creates, which is really amazing. Mike's a PhD economist, SEC commissioner, former member of the White House Council of Economic Advisors under 2 administrations, served as an economist in the Senate Banking Committee, and much more. Mairead Traynor, I think, is in the room. I don't know if I see her, but she works with me, and she's a master's in public policy and administration. She works in all aspects. So that's kind of our intro to what we do, but let's kick off the program with what is sure to be an innovative and engaging keynote that Barb alluded to by Brian Portnoy. He's a CFA charter holder, CEO of Shaping Wealth, an author, podcaster. Brian has written The Geometry of Wealth and How I Invest My Money, and Brian has created a bespoke presentation that should be thought-provoking, humanizing retirement, behavioral finance 2.0, AI, and the future of engagement. So please join me in welcoming Brian.
Thank you, Cheryl. The mic okay? Good. Well, I am currently healthy and unharmed, but a little nervous now. So in 35 minutes, you'll have to let me know how it goes. So I want to talk about this idea of humanizing retirement. First thing is, we always like to give our content away. So QR code is here, and if you can't see it from the wings, to scan it, feel free to find me afterwards. Happy to send you a copy of this. So, humanizing retirement, what am I getting at here today? This was sort of the question that was posed for me by Cheryl a couple or 3 months ago, which was pleasantly vague and inviting, and created an opportunity to think kind of big. How can behavioral finance principles enhance retirement planning? Behavioral finance, which is maybe a fancy term for the psychology of money, it's been in place in retirement planning for quite some time. I'm guessing mostly everybody here in the room is familiar with the Save More Tomorrow program, which was invented by the top behavioral finance experts, Shlomo Ben-Artzi, Richard Thaler, people like that, that focused on sort of plan structure and investment decision making. And what I want to do today is actually create a much broader vista. And hopefully it will stimulate some forms of conversation throughout the day, because we're not just going to talk about behavioral finance. We're going to talk about the intersection of human behavior and financial guidance, and all of the opportunities that we have at that intersection for personal growth, for collective growth, and yes, for happiness and contentment. I want to pivot our North Star to start off the day with this idea of funded contentment. This is an idea that I coined in a book that I wrote some years ago called The Geometry of Wealth. And funded contentment is the ability to underwrite a meaningful life, however you choose to define that and however you update that through life's ups and downs. And by embracing this idea of funded contentment, I think when we begin to think about retirement planning, we can sort of broaden the lens and include a lot more interventions with our clients, our employees, our colleagues that will produce better life outcomes. So with this idea of funded contentment, we pivot from rich to wealthy. Rich is the quest for more, but as Don Draper said in Mad Men, happiness is that feeling right before you want more happiness. happiness. The search for more is something that once you get more, you just want more. Wealthy here is funded contentment. And we pivot the narrative in our lives from a question of more, a number, to enough, which is more of a narrative or a story. So how do we think about funded contentment and achieving funded contentment in retirement? How do we get there? So my thesis today, I think, is pretty straightforward, even though it's going to be a bit of a boil the ocean, whistle-stop tour of the human mind and money and AI. The idea here is that we want to embrace and engage. We want to embrace a much broader idea of what it means to be a human being than behavioral finance has traditionally directed us toward, which is basically narrowly focused just on judgment and decision making, and you'll see a much broader framework in a few slides. And then once we really understand what makes people tick, who they are, well, how do we meet them? Where do we meet them? We live in this attention economy where everybody is distracted. We have infinite information, we have countless distractions, and we all live in slightly different realities at this point. A quick sort of, history tour, what's taken place over the last couple generations. And I, my company's Shaping Wealth. It's a learning and engagement platform that works with wealth managers all over the world. And there's been generally a 50-year arc from more of a transactional business to a relational business. I call it the 50-year arc from Gordon Gekko to Brené Brown. It was greed is good, more is better, and now it's about meaning, it's about purpose. And what we've seen over the last generation or so is an industry, and I think it's just not in wealth management, but I think it's with employers as well, where it's just not about picking the right product or purchasing the right product. It's just not about building the right portfolio. It's having a bona fide financial plan, and it's also engaging in a deeper conversation about what's meaningful. So this is the arc that I think all of us are on. A statistic just to bring things home, the percentage of financial advice clients who say they feel unsatisfied in terms of having someone to talk to about money. So this is just a survey of financial advice clients, not the general public. So people who already probably have a fair number of assets. How many of them feel that they do not have someone to talk to about money? Anyone want to guess? 55? 70? You knew where I was headed. Two-thirds. Two-thirds of the respondents to this large N study basically said, even though I work with an advisor, I have no one to talk to about money. And when I present this to advisors, they get a little bit annoyed. They're like, well, I talk to my clients about money all the time. Like, number one, it's not my survey. Don't get upset with me. And number two, well, what might they want to be talking about that you're not currently talking about? Well, here we get into the brain, here we get into emotions, and then ultimately to money. One of my favorite lines from applied neuroscience from a book some, I think 10 or 20 years ago, says that we are not thinking creatures who feel, we are feeling creatures who think. Emotions come first, thoughts come second. And when we can lean into that idea, we recognize that money is an emotional lightning rod. Fear, greed, joy, hope, anger, envy, regret, you name it. It is all wrapped up with money because it is so tied to our survival instinct and thoughts about how we might thrive, if at all. So the way behavioral finance over the years has generally dealt with this idea of money as an emotional lightning rod. Is the mic still on? Yes, it seems like it went out for a second. The way that we have as an industry talked about behavioral finance has been a conversation about biases and heuristics. And so this is a beautiful, impossible to read infographic that lists 189 different biases. And one of my co-founders, Dr. Joy Leary, who's practicing psychologist, PhD in psychology, does this for a living, basically says it is impossible to learn these biases, to know all of these quirks of the human mind, let alone, quote unquote, fix somebody. But the way the financial services industry has embraced the psychology of money has mostly been to lean into the idea that we have these biases and we need to overcome them. And I'm here to say that when we use the word bias, it's hard not to be negative. And what we, I think, need to do is to stop pathologizing normal human behavior in the way that we make decisions, in the way that we see the world. My favorite line of all time from in behavioral finance is from the gentleman who Americanized Kahneman and Tversky, Dick Thaler. People aren't dumb. The world is hard. People aren't dumb. The world is hard. We are currently processing more information, dealing with more choice, more data than at any point before in recorded human history. And it's not at all clear that the human brain was wired to process this much information. It's why we individually and collectively feel like we're on tilt half of the time. Okay, so we are processing a lot. And so how is it that we meet people where they are? So, one of the big projects that we work on at Shaping Wealth, and we work on with wealth advisors, employee benefits companies, some other financial services, is thinking about a broader sense of the psychology of money, a much broader perspective on behavioral finance. So we go from 1.0 to 2.0. So as you'll see on the next slide or two, we're going to go beyond just that moment of choosing. Yes, we want to make better decisions. Of course we do, whether it be in your 401k plan or at the grocery store or with a spouse or the city that you choose to live in. We always, of course, want to be making better decisions, but that's not the entirety of our mindset as we head toward what I referred to earlier as funded contentment. And so, like I mentioned, we want to stop pathologizing normal human behavior and stop focusing so much on biases. And so here we can create more of a multidisciplinary framework, channeling emotional intelligence, positive psychology, which is the science of happiness, invented by Marty Seligman at the University of Pennsylvania in the 1990s. And channeling Marty, this is a story about flourishing. Funded contentment is sort of my spin on some of the original work that was done in the positive psychology space. And so when we think about financial services, making better decisions, buying better products, building better portfolios, those are very analytic exercises, but modern behavioral finance is as much about engaging our right brain and emotional intelligence and empathy as it is analytic. And secondly, it recognizes that the neuroscience of narrative, the neuroscience of story, is very, very compelling, that we as humans are not particularly numerate. If I gave you, if I said 2 + 2, what's the answer? Okay. I thought that was going to go better. For those of you who got 4, you actually didn't calculate it. If I said what's 17 + 14, what would you say? Your brain moves slightly slower, right? Because it wasn't at the tip of your tongue. What's 643 + 912? Okay, now a ground to a halt. You'll figure it out, right? But we are not a numerate species. We are a narrative species. We live our life through story. The brain is a decoder ring of a complex reality. And when we in financial services, and in particular behavioral finance, think of ourselves as storytellers more than calculators, we can have a much broader remit in helping people achieve funded contentment. So at Shaping Wealth, we've built sort of a model of the human condition to help us think about what goes beyond just judgment and decision making. And a famous line from, I think George Box lived in the 50s or 60s, but I could be wrong. All models are wrong, but some are useful. I'm going to present a basic framework that I think is pretty straightforward and easy to understand. And like all models, it's an approximation of a complex reality, right? So this is a framework that we can begin to use to think about our employees, our clients, our family members, or anybody else, okay? And so navigating our humanity. There's 6 parts to this, okay? 6 parts to this. The 4th step, not the first step, is judgment and decision making. When we think about the history of behavioral finance, Kahneman and Tversky, 2 Israeli psychologists who in the 1960s began to think about this topic, looked at the American economics profession, and basically said, those guys don't know what the hell they're actually talking about. They have no idea of what makes people really tick. And it was Dick Thaler who brought then Kahneman and Tversky to the US. But this was the anchor to behavioral finance, judgment and decision making. But there's other elements that come before it and come after it. Cognition, perception, emotion, then decision, then habit, then well-being. And the usefulness of this model is allowing us to think about employees, clients, and others in a much broader way where we can come up with interventions, both digital and analog, to help them along the way. Cognition, the machine is on. The brain is the most amazing, magical thing that we have, that we know of in the universe. It's wildly, we think markets are complex. The brain is multitudes more complex. And so we start off with not just the neuroscience of it all, but identity, value, beliefs. Who are you? Before you get to any sort of decision node, who are you, who were you, who are you becoming? Perception, okay, the brain's on, but now it's taking in all of this information. And, you know, how much information is it taking in through our 5 senses, through interoception? There's a lot of really interesting research now into somatic experiences. So brain's on, taking on a lot of information, and then we feel something about that. Like I said earlier, we are feeling creatures who think before we are thinking creatures who feel. So we are going to feel some sort of emotions, and some of the most fascinating, powerful modern neuroscience sees emotions as a source of information. Lisa Feldman Barrett is by far the most interesting person in this space. If you want to read one book, other than The Geometry of Wealth, about all of this, you should read 7.5 Lessons About the Brain by Lisa. It is just a fantastic book, and it's very short, and it's not technical. It's a really, really good book. All right, so we feel something about the information, but then we feel compelled to act. We got to choose the mutual fund. We got to choose the life cycle product. We have to choose the, you know, one type of jam versus another at the grocery store, whatever it may be. But over time, you know, the brain gets tired. The brain is a gas guzzler. It's about 2.5% of our body weight and 25% of our caloric spend. It's a total gas guzzler. So the brain is always trying to economize. And so we often want to turn decisions into non-decisions, sometimes known as habits. And a lot of the modern behavioral, legacy of behavioral finance interventions in retirement planning and 401k plans, Save More Tomorrow, it's really about nudging people such that they no longer have to decide. We'll get to that in a moment. And then ultimately, you know, this is about us being happy, and not in the day-to-day dopamine sense, but in a deeper sense of life having a broader purpose and meaning. So this is the framework that, you know, I want to present. So when I say embrace and engage, we want to embrace a broader idea of what makes us tick and how we meet people where they are. And so behavioral science, not just behavioral finance, but behavioral science gives us so many insights and interventions at each of those stages, from who we are, what we perceive, what we feel, what we decide, what we habituate, and ultimately how happy we are. Let's talk about retirement for a second. This is, and Cheryl alluded to it, and I can't wait to hear, you know, so many of the speakers and panels today. It's a moving target. We know the history of retirement, this notion going back over the last century or century and a half, and it seems like it's in flux right now. But there's no doubt that as you're entering the back third or back fourth of your life, and you're thinking about the end of your career and the transition to something different, something new, it is disruptive to who you are in multiple senses. Financially, obviously, you know, you're going to go from a saver to a spender, and that's a habit that can be hard to break. There is a well-documented loss of identity when we stop working, right? And so you do see upticks in levels of sadness and depression, especially among men in the research that's been done when they leave the workplace, because it is such a strong part of their identity. Our time is spent different, and our social networks are altered considerably. One of the biggest transitions that we make in our investment life, in some ways, there's only 2 phases to our investment life: accumulation and decumulation. And almost all of financial theory, almost all of investment theory, and I spent, you know, the first 15, 18 years of my career on the investment portfolio, hedge fund side of all of this, it's all about accumulation. But in retirement, we have a very different problem, and it's just not a mathematics problem, right? It's an identity problem. It's a narrative problem. We shift our identity from someone who has accumulated to someone who is no longer doing that, and it's a really big deal. So I want to touch very quickly on 3 insights and interventions that fall out of this broader framework. Identity in the future self, turning decisions into non-decisions, and a couple words on happiness. I left the other blanks there because there's just an endless research agenda, there's an endless policy agenda that we can begin to think about when we embrace this broader sense of our humanity. So let's talk about identity in the future self. There was a really fascinating study that was done, I think it was published in 2003, 2004 by some prominent social psychologists. And the piece was called The End of History Illusion. And they surveyed in one way or another 19,000 people. And they basically asked the following question. Over the years, how have your values, preferences, and identity changed? And they took it in 10-year chunks. So I'm 55. I'm still healthy, I think, until I fall off the stage and hurt my wrist. I'm 55. I think back, okay, 45. Have I changed? Yeah, I think I've changed a little bit. I know that guy, but I changed. 35? Yeah, I think I've changed a fair bit, you know. Tracy and I raised our kids. We've moved a couple times. Career changes, you know, just different life circumstances. 25? I don't even know that dude. Like, who was that? Looking forward, how will you change from who you've been and are now? That's a lot harder. Our brains are effectively huge, sloppy hard drives, and our imagination is a tiny thumb drive. Our imaginations are less powerful than our memories. And so the way that these 19,000 people responded is pretty powerful. Looking backwards, I have changed a lot. Looking forward, I won't change much from here, and this is the end of history illusion. Because our imaginations of our future self aren't particularly powerful, you know, as Popeye said, I am who I am. Okay? And this leads to some really fascinating things. Hal Hirschfield, who I know has done some work with EBRI-Milken, fantastic professor of business and psychology and behavioral finance at UCLA, on the advisory board of Shaping Wealth. He's pioneered a lot of the work on future self. He published a book last year called Your Future Self, which is definitely a worthwhile read. And in one of his pieces, he writes, when the future self is viewed in vivid and realistic terms, when it is seen positively, people are more willing to make choices today that may benefit them at some point in the years to come. Okay, so a lot of the work that Hal has done is on, it's actually on imaging. So I'm going to subject my business partner, Neil, who's British, to this. And you know, this is him now, and this is him in 30 years. He told me that he is turning into his mother, which is a different conversation. Those who see age-progressed images of themselves and those who have a positive relationship, conversation with that future self tend to save more, eat more healthy, do a number of things that connect you to who that person is versus when you don't. And so, you know, we're in this really big life transition. I'm not going to walk through this, but there are psychological models of change that show us during these identity shifts, like at retirement, when we move from accumulator to decumulator, from worker to retiree, we grapple with who we are, and it's hard. It's psychologically hard. It can be a happy time, it could be a sad time, it could be a mix. And then we experiment with new identities, and we go from the long goodbye to the old self, the messy middle of churning through it, and then the new beginning. Here's who I am. And so this conversation with the future self in the context of employment, wealth management, and other spaces allows for a very rich dialogue. And it's not about decisions per se, it's about, it connects later to the contentment that we might feel. So I'll mention later some tools, both digital and analog. The second insight and intervention is along the lines of the Save More Tomorrow program. I'm guessing a lot of people here are familiar with that. I'm hoping to hear some more comments from others in terms of how they're using it. But this is a wide-scale program. It's affected, I think, going on 20 million employees. And it basically is auto-enrollment, auto-escalation, and other choice architecture and nudge technologies like that that allow us to overcome some of our wiring, some of our disposition. The vast, vast majority, 99.2% of human history, we lived in an immediate return environment. It was the here and now. It was safety. It was food. It's only in relatively recent past in the scale of our humanity that we live in a delayed return environment. And so we're still wired for the old days. So saving for retirement is not a natural thing. But there's now lots of interventions that turn decisions into habits, and it's really productive. The third of three I just want to mention quickly is that I think it's increasingly legitimate in retirement planning to talk not just about our portfolio and whether the life cycle 2050 plan is the right thing for you, but to actually ask, well, what's going to make me happy in the future? In the final quarter of life, what is going to bring me joy? What is going to bring me contentment? The way I think about it, and there's lots of models of happiness, is that we have four deep sources of contentment, what I call the 4 C's. Our sense of belonging, our sense of autonomy, our sense of being really good at something. It's where we find our flow, those moments where time disappears and you're just focused on something deeply important to you. And then what I call context, or the idea that something, you're attached to something much bigger than yourself. It could be faith, it could be your hometown pride, your patriotism, and any number of things fit in there. So a lot to say about these deep sources of contentment, but one that I'll stress here, and probably first among equals, is the fact that we are born as deeply tribal creatures. We're born very social. The Good Life here by Bob Waldringer, who carried on the Harvard study of folks over the course of a century, basically enormous amounts of data, lots and lots of narrative and anecdotes, and the bottom line is that what really drives happiness is relationships. And we can begin to think about, in the context of retirement planning for clients or employees, sort of how do we maintain those friendships and connectivity to our communities in ways that underwrite our happiness. Another quick model of happiness that seems really simple, but it's quite profound. Happiness equals reality minus expectations. All right, so when things work out better than you hoped for, you're happy at least for a moment. And when it doesn't, you're sad for at least a moment. So happiness equals reality minus expectations is a very powerful frame for thinking about how do we serve clients and employees better. And here's 18 different areas in which we're setting expectations for the future that are all pertinent to retirement readiness. So what I've tried to do here is paint a really big picture, really boil the ocean on the human condition and say that when we're trying to help retirees achieve whatever it is they want, making better decisions is really important, but there's a much broader perspective. But then we need to get to them. And we live in what my friend Kyla Scanlon calls the attention economy. She describes it as monetized distraction. I love that phrase. We live in an era of infinite information, endless distraction, countless realities. My wife and I were out to dinner with 2 other couples 2 weeks ago, and for better or for worse, talking politics. We live on the north side of Chicago, so you can guess the general, tone of the conversation. And we actually talked about where everyone was getting our news sources, and all 6 of us had a different kind of information matrix. We kind of were seeing some of the same things, but we're reading different blogs, listening to different podcasts, watching different TV stations, you name it. So we're all living in slightly different realities, and this can really impair our ability to focus and make better decisions. So it's one thing to understand what makes us tick. It's another to get to people where they are. So, how do we kind of humanize advice, humanize retirement readiness and planning at scale? Well, we need, again, basic models. All models are wrong, but some are useful. The way we think about it is, well, we want to figure out who somebody is or a group of people are. We want to break them into, relevant clusters, segment them, engage them with content in the broadest sense, read, write, watch, listen, you name it. We want to measure the impact of that content on, sort of how they see the world and how they make decisions and how they feel about themselves. And then we pivot, right? And so one of the things that we've done at Shaping Wealth is that we've built an engagement engine. It's for the wealth management space, but it's, we've got a pretty broad product roadmap for it. And, we have this AI called Lydia. And for what it's worth, the very first coin ever discovered was in what's now central Turkey, what was then about 2,700 years ago, the Empire of Lydia. So the very first coin ever discovered was the Lydian coin. So Lydia is sort of named after sort of the human experience of money. And she is designed to have ongoing empathic conversations with advisors and their clients on all of the things that I talked about, just not making better decisions, but future self, on identity, on information consumption, and things like that. interface, and I'm just going to scroll through this for the sake of time, but basically a little demo here that either an advisor or an employee or a regular person can sit down and have a conversation with about, hey, what's going to be really important in identity, in retirement, identity, purpose, and time affluence comes up in some of the ways that we prompt Lydia. It's just not a prompt now, it's voice, so you could be walking around talking to her. It's pretty unbelievable, the richness of the conversations that you can have, and not just about your 401k plan, but about retirement readiness generally. On top of that, meeting people where they are. We like games, gamified engagement. So, we've thought about, lots of firms have thought about, well, instead of giving someone a boring survey or questionnaire or asking them to write something up, how about a 45-second or a 90-second game that allows them to discover something about themselves? And again, when we think about humanization at scale, humanizing retirement, these are some of the powerful ways that we are able to meet people where they are. How does AI impact retirement planning? The list is pretty endless. One of the interesting things to do is you could just ask Claude or ChatGPT, how does AI impact retirement readiness? You get a pretty robust list. What stands out to me are a few things. First of all, we can begin to think in all of this context about the hyper-personalization of retirement plans. Okay, so specifics to how someone saves, how someone spends, what their income levels are at. Those plans can be adjusted. We can also engage in really robust and rich scenario planning. So I'm thinking about moving. I'm thinking about, well, maybe there's going to be a recession in the future. I'm thinking about any number of things. How might that impact the way I construct and execute my retirement plan? And it allows us to supercharge our engagement with our future self. It's relatively easy to take some of those future self tools that I made reference to and digitize them in an AI context so that you can basically always be having a conversation with you 20 years forward about what's important. A little bit creepy, a little bit powerful, but it's here, it's imaginable. If I can think of it, it couldn't be that cutting edge. But this is what's afoot. AI for financial wellness coaching, having deeper, better conversations. Lydia does that masterfully. So a financial advisor or somebody else can kind of just sit down and have just a robust dialogue about something that's important to them, make suggestions, and just be empathic. Today, I do a whole nother talk on AI and empathy and whether AIs can be empathetic. The answer is, I think, yes and no. It's a little complicated. I think it's more yes than no. At least that's my point of view. But so anybody here using AI in their system can dig in that way. And then the last thing I'd note is that if we know that probably the deepest source of happiness in our lives is our connection to others, our sense of belonging, we can imagine that AI is going to be, I think, powerful in sort of generating new forms of community, looking across systems, within and across companies, within and across different settings, and saying, oh, okay, you've got a lot in common with these people. Here's a way to engage, all right? I think the sky's really the limit. So this was the question that was posed to me. How can behavioral finance principles enhance retirement planning? The answer was embrace and engage. I think what we want to do now, given the energy around this, is to have a much broader sense of what makes us tick beyond just decision making, beyond just save more tomorrow, to tackle things like identity and happiness and purpose, and then come up with effective engagement techniques that meet people not only where they are, but really who they are. There's another line from social psychology that I love that says that human beings are works in progress who mistakenly think they're finished. We're all works in progress. We're all figuring this out. We know the nature of retirement is changing because life is changing, the world's changing, technology's changing. Everything is changing, and embracing that can be very scary, which leads me to my very last point, which is that artificial intelligence does not mean do it yourself. Okay, so I showed some technologies. I know there's a panel right after me that's going to be digging into this. I can't wait to hear what they have to share. But the fact that everybody can effectively have access now to ChatGPT, to Copilot, to things like that, doesn't mean that, well, it's now on you to figure all of this out. And so I'm actually very bullish on the opportunity to create communities of helpers, advisors, coaches, and so forth that can help people not only make the right decisions, but before they even get there, be asking the right questions. So with that, I want to thank everybody for their attention, and I really appreciate EBRI and Milken Institute inviting me to be here today. So thank you very much. Yeah. Yeah, sure, anything. Yeah. Oh, is there a mic?
So I liked your idea of bringing in happiness as one of the kind of constructs around which you think about retirement planning. And I was just wondering if it just seems like happiness is this kind of a larger, more abstract concept, as opposed to something more near term, say, for example, something like how do we get people to visualize maybe what their everyday looks like after retirement, right? And not to say that these two are necessarily mutually exclusive, but how does one kind of integrate the more kind of short-term, everyday aspects of it with this kind of broader, more abstract happiness concept?
Yeah, so you sort of answered your own question. I'm just going to amplify it in terms of, they're not mutually exclusive. And if you think about the little framework I presented with cognition and identity at one end, and then your brain gets a lot of information that it's going to decide things about, and happiness at the other end. Yes, happiness is an abstraction. It's not something that we quantify, but we have an enormous amount of not only philosophy and theology, but we have empirical research on the things that really drive the different forms of happiness that humans feel. And I would just distinguish, there's two types of happiness in the scientific literature. There's something called experienced happiness, which is day to day. You wake up, you're in a good mood, you're in a bad mood. Reflective happiness is those 4 C's, those 4 sources of contentment: connection, control, competence, and context. If not necessarily measurable, we know that they're real and we know that they're impactful. The front end of your process or question is, well, you're dealing with your day-to-day, and who are you, what's your identity, what's important to you. We're always sorting out those values and beliefs and identity, and that can be a distinct exercise. I mean, the future stuff is interesting. We're not going to go around every day having a conversation with someone 20 years forward, but we can use those insights into our values and beliefs to then ask a broader set of questions. So you've sort of articulated almost like a 2-step process. Think about things on a day-to-day in terms of those granular values and beliefs, and that's going to connect to a broader sense of happiness. Good?
Thank you so much.
You bet.
Thank you, Brian.
Thanks.
Okay, I now want to invite up our FinTech panel, Innovations in FinTech Developments that help savers help themselves. Our moderator, Koob Ahmed, the Global Head of Retirement, Workplace, and Wealth at Franklin Templeton, will be the moderator and introduce the panel.
That was a great session by Brian, by the way. I did ask him, just if anybody else is curious, he's not related to Dave Portnoy. If you're a pizza fan, if you're from Boston, you know who that is. But anyway, he claims he's not. And he has some great book recommendations as well, if you want to chat with him. So Koob Ahmed, call me Koob, with Franklin Templeton, and we've got a great group of panelists today. And it's a good kind of segue off of Brian's discussion. He talked about humanization at scale. We're going to get into digital engagement and really augmenting that with with digital advice, digital platforms, ecosystems, embedding those fintech resources into platforms, which I think is really exciting. I was reflecting on it was a conversation I had with an advisor probably 25 years ago. And he was a very successful wealth advisor. And he started up a retirement practice. And I was just super curious as to why he did that. This gentleman's based in Boston, and he's since retired. But he simply said because he could help more people. And it really kind of just crystallized for me. And he was completely sincere about that. In fact, he did a lot of pro bono work for nonprofits on the retirement plan side. And those words kind of stuck with me, which is to say, through one plan, in his words, you can help hundreds, if not thousands of people. You know, with all that said, and we're all here in the room thinking about the same thing, how to help U.S. workers in their households retire with dignity, achieve financial independence, but there's still a lot of work to do, and we need to fill some of those gaps. I think it's, if we're being honest, it's a little bit of an unlevel playing field, and I think with the help of some of these firms and fintechs that are emerging, it's really exciting as to the progress that we can make. So let me introduce our panel, then I'm going to sit down and join them. We've got Sunil Gangwani, who's co-founder of Plutus, sitting here in the third chair to your left, on the left, from left to right. Anna Mahoney, who's founder and CEO of Addition Wealth, to the far left. Cash Lafferty, founder and CEO of Pando Alts. And Dan Beck, co-founder, CEO of 401go. I thought we could just do a quick kind of around the horn with these guys, with the team. Maybe a little more background on yourself, your firm, and maybe a fun fact about yourself, and then we'll kick off. And by the way, I like to keep things very conversational. If you have something to say or a question, please run up to the mic and we'll get you involved. Anna, why don't you kick us off?
All right, thank you. My name is Anna Mahoney. I'm the founder and CEO of Addition Wealth. We are a technology company that provides financial wellness benefits both to employers as an employee benefit, and we also partner with large financial institutions by enabling our technology to be a financial engagement and broader wellness offering to their clients. My background is in consumer finance, worked in the private sector for the government at the CFPB for a year, and then in technology at Uber for 6 years. Fun fact about myself, you know, I was really put on the spot with this one, so I'll just go with the scariest one. Sunday morning, chopping an omelet once, had a very sharp knife fall in my foot.
So Dan Beck, with 401go, this was an experience that I've owned a number of businesses prior to this with my brother, who's one of my co-founders for 401go. And in those businesses, we had tried to set up a 401k, and it was a challenge. And I thought that it likely wasn't unique, and we had a hard time finding service providers or advisors that were willing to take on a small startup plan. And so we decided to dig into figure out why that was the case. And that's why we built 401go, was with a focus of really kind of closing the access gap for SMBs wanting to offer these types of plans for their employees. And we, I think, picked the perfect timing for that, given all of the mandates that are now happening. There are 17 states that have passed some form of legislation that impacts those small businesses. So we found a really good problem, and we've fallen in love with that problem that extends to beyond just the small business, also a lot of the behaviors and the individuals that work at those small to medium-sized businesses. Fun fact, I think I kind of go with that theme, is I can do fractions on my hand. Due to a working accident, I can do really good magic tricks and fractions, so kind of an advantage. So,
Give us your best
sharp
magic
objects.
trick.
Let me show you. Okay.
Yeah, let's do it. Wow. Sorry, I asked. Yeah, that was great. Sunil?
Yeah, so Sunil Gangwani, co-founder of Plutus. We are in 401k space. Our objective is to simplify the financial planning or retirement planning for the end users. So we are offering direct to the consumers, or the employees, I should say, and of course working with the employers and financial advisors to make it simpler. So for our platform, you don't need to work through the employers. You can go directly to our website or app, and you can just look at your allocations for your 401k plan. I think the interesting challenge for us is that we optimize for each 401k plan to make sure that the options available are perfectly matching the needs for the consumer or the employees per se. And depending on where they are in their life cycle, we actually analyze their real expenses, how they're going to project out to the future, and then kind of connect the whole thing together to say that, hey, this is how you should invest. Our focus area is pick the best investment options from the available options available in the plans, and also make sure that the fees that they pay is on the lower side. Fun fact I should say about me, so I am the lowest belt in my family. Everybody's a black belt. So I'm trying to kind of improve myself from being a punching bag to maybe a kicking legend sometime. So we'll see how that goes, but working through that. Thank you.
That's great.
Cash Lafferty. So I'm the founder and CEO of Pando Alts, which is the first open broker-neutral network for private market deal flow. It's a lot to say. Happy to talk more about that. My background is primarily fintech, but also did a run in AI, doing computer vision, which is a form of AI, on satellite data at scale. So actually spent some time in DC because of that. Also most recently was the head of financial institutions at a prime broker in the digital asset space called FalconX.
Fun fact.
Oh, fun fact. I live in Bozeman, Montana. And my daughter is 10 years old, and she skis with a beacon, shovel, and probe.
That's amazing. I don't know what that means, but it's amazing. The fun facts were amazing. By the way, Anna, you're frightening me a little bit that your fun fact's a knife in the foot. So we're here to talk about innovation, and I want to kick off with a question for the whole group, and it's really around where the industry is and where it's going. And I look at the marketplace, and I've been in the space for almost 3 decades, and a lot of good has happened, particularly post PPA. We get more investors into the system. They're more diversified. We have better savings rates, but structurally, in my mind, not a lot has changed. It's still, we're doing a lot of the same things, and we obviously work in a very risk-averse kind of segment of the market. So kind of just curious, is this time a little bit different? And I'd just be kind of curious if you guys can share trends or thoughts on why this time might be different, and we might see real innovation in this segment of the market. And maybe I'll start with Cash.
Yeah, so I think for the private market side, this is a very paper-driven space. And for you to be able to see if a particular offering could be a fit for a portfolio, even if it's just a institutional portfolio analyzing an offering in private equity or real estate or venture capital or hedge funds, ultimately you're going to need data. And this is, sometimes 200, 300 pages of documents that you have to extract information from. So this acceleration in computer or large language models has actually given us the ability to extract information from these documents rather quickly, and then see if we could actually run a compliance platform through that in an efficient, accelerated way. So it comes down to suitability into any portfolio, and private market deal structures obviously have some illiquidity to them. We're seeing some acceleration in blockchain and tokenization that could potentially help that also. So yeah, I think we're making a lot of moves right now, and it's happening so fast. The AI that we use just keeps getting better and better and better. But to Brian's earlier points, I mean, it's a tool. It's not a replacement for anything. It's just actually making things more efficient.
Yeah, and I want to come back to you just to dig into the private investment side in a little bit, just to pull on that a bit, because it's an important component of where the market is going, and I think a real gap in kind of the lack of democratization of private investment. So we'll come back to you on that. Sunil, any thoughts?
No, absolutely. I think, as Brian said, that AI is not equal to DIY, right? So what we're trying to do is that there's a lot of need for personalization at this point of time. Everything is good, auto enrollment is great, but at the same time, you need still personalized advice. You need hand-holding. You need education where the people are. You need in bite sizes. And I think today's is the time where with the use of AI technology, you can make it happen. We survey people. We ask them, do you know what is Vanguard? Obviously, they know what is Vanguard, when you go down the route of saying, okay, what is Vanguard large cap and what's the difference between large cap and mid cap? Nobody has an answer. I'm sure everybody in this room have shares in Amazon, but I don't know if everybody knows that every fund that you're holding, they have Amazon, they have NVIDIA. So I think the education part is with the technology is helping, and that's what we're trying to drive, that, hey, you need to know what you're doing, what you hold, so that you can make the right decisions and the technology is really helping in that pursuit.
That's great, thank you.
This is going to be kind of a boring response because when we're talking about AI and behavioral finance and a lot of these exciting things here, to me, I think just the simple fact that we're moving past, like Kash mentioned, that this is still a very paper-based heavy industry. And as I've kind of talked with partners and potential clients and whatnot, and we go to some of these offices that have like rooms full of filing cabinets and paper-based systems, a lot of stuff is still done in paper form. And I think a lot of the capabilities that we're seeing with AI, personalized finance, none of that works if we don't have good data, if we don't have good data exchange. And so identifying the needs of the individual, and so taking a very holistic approach to this, and then also being able to tap into those the users, the participants, outside accounts, and what's the the full picture. Because once we have that, then we can start to use a lot of the technology that's at our disposal. But there's still a fairly big hurdle that I think we are currently in the state of trying to move everything to digital. So that's something that's exciting for us, and that's the reason why when we built our solution, we wanted to start from line one. We're not sitting on top of some of the legacy architecture that's prominent in the industry. And so while it is boring, that's still, I believe, the first hurdle to a lot of these advancements that we're seeing now is just getting everything into a state of being usable with all these new technologies.
Yeah, Dan, I want to come back. We can talk about that maybe when we get to the pain points, but data is central to everything, both the use of data, good data, but also the protection of that data. So I'd like to discuss that a little bit further, but Anna, go ahead.
I'll just quickly add, I agree that I think the technology and data that exists today enables a level of personalization for the end user that I think previously wasn't there. What is the next best action for one specific person, and helping figure out over time how does that change based on things that are taking place in the market, in their finances, as their goals are changing. We can do that today. I would say the second trend that I've noticed is a willingness to partner, right? And so I think we at Edition Wealth have always believed in the power of technology and the financial advisor together supporting an end user, because finances are at the end of the day a very emotional thing. And so it's not about technology replacing an individual, but actually how can you use this tool to better support an individual, to better support an advisor, and also to better support the companies that are also supporting the ecosystem of these advisors and users with financial products that they're providing them. And with that, we have also taken an approach where if you can partner with established institutions that have been around for a long time, that have very wide distribution, I think that's a very powerful thing. And I think previously there was a lot of, will new technology fully disrupt the ecosystem and take over? I think now groups, at least from our perspective, are working together and saying, how can we utilize what can be created today that better services an end employee, client, user, whatever you might want to call them, but that can also support the ecosystem that exists in the way that can benefit everyone and move the entire system forward more effectively.
That's great, and I want to come back to that as well with the group, because the ecosystems and platforms I think are the key, because there's still a lot of silos in the industry, and it's still fairly fragmented, particularly in certain parts of the market. So I think it's an important topic that we need to come back to. Any questions from the audience? All right, Anna, I'm going to stay with you for a second. I want to talk to Sunil about this too, but just in terms of what we're trying to solve for, and access was a big theme that we just talked about, and maybe the lack of access, and that's a little bit of the unlevel playing field that I talked about earlier. Access to workplace plans is an issue, particularly for small business owners, gig workers. You have about a third of the private sector that does not have access to retirement plans today. Access to financial planning and advice, there's a major gap there, and some people at my firm hate when I use these two categories, but I truly feel like there's the hunted and the ignored. you've just got, those with wealth are going to be fine. They have access to human advice and a suite of services. Those that are part of the mass kind of market of U.S. workers and households that need advice and financial planning generally do not have access to it. So Anna, I'm gonna start with you and just how you think about solving that. We talked about the workplace being a great entry point, but maybe you could share a little bit about how you're thinking about it.
Yeah, so I'll just say when we started the company, the goal was always to help an end user work through their financial decisions. We chose to go down the workplace path because the cost of acquisition is easier for an early stage company, and I fundamentally misunderestimated the beauty and the power of that relationship, because you can create for a much better end user and employee experience while also creating a much more scalable opportunity from a business experience. And that is because when you're introduced through the workplace, the employer can provide a company with accurate information that is relevant to someone's finances. Are they paid hourly or salary? Do they have a 401k? If so, is there a match? What are the benefits that are being provided? What time of year might someone be getting a 2% inflation increase or getting a bonus? If you have an understanding of what that is, you can actually target those and groups of employees and help them in that moment say, okay, if you're getting a slight increase in your salary, why don't you think about putting that away? That is a much easier situation to have without a company having to provide personal information about that employee, by the way, to help them make the small steps or nudges to put themselves in a better position. And in that type of situation, the burden is not on the employee saying, where do I go and find an advisor who may or may not want to engage with me because maybe I'm the right target or maybe I'm not. And also when they go to engage, that a lot of that work and that information has already been passed and it's accurate. And so you can have a much more magical experience because it's less burdensome for both parties involved. And because of that, you all can also save time, which makes it more cost effective and also more quickly get to the question of, okay, what's important to you? How do we work through your needs, the personal piece of it? So I think that the workplace piece of this is quite important. And then I'll just say, I think that a lot of the models of the hunted and the ignored have been because there's been a very specific path that has been associated with how to provide financial advice. And not everybody needs the traditional model of sharing all of their information, having an ongoing advisor. There are people that if you give them access for an hour, maybe a series of conversations with someone throughout the course of their life, you can very much help them in a bit of a one and done way on a consistent or semi-consistent basis, and there are many flexible models that can support that, and I think we're going to see more of those. We certainly do that at our company, but it really enables being able to provide ad hoc advice to people in moments that they need it, in a way where you can start to service a segment which doesn't really fit into the hunted, but also doesn't deserve to be ignored.
Yeah, and by the way, I love your shoes, Cash. I mean, Dan. Oh, thank you. I like your shoes too.
Thank you.
Sorry. So I want to Anna, can you talk a little bit more? First of all, I love the perspective of all of you because you haven't grown up in the industry per se. So I think a lot of us, you grow up in this industry and you tend to kind of have a little bit of an echo chamber. And I'd be curious, just particularly with your background around consumer protections and working at Uber. Any lessons learned between those two experiences into what you're doing now?
Yeah, I mean, I'll just say, so I worked at Uber for 6 years prior to starting this company, first on the transportation business and then on the delivery business. And we basically learned how can you make things affordable to people that have previously been inaccessible. Access to a private ride at your doorstep when you want it, and the delivery of anything that you need. And the way that happened, besides having a lot of really awesome people work hard at it, was breaking apart the models and saying, okay, how can I get people the exact amount of support that they need in the moment that they need it? And I think that those same models, scaled product and offerings, flexible working models for the people who are providing it, and scalable organizations, you can take all of those lessons and apply them to providing more people with access to financial advice. It's not that you have to hire a limo driver full-time and have them available to you, you can figure out, okay, how do I break apart the specific things that people need, where they need it, how they need it, and then use technology, group sessions, and flexible support to provide it.
That's great. Anything on the data protection side?
I mean, I think you obviously, first and foremost, have to have a lot of data protection, but that's very feasible. I think you can be really careful about what you share, how you share it. I think this is a matter of connection, and so you don't need to collect more information that you need. You don't need to ask for it up front. You can service individuals with allowing them to control their data and how they give it and how they share it. I think that's a matter of how you set up the technology, but I think it's very feasible.
Yeah, and maybe just, we didn't discuss this in our prep, but I'd be curious your thoughts on blockchain at some point and enabling that kind of environment. But Sunil, let's kick it over to you to continue that discussion on financial planning.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So I guess I can stick to the access.
Make sure you get your mic there, sorry.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
All right. I think we can, I'll just stick to the access for a second and the lack of knowledge, to be honest, that's a major barrier. And when we talk about the information piece, right, so on our platform, we don't ask for social security, for example. We just wanted to make sure we don't take the data that we don't need. And the financial planning is more real time. You know, the action should be right there. Information should be available on your mobile, on your website, wherever the user is. The attention span is so short right now that, you know, it's very hard for people to be engaged for like 15 minutes. It's more like 30 seconds or a minute. I think that's really the financial planning has to go to that level that you have the information right available, and then they can use it. And it's kind of changing real time too. I know the market is kind of, you know, going through such a turmoil right now. So we're getting a lot of questions, you know, what should we do? Although we are there for the long-term investment, at the same time, you should be able to provide some answer right away that, hey, maybe there is a time to dial down a little bit, take the risk off a little bit from the table, you know? So those are the things that we're having the conversation, and that's where the financial planning is very critical. You need to see the overall picture of the user, not necessarily just a 401k plan. Now, nobody actually seeks that information, to be honest, right now. Even when you talk to the advisors, they spend a ton of time just to assimilate that information that, hey, what is my financial profile of this client? And we at Plutus, we try to bring everything together in a seamless way. You have the financial profile available so that it's real time. You know, you can take actions right there and then. So that's what we are trying to push for in financial planning terms.
That's great. And I want to continue with the access theme, and I want to go to Dan and then to Cash. But Dan, from your perspective, just we talked a little bit about the gap in coverage and how you're thinking about that, and how you're attacking it. You know, because that's a big undertaking for the underserved, for small business owners and those that don't have access, gig workers and the like. And anybody can jump in on this, by the way, but I'd like Dan to kick us off.
Yeah, the way we see that challenge is that it's very interrelated. A lot of times when you look at the worker demographics of small to medium-sized businesses, they skew younger, more entry-level, higher proportion of minorities are working for SMBs. And so with that in mind, it's not only do you have the challenge of accessing the employer, and for us that's I kind of joke that the 401k is the gateway drug to financial wellness, and in many ways it is, and especially when you look at those younger, more, the newer entrants to the work environment, when they're oftentimes their 401k is the very first time they have saved for retirement, or just saved, period. And I've seen that time and time again. This was the primary reason why, as a small business owner, this was of interest to me. The other challenge you have is that in those organizations, you don't have HR leaders that have experience with ERISA law and access to attorneys that can help them navigate some of those challenges. And then on top of that, attracting a financial advisor when that advisor knows, okay, this 50-person company, it's going to be a long time before there's sizable assets that I can receive adequate compensation for. And so there were a number of challenges that we really had to solve for. And first and foremost, it's about scale and it's about automation. My background prior to this was more consumer products, where we had one business, our gross margin was 2%, so we had to have almost 100% automation from start to finish with a lot of those transactions. And so I joke that I've taken a lot of what I've learned in getting people to buy stuff they probably didn't need to do things that they should be doing, and that's saving for retirement, it's planning for the future. And so for us, it's about there has to be a lot of automation, there has to be scale, in delivering the advice, leveraging AI, And so there's a number of challenges, but it really, for us, it comes down to automation. It comes down to simplicity, reducing that friction. And when you do that, if it doesn't take an advisor 7 weeks to set up a plan as they're working with a TPA and a record keeper and everybody that's involved in offering a 401k, if they can now do that in 10 or 15 minutes, then we can realign those incentives. Then there might be some interest in helping a segment of the market that's previously been really inaccessible, not just for those companies, but there's an access issue for the service providers and being able to afford or to make a profit going after that segment. And then that translates down to the individual as well. It's how do you deliver advice to somebody that really has no assets? And again, that's where there's a lot of incredible technology that's at our disposal now. And I think that's the exciting thing is they need data. They need newer platforms enabled to access those individuals, and we're happy that we can be a piece of that.
That's great. Yeah, Brian talked a little bit about how saving's not a kind of a natural thing. Apparently, you've got the gateway drug to make that happen. But I also want to get into the adjacency part too, because and I want to get to you, Cash, because this is part of the adjacency on, we talk a lot about DC. To me, that's a little bit of one spoke in the wheel. There's a broader kind of contextual, holistic approach that we need to think about. And Anna, you're obviously focused on that. But for the gig worker, which is obviously going to continue to grow, how are we thinking about that particular population? Do any of you have thoughts on that? And then Cash, will come back to you on the private investment side. And feel free to jump on this, by the way.
I'm happy to jump in because I think that the way that you can configure holistic solutions to help people with their finances can be very catered to either specific types of individuals, and that can be based on their age as they're entering a specific life phase, and maybe they're thinking more about retirement, or maybe a career cycle that someone might go through, or a specific way of earning, right? So if you think about a medical practitioner, you probably have 3 phases, right? You are graduating from medical school full of debt. There are specific questions that you're going through. When you're later in your career, maybe you need specific insurance products that support you in that phase. And then as you're older, potentially you have more savings and wealth, right? And so if you can work with someone through a trade organization, you can actually create an experience that follows that specific type of individual's journey and pull in different financial products, experiences, content, advisors that understand that can service that group of people. And I think it's similar with gig workers, right? They have a specific experience, a different type of earning. They need to collect different information to know how they're going to file their taxes. Maybe you can even support them, right, by giving them, and we don't work directly with them, but you could do something like create a debit card that has rewards for the types of expenses that they know that they have: gas, car maintenance, different types of insurance. And so I'm answering your question a little bit indirectly, but I think you can actually, with today's technology, and we're doing this with specific groups, say, okay, what does this specific type of population need? And then configure an experience for them. In this case, the gig worker experience, where you say, okay, what type of support do you need when you have inconsistent earnings, or when you don't have a social safety net of benefits that many people have, and when you need to pay taxes in a specific way, or you have more of the burden of saving for your own retirement, or where you don't have coverage if something happens to you. And you can actually build an entire ecosystem that helps educate, that engages people in the mobile app, not on their computer, because that's how people are engaging if they're a specific type of worker. And then also pull in different partners that have a vested interest in engaging with that group, and hopefully even have purchasing power so that you can bring best in price models to that group of workers. And so I think where we are is a moment where we can actually get hyper personalized in a way, again, that can make it better for a specific set of end users, where you're creating an experience that benefits them and also the other people in the ecosystem that are trying to support that group of individuals as well.
Yeah, it's great. It's, going back to the theme of meeting them where they're at. And, you think about the non-traditional workplace, and you talked about some opportunities to access those employees. That's great. Anybody else want to jump in on that?
I guess a couple of things I'll add there. For the gig workers, as Anna was saying, right, the personalization is key, and that's what we provide, like the planning aspect of it. I think the IRA product is very attuned for their needs. But one other thing that you are also seeing is that people are changing their jobs very frequently right now. You don't work for one company for 20 years where you have just one plan. So what we offer is that whether you worked for a small company, a mid-size, or a big, if you change jobs, you can access all your 401k plans at one go, or one place like us. You can just search for it and you can see where you need to put your money to work. Now, if you wanted to move money to IRA, that's a totally different story. But if you still wanted to stick to your old 401k plans because the offering is pretty good, the fees are low, we even support that. So not just the gig workers, but also on an average, what we see is that people are just 3 or 4 years in one job, not 10, 15 years. I mean, that's just the trend that we're seeing in the market.
Yeah, especially with younger employees.
Yeah.
One thing I'd like to add, and this is something that I think is a challenge for the industry as a whole, is that it's very productized. And a lot of times when an advisor is meeting with an individual, it's determining, okay, should you be in an IRA? If you have a business, should it be a SEP, a solo K? And then you've got pre-tax, post-tax. Like, there's a lot of complexity to the industry, and we're trying to help kind of decode and then deliver a set of products. Whereas our preference is, let's focus on the outcome. What's the outcome that you want? And for some individuals, as a gig worker, like an IRA may be enough. Like, that's the, $6,000, $7,000 a year is all they can put away. But somebody else may be able to put away a lot more. And so in that instance, they should look at something else. And so I think the power of the technology is, once we really get to understand the individual's needs, where they want to be, then we can kind of remove the productized aspects of it and deliver a solution, deliver an outcome. And so that's something that we get excited about. And it's the same thing when you, again, look at the demographics of employers with those SMBs, and they have an even higher turnover rate. They're going to be with an employer for less than 2 years. And so you've got to build solutions that are also portable. That's a big challenge, especially when we start talking about like retirement income, and there's some real issues too, just the changing preferences of workers today, and then how that impacts the solutions that we're delivering.
Yeah, that's great. Any questions? We'll probably have a few minutes at the end too. I want to pivot, just stay with access, but get into private investments a little bit. Cash, yeah, let's do this thing. It's near and dear to our heart too. I mean, Franklin, this isn't a commercial, but we've made 4 acquisitions over the last several years on the private investment side, and we've done that because all of the firms that we've acquired have institutional reach and distribution in the marketplace, but they don't have access to the wealth markets or to the retirement space. I want to get into, and it's needed, as you all know. And the public markets are clearly shrinking. There's half the number of public companies that there were 20 years ago, so you're not benefiting from the full kind of markets continuum as an investor. Cash, love your thoughts on how you're thinking about it, because it's difficult to execute and operationalize in the DC space for some very obvious reasons that everybody knows about in this room. How are you thinking about approaching that?
Okay, so
you have the floor. Go.
I'm going to pull on Anna's thread on the Uber side of this. So if you think about what technology is bringing us, Uber brought us chauffeurs. Airbnb brings us all the vacation homes around the world that we wanted. Well, right now, if you are a family office, you're ultra high net worth, you're a pension and endowment, you're probably 50% allocated towards alternatives, private markets. But for the rest of us, it's 60-40 stocks and bonds. You could talk about 10% annualized returns in a diversified equities portfolio, only if you're in the top 7. But then again, look at the financial crisis, and you tell the person that was retiring then that 60-40 stocks and bonds is a diversified portfolio. I mean, it's not. So private market access has been limited because of these technology hurdles, 1, obviously illiquidity, 2, and regulatory. And so we're seeing some lightening on the regulatory side, but it's still really operationally burdensome, and we're kind of changing that. Dan actually mentioned the legacy technology infrastructure. That's got to change. We're not going to be able to get there with some of the kind of old private equity-backed technology that's out there. I'll give you an anecdote. So it's the head of financial institutions at a very large prime broker in the digital asset space. We were dealing with the largest institutions in the world, some of them sitting right here. And one of the issues is actually just the number of decimals in digital assets. can't even book this stuff into the back office systems of traditional finance technology. So we need to start
Dan can do fractions on his hand.
I can help you
Just in
out.
case you need
It's
help.
non-digital.
You guys can talk
Well,
later.
yeah, so truncation, right? Like, we've got to get it down to the ability for it to get into these back-end technology tools so we have good investor reporting. And when we're starting to think about the way that we operationalize investments in general, and everybody's doing this in a way where we're giving customization to the end user, it is very data dependent to be able to see if there's an offering that's a fit for that end customer, whether it's in equities or any asset type. And so with AI, for lack of a better term, it really is just a tool to be able to extract information and put it into a place where we can start to consume these things into portfolios in a way that meets the needs of the end investor. So you'll never be able to adhere to the guidelines of the ERISA plan if you don't have the understanding of what those guidelines are, so there's a contract on that side, and what the data is on the other side that you need to be able to pull and match. And so finally we're getting there. We're starting to get there with accelerations in AI. The liquidity question is really about, to me, duration. So, what's your investment horizon? Maybe you don't want everything to be super liquid. Right now, if you're looking at the markets and you're starting to panic, we're probably going to see a pretty big downdraft in the equities markets. That's not always a good thing for a retirement plan, in my opinion. So I think for IRAs, you should probably be thinking about investing into more illiquid assets if you're a younger gig economy worker. I would prefer that you had something that was longer duration in your portfolio, and you weren't just tied to the performance of equities. Does that answer your question?
I mean, we're sitting here in DC, so you're thinking about this every single day. How are you in this current administration feeling better about, or what are your thoughts on just regulatory error cover as it relates to private investments?
I'm long Trump and Melania coin. That's where I'm going with it. I think that we've seen this starting to happen in retirement plans for IRAs. So at least self-directed IRAs are starting to move that way. The defined contribution plans, I think, are going to be more difficult. I think it's going to start just with 40 Acts and interval funds and things that give you better liquidity terms. But that's kind of how it started with equities. I mean, with equities, there was only this broker will give you this menu, this broker gives you this menu, and then ultimately everything gets diversified, democratized, and now we can trade anything through any broker, and it's all kind of the same. But that's a very clean, data-driven world that lives in, and we're starting to get there on the private market side also.
That's great. There was, with the flurry of executive orders, I was hoping that there'd be one on daylight savings time, but we never got one.
Me too.
I got a note from Barb. She likes Dan's shoes too. Kidding. She asked us to take a quick pause and just see if there's any questions. So the mics, or do you want to, maybe if you can grab a mic, that'd be great.
While she's up there, Cash,
Yeah.
how do you balance your name of Cash with your long-term investment perspective?
As the head of prime brokerage at a digital asset, I was almost Fiat. They almost changed my name to Fiat at FalconX. Yeah.
Okay, so here's my question, Cash. So really great, and you definitely hit on all the key aspects in terms of regulatory guidance and liquidity. And the tech aspect is really interesting to me. But I think part of it also is how do you communicate all this to the average participant? Because, the liquidity thing is huge. And how do you do this in human terms, in basic English terms, so that people understand they're getting into something that may not be as liquid as they think it is?
It's a good question. I think it starts with the data. So you have to be able to understand exactly what you're getting into when you're getting into it. And a lot of things can get buried in 200 pages of documents. So getting that level of transparency and it being able to see everything kind of apples to apples and with a nuance. And I think that then on the allocator side, being able to put the framework in place that says this may be a potential match. Even if you don't ultimately do it, you still should be able to filter out everything that isn't a good fit and get down to the things that may be. And then, you know, for me personally, I actually use GPT and Anthropic and Grok. I mean, I pull information from those documents and then I'm able to look at it for my own personal purposes and say, hey, show me all of the risk profiles to this. Show me all the things that I should be thinking about. And how would I communicate this to my 10-year-old daughter that uses a beacon, shovel, and probe because of it's an AVI 1 course. Sorry.
Sounds like something I'll never do.
Yeah, no, it's probably not good for anybody to do.
Yeah.
So I think that we're giving better tooling to the allocator. We're giving better tooling to the GP, the fund manager, to be able to communicate the data that's on both sides and give that compliance view of, you know, should we do this? Is this suitable? But also, if we do this, what are the risks? And communicate that clearly because we have the data at our fingertips in that conversation, and I think that that's really valuable.
Yeah, I think it's, you know, we've given it a lot of thought too, and it's, I mean, you hit on the key points, which is, you know, you need professional allocators. Advice, I think, is important in certain instances, particularly if you're doing it through a managed advice program. But, you know, simplicity is going to win in our space, and it's difficult, and it's easier to embed, and probably the right thing to embed into multi-asset kind of solutions, and do that appropriately with professional allocators is the right approach with a lot of communication.
But the pensions and endowments are there.
They are. Yeah, it's you know, and I think it's the inherent kind of roadblocks within DC of daily val and fees, and you know, and particularly in fees, and you know what we've seen. You know, it's interesting. Large plans would be the likely buyers of private investments because they have investment sophistication. They've got economies of scale. It's difficult because they're the target of the litigators, so they're very as you know, innovative as they may or want to be. You know, particularly post-Intel lawsuit, that's all slowed down a lot. We've actually had success, and I'm sitting here with my colleague Kevin in the back of the room, but this is something that he was leading on, is developing solutions for kind of what we'd call the core of the advisor-sold market and packaging products there where you have really innovative intermediaries, but less risk as proof of concept to really demonstrate to the market that it works. And you know, delivering products that can be delivered in managed account programs, you know, in a non-core kind of sidecar, or in some instances even in the core menu. And I know Ed Murphy's here somewhere, but they have the capability to deliver, I think nowadays, even on the core menu with guardrails. So the market is moving for sure.
I think you're right on the fees too. That's a thread we didn't really pull. That it is something that I think everybody's going to have to take a look at, and obviously you need the data for that.
Any other?
One thing I want to add there, because this is, I think, when it comes to alts, or you know, for us in particular, crypto, there are when we surveyed our users, because we had access to some crypto ETFs, and we were concerned that maybe us offering it would be viewed as irresponsible. So we wanted to talk to our advisors and get their thoughts around it, and also plan participants. And there was, I mean, it was overwhelming. Some 90+% wanted access to that. And so, you know, sadly, that could be that, you know, our general user base isn't as informed as maybe they should be. But to us, the way we view it is if they want this, and a lot of times we're trying to overcome what I call that first dollar hurdle. If this is something they want, how do we deliver it? And yes, there is some, you know, it can be high risk and everything else. And so I think that's the question that is now secondary, is how do we get them involved in this? If that's something they really want, if that's something that's going to engage the user, then that's obviously something we want to offer. And then the second question is, how do we put guardrails around it? How do we educate them along the way? But guess what? They're not going to learn about it unless they're actually involved in it. And so for us, number one, it comes down to engagement. So, you know, we need to figure out how we can offer these, and private equity, that's oftentimes, you know, people won't understand what large cap domestic growth is, but you say Bitcoin, and I guarantee you there's going to be more interest in that than maybe large cap domestic growth. And so they're all important, you know. It's just for us, I think a lot of it sometimes needs to be more focused on what is it that people want. And so we're excited by alts and, you know, hope that there's less regulatory
Yeah, I mean,
burden
it's a
there.
fairness issue as
Yeah.
well. Go
Just one thing we want to add, and this was an interesting aha moment for us. So people were asking, you know, why don't you have Bitcoin in the portfolio? So you need to understand the volatility, you know, that how much of that particular investment is giving volatility and how much return is improving. Like a small allocation of, let's say, 2.5% or 2% was kind of improving your return quite a bit. I'm not suggesting that everybody should jump to crypto or things like that, but you need to just have, you know, the quantitative data to kind of support it and see, you know, if that's helping you in the longer term or not. And that's how you make a decision on it. In fact, we compare Tesla versus NVIDIA versus, you know, Bitcoin. You will be interested to see how the volatility has come down a bit on the Bitcoin side compared to, you know, Tesla stock even today. You know, so that's the interesting moment where you need to figure out the quantitative way of looking at it, rather just saying, hey, I don't want to be in this, and that's, you know, just not a judgment call on the face of it, but just trying to understand, you know, what exactly it means for your portfolio.
I just think the next generation is definitely more educated than we give them credit for, and the, you know, digital asset side, I don't think that it's all, you know, Trump and Melania coin. I think that there's some actual businesses there. There's really, you know, true diversification in some of these things, particularly Bitcoin. So I don't know. I'm a libertarian. I want to give everybody access to everything and let them make their own choices.
Me too. Any other questions? We have about 5 minutes left. Go ahead.
My question is, as advice and guidance continues to be digitized, what do you see as the evolving role of the financial advisor in the spectrum of providing continuing to provide advice and guidance?
That's a big one. Let's make that our closing question, because we're going to run a little bit tight on time, and maybe couple that with any closing thoughts. But anybody want to jump in with that?
Yeah, maybe I'll start. I think the technology is here, so we cannot say no to it. I think our purpose as Plutus is that we wanted to make sure the advisor life is simpler. They can see everything at one place. And at the same time, it was one interesting thing that we noticed, that when you call a person, your client, and ask them that what are your assets and liabilities, they tend to not give you the information. I don't know why. But when you tell them just link your accounts and you can delegate to me, it's much easier conversation. So you can see that at one place. And once you have a wholesome picture, I think the advisors are in a better place to advise, to be honest with you. If I already see that, okay, this person already holding Tesla and Bitcoin, then I will steer away from him, from those particular assets, because now you can see the whole profile. So that's just my personal view and Plutus view. That's what we wanted to work with the advisor to make sure that you need to see the big picture or the full picture. And I'm not saying you're not doing it right now, but technology is just making it even easier at this point of time. And mobile is the next thing, or mobile is here. People are used to Instagram right now. They want short information, quick information, and that's where you have to meet them.
That's great.
I'm happy to build on that because I agree. We believe that technology plus an advisor is much more powerful than just technology or just an advisor. And so how do you bring them together in a way where advisors can connect with the end user? There are a lot of people who are too scared to speak with an advisor today because they don't know how to do it. Imagine you have, and by the way, we're moving in a trend where we increasingly have fewer CFPs and CPAs relative to where the population may need them. And so I think technology is actually the key to be able to enable advisors to reach more people and service more of them in a way where they can lean into the moments of human connection that are the magic and the enabling of reach with more individuals. So I don't think at all is that it is about displacement. I think it is about the empowering of the advisor.
For us, we're very advisor-centric, which oftentimes, fintech and advisors sometimes sound like they're at odds with each other. And the way we view the role of the advisor is more like a coach. And the challenges that oftentimes advisors love to focus on are the ones that they're really not great at solving. And those are like the quantitative issues, like maybe portfolio selection. And frankly, when you're looking at and analyzing fund performance and expense ratios, An algorithm's probably better at that than an advisor that's trying to, read the market tailwinds. But where that advisor really comes in and has an impact is in motivating those human behaviors. It's the behavioral, it's the emotional side of it. And so I think as those advisors start to, utilize some of these tools for the more quantitative aspect of their role, then that frees them up to focus more on how do I engage somebody, how do I motivate them, because that's the bigger issue. It's about getting that engagement and that motivation, and that's a behavioral problem. It's not a quantitative problem.
I think your advisor is your second call on your deathbed. I mean, it's instrumental to your life. You have to have it. And having better tools is just a boon for them. They can have more intelligent conversations. They can, to Sunil's point, have a better understanding of your entire picture, and be a better fiduciary for you. I think that's wonderful. And I hope it continues and accelerates, and I hope they have more options to provide you based on your demand and your needs, and that's where I want to see everything go.
Is that helpful? Yeah, I mean, I think I'll just add my perspective as we close here, but our CEO often uses an analogy of TurboTax, and what she'll say is, when TurboTax was deployed, everybody was like, this is the death of accountants, when in fact it just allowed them to take on more clients. And I look at advisors, I mean, we all know the stats and demographics of advisors. It is an aging population, there's a recruitment issue, so they need that augmentation. But the human component is critical. You also want to meet people where they're at. So there may be some consumers that prefer a direct and digital only kind of relationship, maybe graduate to an advisor at some point. So you need some optionality. And I do think the power of the workplace, which what we're talking about today, is a great way to intermediate some of those resources and tools and deliver advice with still a plan advisor or consultant sitting there as an intermediary between the financial products and solutions and ecosystems that we're talking about to the employees, but through the workplace. So that all feels very efficient to me. But I want to thank the panelists for a great discussion. I want to thank Barb and Cheryl and EBRI-Milken and Bridget for their help and support in allowing us to speak to you all today. And have a great rest of the day. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. So I hope you enjoyed the morning so far. And we have 2 more sessions before lunch. Very exciting to be moderating this panel, which is the Plan Sponsor View, Supporting Employee Decision-Making and Benefits Discoverability. And you'll hear a little bit more about what we mean by benefits discoverability in a moment. And I'm happy to be joined by Alex Alonso, Chief Data and Analytics Officer at SHRM, Justin Roberts, Senior Manager, Financial Benefits at Amazon, and Laura Schumann, Vice President, Product Development and Management at NRECA. So we're excited to be here and share some thoughts with you. So if I could ask each of you just to introduce yourself, tell us a little bit about your programs, and then we'll jump into the questions.
Sure. Okay. Hi, I'm starting, I guess. I am Laura Schumann from NRECA, and I work on our benefits programs. NRECA is a trade association of rural electric cooperatives across the country in 48 states. There's about 1,000 of them that are members of NRECA, and we provide, one of the things that we do, our mission is to provide accessible, affordable, high-quality benefits to these relatively small employers. For the most part, on average, the employer size is 50 to 60 employees. So we, our mission is to help them access benefits in an affordable way. We provide multiple, or MEPs, multiple employer plans, and for DB, DC, and group healthcare, group programs. And I think I probably will talk more about our financial education services as we get into the next question. Okay, thank you.
I'm Alex Alonso. I am the Chief Data and Analytics Officer at the Society for Human Resource Management, which is the world's largest association dedicated to human resource management and elevating HR. I think relatively well known amongst this audience. In my remit, one of the things that I'm focused on is trying to understand how it is that organizations actually leverage benefits. More importantly, we track every year what it is that they are doing to inform their workforces about the benefits that they have, and specifically to help them overcome many of the issues that they suffer from when it comes to participation or low participation in a lot of the programs. I think we'll talk a little bit more about what we find in our data here, but I might also be, I'll leave you all with a fun fact, I might be the only person that ever started their career as an organizational psychologist by having been a skip tracer. And if you don't know what a skip tracer is, I will explain it later.
Fun fact, I also used to be a skip tracer.
Were you?
Yes, yes.
2 skip tracers?
Yeah, fresh out of the Marine Corps, I was a skip tracer. So my name is Justin Roberts. I'm the Senior Manager of Global Financial Health at Amazon. And so what we do as a team is everything outside of the retirement plan. So we're a very large company. We have a lot of very smart people that concentrate on retirement and pensions and global retirement schemes. We do everything else. And so everything pre-retirement is what our team concentrates on. Our remit is to think about the employee experience from a financial health perspective, innovate and bring forward ideas, solutions, programs that will help our employees come to work unburdened by financial stress. And so that's just kind of the space that we live in. So I won't be talking about the retirement plan in this session, but we'll be talking about the other financial health solutions that we have at Amazon. And I believe you want me to define discoverability. So discoverability for us, and I think it's a term that's kind of coming into vogue a little bit, especially as technology comes into the financial health space. Discoverability is how we present the right benefit to the right person at the right time. And AI is going to help us a lot with that. We're going to talk about it a little bit. I'm going to try not to preempt too much of Sri's conversation later, but we had some good conversations about AI last night, and we'll talk a little bit about how we're doing that. But discoverability is essentially how an employee discovers the right benefit for their circumstance at the right time.
Great. I love that term, by the way. I was very captivated by it. Okay, so I'm going to get to our first question. In EBRI's 2024 Financial Wellbeing Employer Survey, 94% of companies say they have a responsibility to make sure their employees are financially secure and well. Employees in the EBRI Greenwald Research Workplace Wellness Survey agreed. So what's the philosophy and approach your organization takes to financial well-being and helping workers make smart benefit decisions?
Well, I'm going to go ahead and jump in, right, if that's fair. It's funny because our data is interesting in that we survey roughly 50,000 employers every year, organizations. So to couch a little bit more around even the data that you all share, one of the things that we find is 94% of employers do say that they have a responsibility. They agree with that. But what's most intriguing about that is only 57% of them actually do anything about it, right? And it's fascinating because when you look at what they do, what they offer, the intent is there, but we have a scenario of cognitive dissonance where the action doesn't meet the intent. And when asked why, many of them actually speak to the notion of it's too lost. Participation isn't there. People don't need this. They feel like this is beyond even what their workforces are thinking about. And what's fascinating is we poll workforces as well, and we poll 33,000 working Americans working American households every week. And one of the things we've discovered is 66% of workers believe that they are nowhere near being close to financial wellness or even being literate about what their financial wellness should be or what their financial opportunities could be if they leveraged everything that was available to them at work. So there's this disconnect. 2/3 of the workforce wants this. Only 57% of employers are offering it. Somehow this mess persists.
Okay, well, at NRECA, we do feel very strongly about providing financial education for our members. And we want to make sure that we have a lot of employees who are in fairly dangerous jobs or climbing poles, but all employees, we want to make sure that, you know, when they're working, or especially if they're climbing a pole, that they're not worried about their finances, they're not worried about their health care, they're not worried about their families. So we feel very strongly about providing financial education and our benefits in general, and also to make sure that they remain having competitive benefits to attract and retain a workforce. So actually, this is many years ago, 20 plus years ago, we created a program called, we call it PIRC, Personal Investment and Retirement Consulting, PIRC. And it's a team that started out small and gradually grew. It's a team of certified financial planners mostly who provide financial education, and they travel to the cooperatives to conduct seminars. We have a range of many different seminars that they can choose from short programs on basics of investing or budgeting to a full day-and-a-half program on retirement planning, where we invite an estate planner to come in, where we invite them to invite their spouses in, where we give them projections on their defined benefit programs. We also do individual planning, so they can call in and talk with our advisors. We do individual planning. We have some financial planning software that we use as well. And this is a very, very well-received program across the membership. It receives, very, very high satisfaction surveys. But anyway, we feel very, very strongly about offering the program, and the membership really, really has received it very well.
Yeah, so for me with this question, I think it's best to start at the 1,000-foot view, right? Like, what is the employer's stake in financial health? And why would they want to provide financial health benefits? And so whenever I do that, at Amazon, we center ourselves on our leadership principles, right? They're very well known. I think a lot of our team on the benefit side looks at Earth's best employer, right? We're going to strive to be Earth's best employer. For me, though, it's about success and scale bring broad responsibility. And inside of the definition of what that means at Amazon is that we start every single day thinking about the communities that we work in, the customers that we service, and the employees that we bring along with us. And we end every day asking ourselves if we made that experience better for one of those communities. My community happens to be the employee. And so every day we should be thinking about whether or not we're making the lives of our employees better through the relationship that Amazon has across the industry. So we start there, and then we define our customer, right? And so who is our customer, which is an Amazon employee, and what does a financially healthy employee look like? And whenever we can describe that, then we know the journey that an employee needs to go on to achieve financial health, and then we start to innovate from there. And so our place in employer benefits and providing financial health benefits to the employee is really to enhance the lives of the employees that come to work every day for Amazon. That's how we view it anyway.
Great, thanks. So it sounds like there's agreement about the employer responsibility. Perhaps, Alex, to your point, not everyone's doing it, but everyone kind of believes it. But we also know that employers can make all kinds of financial well-being programs available, but employees need to take advantage of them. And our survey showed that about half of workers offered a financial well-being program participate, which, you might look at that as actually, that's not bad, or you might look at it, well, what about the other 50%? So curious, what take-up do you see with the programs that you offer, and what barriers do we still need to overcome to ensure more employees take advantage of the programs offered?
All right, well, at NRECA, we see very, very high demand for our PERC services. Last year, we went out and did 325 seminars across the country, or visited 325 co-ops. The year fills up very, very quickly. Thousands and thousands of people call in to talk, yes. Like, I think we had 25,000 calls directly to that service, including help with option forms last year, in addition to just sometimes calling those advisors directly. So we see high demand, high utilization. We see lower utilization, however, on our online tools. While we see people accessing information about their 401k plan online, we have a suite of tools and planning tools, and we don't really see that taking off. And so we do, so a barrier, I would say, is a few things. One is urgency on the part of younger employees. We'd really love to get younger employees more activated early on. And also, I'd say scalability. How can we continue to expand our services and reach more and more people with the team that we have. And we are, and I think we're hearing, the answer today. How can we supplement our services perhaps with technology to meet that demand? We do find, as I already mentioned, that our participants want to talk to a live person. And so, I'm excited with what I hear and what I'm hearing today about things to come.
Justin, do you have a reaction? Because I know your experience is a bit different.
Yeah, so utilization for us is really centered around expectations of the benefit that's provided, right? And so there's some benefits that you would expect utilization to be lower on. So for us, engagement isn't necessarily a bellwether of success. A bellwether of success for us would be whether or not we're seeing the specific utilization for the specific benefit provided. So I think about something like adoption assistance. You're not going to get 50% utilization in adoption assistance, right? But it's still a very core and key offering for employees to help unburden some financial health concerns with adopting a child. I think about things like coaching services, and those should be more broadly adopted, and we are seeing that. But what we have found is that it's not any one thing, it's all the things. And so there is a large push into technology for right reasons in the benefit space. And I think that for a large swath of the population, that works. And that's going to be great discoverability tool for individuals to be able to go in and kind of self-service or use a chatbot to pull in some more specific things to them. But I also see the need for the white glove service, individual one-on-one coaching where the individual understands you. We were talking at dinner last night, not to get a little nerdy on you, but AI and technology is kind of like Spock, and the individual is kind of like Captain Kirk, right? There's certain things the Spock's going to do for you better, but there's moments where you really need that Captain Kirk personalization. And so I think whenever we think about both, I don't think there's one key winner. I think that different individuals at different times need different levels of engagement. I think that we will get there with some technology. We may not necessarily be there just yet. But I do see the merits of both, especially in a case where an individual is either having an emergency or it's a very confusing environment for an individual to walk through. Having somebody who can tell you, hey, there's hope, there's a way to do this, here's the way to do this, here's the light at the end of the tunnel. I think in that moment, I would not substitute the individual one-on-one assistance that we have at Amazon.
And that really bears out when you look at what the larger data set speaks to. In fact, what we find is that people are looking for that staggered or multi-tiered approach. We see that utilization as a whole has actually, or participation in many cases, has gone up globally in these programs from what was an average of around 31% 3 years ago to what is closer to 46% today, which is a good sign in and of itself, but indicates that there is still a move to help push that. And we see that AI in particular is that opening lever that really speaks to how it is that people can overcome some of the stigma that they still feel about even some of these programs, accessing some of these programs, or even asking questions about some of these programs. And Justin, as the resident Star Wars cinephile, I'm going to say it's Luke and R2-D2, not Spock and Kirk.
Great. Just a follow-up question, if anyone has a quick comment. When we asked employees in our survey why they don't engage with these programs, the biggest barrier that they mention is, I don't want to share my personal and financial information with my employer. So kind of curious if anyone has a reaction to that, and anything either that are you seeing that or not seeing it, and that you might be doing to help employees feel more confident?
So I don't see as much of that at NRECA because we're not the employer. It's a multiple employer plan, so I think that helps there. And we also serve the employees within NRECA, so I've heard a little bit of that. But I think the program itself, and when employees see people utilizing PERC, and they gain a lot of confidence in it. So I haven't really seen that as a big hurdle at NRECA.
The only thing I'd add is, so in looking at our data, what stands out from questions that deal specifically with this notion. It's not so much the privacy issue that we see really being a factor as much as people don't want to share the questions that they are asking for fear that it indicates some state of non-well-being or non-wellness. And so, or worse yet, in many cases, we've even seen some open questions here or comments where people say, I don't want to look like I'm not intelligent when I'm asking these questions. And so we still see that being a barrier with these types of offerings.
Yeah, I think we've thought through this quite a bit as we integrate technology. I think there's really a couple of things that you can do with this, and we have internal conversations around, you know, what are employees comfortable sharing with their employer. One of which is anytime that you're using technology, you know, allow an opt-in function for employees. So don't default to all of their data is available at the chatbot, right? Would you like us to utilize some of your data to create this customized thing for you? The second piece is that our partnerships are really valuable in this space to us. And so we have, you know, Brightside Financial Coaching, we have Fidelity Financial Coaches. We make sure that the ingress to them is at least at an arm's distance away, and that we promote the confidentiality of those conversations in that ingress moment, where they know, hey, anything you say to your coach is going to be between you and your coach and would not be shared back with your employer. And then holding very strong to the privacy agreements that we have with ourselves and our employees and not crossing that line. And sometimes it means that you don't integrate as deeply with some of your partners just to hold that privacy and confidentiality line.
Oh, that's great. So want to switch, just keep moving forward. So helping employees with financial well-being isn't just a nice to have, it makes business sense. And we found that about 75% of workers say that just thinking about their financial future makes them feel stressed. 50% saying that saving enough for retirement causes them the most stress. Emergency savings, paying monthly bills, and current level of debt aren't far behind. And then 45% of workers say worrying about their finances actually distracts them for work. And I think to your point, Laura, about people on polls, that's not what you want them thinking about. But employers also want to make sure that the programs that they're offering are delivering results. So in our survey, organizations looked at improved employee satisfaction, improved productivity, although that's hard to measure, as measures of success. So what are you all seeing? Are you actually seeing improved employee decision-making? How do you all measure the success of the programs you offer? And Alex, you know, curious in the broader universe as well.
Sure, I'll jump in a little bit with the broader view. When you look at our data, one of the things that stands out is people are still struggling financially, right? And I hate to boil it down to that point, but what we find is 63% of working Americans admit that they cannot survive without employment and without a paycheck for more than 6 weeks. For more than 6 weeks. And the next thing that gives them greater pause and or fear down the line in terms of their financial wellness is, how will I survive once I am retired? Once I am thinking post-employment? Or more importantly, how am I building greater financial wellness, financial education, and stability? And we see that coming up over and over again in our data. It existed before COVID, and it continues to persist and still grow even after COVID. The reason I raise that is these are the things that people are balancing when they think about all these various issues as it relates to these kind of benefits that are available, and many people choose to ignore the situation. And in reality, what we find is people who don't ignore it actually take that first step of even inquiring. They immediately de-stress and admit that they are finding themselves much more productive in the workplace, that they're not thinking or bringing this additional baggage into the workplace. So much so that they admit that they are 43% more productive just because they have had the opportunity to inquire about their financial status and what it is that's going on. More importantly, taking advantage of services and recognizing that their employer has actually put things in place to help them think about these issues. When they have an employer that does that, they are 3 times more likely to stay with that employer. 3 times more likely than actually looking for more money and jumping elsewhere. So those are the dynamics at play in a person's mind, and I wonder how that plays out in employer settings.
Justin, do you want to go?
Yeah, so whenever we're thinking about outcomes, we think about outcomes from a programmatic perspective. And so, you know, we ask different, this is a very deep topic. So I think in the beginning, it's, you know, is the program that you have in place achieving the desired outcome for the employee, right? That's where we start. So we have emergency savings accounts, just as an example. You know, everybody knows the statistics, 70% of Americans can't afford a $500 financial shock, right? So start there. You have an emergency savings account to solve for the lack of savings in American households. So look at your average deferral rates into an emergency savings account and extrapolate how long it will take somebody to achieve $500. Right, and so that's the level of outcome-driven program management that we're looking at for each and every program. So you start there and say, okay, I want my programs to have very specific outcomes. You take it a step back and you say, okay, for the amount of people that are going to that program, what outcomes are we seeing for individuals that have used it, and how many people are not using it after they discover it? That could tell you that you have the right product in place, but the wrong partner in place, right? You have something that people want, but they're not utilizing it. And so removing the barriers to utilization for an individual program is looking at, you know, whether or not engagement is what you would expect it to be at the discoverability. And then after that, asking questions, right? Did this reduce your stress? Yes or no? You know, are you satisfied with the outcome that you received? There's a whole string of questions that we ask individuals at the point of service where we can extrapolate, okay, was this a friction-free environment for this employee? Did they get what they thought they were going to get out of this individual program? And then are we seeing that borne out from the reports that we get from the provider? So that's the employee perspective. There's also business level outcomes, which, I mean, ditto, Alex, you know, I can't talk a whole lot about some of the deeper analytics that we do in that perspective. But I can tell you that there are real business outcomes to this stuff. Employees will tell you that there are real business outcomes in their own lives from these types of programs. And so it kind of depends on your industry. In what the business outcome may look like for you, but I think it starts with the conversation with the employee. What are they needing? What are they looking for and not getting from your programs and your benefits platforms? And then starting there and just measuring, right, are the things that I want to see actually happening.
Okay, at NRECA, I mean, a little bit of a different perspective as a multiple employer plan, the things we're looking at. One of the things we measure is we look at our plan participation in our 401k plan. We have 95% of eligible employees with an account balance, and 91% are contributing their own money. And we do not have auto enroll and auto escalate. So that's certainly, PERC probably plays a role in that, but there's a lot of other, the benefits administrators at the co-ops and the field reps that we have out there as well, and just education. But we're pleased with that. The average account balance is $210,000 as of the end of the year. We have post-call surveys that employees take when they're done with a PERC call. I know our PERC reps were a little nervous when we implemented that a couple of years ago, but it's been really great because we're seeing 98% satisfaction. So employees that use it really, really like it. We also poll our benefits administrators at the co-ops and ask, you know, what services do you like the most? I mean, we have questions about our benefits programs, but also our services and training, and PERC always rates #1. So we're really excited about those results. I think some other decision-making changes that we've seen over time is we have a defined benefit program where an option is also to take your money as a lump sum when you separate. And in 2010, almost 95% of our participants were taking their money as a lump sum. And while a lump sum might be a good decision for a lot of people, it's probably not the right decision for 95% of those who separate from service. And so we really wanted to make sure people were aware of all of their distribution options, not just, let's do what, you know, my friend did, you know, at the co-op. And so we have taken, you know, we've done a lot of education. We've done some product enhancements as well. So over time, that's now not 95%, that's under 80% that take lump sums. And if you're age 62 or older, and you're leaving at retirement age, it's 65%. So we think we've made some progress there, just in doing some good education. And I'll say we also look at the asset allocation of our participants. We're seeing high utilization of target date funds, but for those who are not using target date funds, we wanted to see how they're allocating their assets. So we see that over time, you know, or in their earlier years, they have a higher allocation to equities, and we do see that they gradually shift over time. So that's something we monitor. That's something we find encouraging. They're a little higher typically in the equity allocation, but most of them do also have an active defined benefit plan. So those are just some of the things that we continue to monitor and look at.
No, that's great. There's some great measures all across. So I have one more question for the panel, and then we'll open it up for your questions. So our EBRI survey showed that over the last 12 months, the highest increase in employee engagement with financial well-being and decision support programs were emergency savings programs, to your point, and personalized financial coaching. So those were the top two. The next was college savings accounts and student loans. So those are the top four. What I'd love to ask each of you is, as you look forward to, say, the next 12 to 24 months, what do you think these programs, these four, will continue to be the focus for employees in terms of level of engagement? Or do you think, given the current environment, a lot of the things we talked about this morning, what other programs might become more of a focus for employees?
Want me to start? So again, we're always a little bit different at NRECA. We, you know, while we always talk about the need for emergency savings in everything that we do, and while we can help, you know, we provide education on saving for college and student debt, it's not been the number one, you know, we're not seeing that as the top need. And when we survey our advisory groups, we meet with groups of benefits professionals in our membership, it's not the top priority. So it's kind of interesting that we're not seeing that. So I would think in the future, more, you know, the more and more we can continue to personalize live coaching, you know, continue the live planning and supplement that in some way so we can, you know, make it more and more scalable, reach more and more individuals. You know, I see that being a great help in the future. One thing that we do see when we poll our membership is interest in long-term care needs. And so we talk about that when our planners meet with individuals, but we're also just evaluating different programs that we might be able to offer our membership in that area.
We see, and just if you were to look at the data that we have, the intent to add benefits or to continue growing a selection of benefits in particular around this space is really the personalized financial coaching. I think that is where we see that growing specifically. And what we see is many are also intending to do a staggered or tiered approach that allows for an automated or AI-generated kind of layer of coaching. So we call this kind of an AI plus HI, artificial intelligence plus human intelligence, really delivering the best results for the workers. And it seems to have latched on in particular in this case with employers and what their intent to offer really looks like.
So I think if I look around the industry, it's more. Right? More of the emergency savings accounts, more of the financial coaching. Those are foundational things for employees. And especially as the younger generation comes up, there's an expectation that they have of their employer and the support that they expect that their employer is going to provide for them. So ESAs may not be the most flashy topic, emergency savings. But it's one of those things that you just don't know how impactful it is until you see individuals utilize it. And so Rodney and I were talking at dinner last night about different education sessions that we've been to. You would be shocked the number of employees around the country that believe that they can't open a savings account for themselves because the financial industry has excluded them from so many other things that they don't believe that a banking solution is something that's available to them. As an employer offering an emergency savings account that can be paycheck deducted, to me is foundational. So I think more of the foundational things. If I look at what else is coming through, 529 plans, state legislation is going around for 529 plans for employers. I think we'll see more and more of that. I think that's a very interesting space. Housing types of programs, so home purchase programs, housing assistance types of programs, I think are starting to bubble up. And then, student loan programs, depending on the type of employer you are, can be very impactful as well. But the coaching and the ESA, I don't think are going to go away anytime soon.
And are you seeing anything on long-term care, interest in long-term care?
Yeah. So long-term care for us, I mean, we're obviously, based out of Washington State, and they were the first to get through some legislation on long-term care, and that kind of rung our bell a little bit from a benefits perspective that, hey, this is something we really need to look at and dive into. And so we've looked at long-term care very closely and come up with what our solution is at present moment for long-term care. And we're very excited to see how long-term care develops in the industry. I think it's only a positive for working families to have that level of coverage through their employer.
Great. Well, thank you. I want to open it up now to your questions. Yeah. And then Rodney, we'll get you next.
Thank you, firstly, for such an engaging discussion. At Plutus, we're heavily involved with employer-sponsored retirement plans and helping individuals optimize their returns and keep their fees lower within their individual accounts. We have worked with members of SHRM doing our rounds, providing bites of financial literacy and retirement planning because we really think they're sort of the key conduits in this process. And it's a natural fit because they're really in the best position to be able to provide the education, the tools to go with it. Having said that, my question for Alex and Justin is, do you think there is a greater need for the HR community to realize and then communicate that a 401k, 403b plan is one of the few, if not only, tangible benefits in the employee benefits package? And if other deferred compensation, such as employee stock options, make it into an offer letter and become part of total compensation, do you think that the employer match should sit right up there?
Far be it for me to opine on some of those things, right? I mean, to speak for the entire HR profession on whether that should be there or not. What I would highlight is I find that many of the issues that we run into with the HR profession as a whole are really a matter of education themselves, right? And so actually offering the kind of education needed to push them to the point where they can leverage this on behalf of their workforces is still remains a barrier. I will never deny that, and that's not to besmirch the HR profession in any way, but there is still that growing need. And there's been this schism, if you were to look at the HR generalist community, where about 1/10 of that generalist community is really the benefits administrator, but the skills that exist there are dwindling away from that very education you're talking about. And some of it is because of the diversified kind of offerings that exist out there, but there is that almost reigniting that needs to happen to allow for that learning to happen.
I don't think I could add anything better than that.
In a survey that we did 4 years ago, and Alonzo, you're probably familiar with it, Morgan Stanley worked it with SHRM on financial wellness benefits. One of the things that we found is, and you've mentioned it, we've all mentioned it, is personalization. And employees wanting personalization when it comes to financial wellness benefits. And typically we talk about it with financial coaching or financial planning, but what was interesting in that survey is that we found the majority also said financial education. They want to be more personalized. even equity compensation. Many of them, 4 out of 10, said they wanted equity compensation, whether it's part of their compensation or through an employee stock purchase plan, to be better personalized. What are some best practices when looking at the range of financial wellness benefits and implementing some of that personalization?
So I'll jump in and thank you, Rodney, for mentioning that. I obviously thank you for having been a partner on that study. I still remember we were next to each other dueling in sessions at our annual conference that year in Las Vegas. One of the things that strikes me is not enough is done from the employer perspective on trying to understand what personalization of employee experience really means, and especially as it relates to compensation. So little data is actually captured for the unlocking of personalization when it comes to employees and the employee community or the workforce that it lives in your organization. The other thing that I think is particularly critical is aligning yourself with a brokerage or with a specific organization that allows you to really think about broadly what are the things that are possible and trying to understand what the art of the possible is when thinking about personalization. Most organizations don't even think about doing a personalized survey or a personalization survey of their workforce, but it's actually something that's growing when it comes to these types of offerings, and specifically thinking about generally the employee experience. That would be the first step that I'd always advocate for, but then the other thing is to think about what is the art of the possible and thinking broadly about that.
Yeah, so I think, Rodney, that's a good topic for right now, right? I think, whenever I came into the industry, we talked about generations. How do you reach a baby boomer? How do you reach a Gen X millennial? I think now we're going to be free to say, how do we reach Rodney? And what does that mean to him and his personal circumstances? I think we're very close. I think that we're missing some key pieces, and this is my personal view, probably not an Amazon view, but I think we're missing some very key pieces, one of which is relevant education that's evergreen. That's very hard to come by. Content is very hard to come by that's relevant for the individual, and I think that's a space that's ripe for some innovation. Another piece is, how do you deal with hallucinations right now in AI technology from an individual financial coaching perspective, right? What happens whenever the automation gives you the wrong information and you act? That is something that I think we're going to have to overcome before we see that hyper-personalization really take off. And I think it's a bit of a barrier. Right now, what we can say is, hey, Rodney, we've seen you've had a child. Here's some 529 information, some education around that. Here's how to add a dependent. Here's how it works within your medical plan, things like that. And I think that's good. And I think, we're there, essentially. But I think we're about to see it take a next step of, we know that Justin likes to be dealt with in X, Y, and Z way. And so this is the best time to push Justin information. This is the type of benefit he's comfortable with. This is the type of information he's comfortable sharing. And so here's how we're going to engage with this individual. And so I think it's a very interesting time. I don't think we're there quite yet because we're missing some pieces. But I'm very excited to see what the people in this room do with the AI that's going to be available in short order.
And I can't add anything to that. Thank you.
Do we have time for one more question?
It's related, and maybe the answer is going to be AI. My name is Chris Cedar with Goldman. I spent a long time as Goldman's plan sponsor. When you look at sort of the horizon, you see a lot of point solutions, I'll say, continue to come out. So ESA, there's probably dozens of benefits that could be provided. And I think the challenge is, we were a large organization. We were able to sort of figure out how to sort of put these pieces together. But it becomes very difficult as the organization size gets smaller to figure out how do you actually pull all of these vendors together to create this universe in really kind of dealing with all of these individual issues that people have. Where do you feel like, what's sort of the fine line between this is what you need, this is sort of nice to have, and how do you think plan sponsors should really think about kind of blending the two? Because it just feels like there's a potential rabbit hole that I worry that plan sponsors go down versus really solving for what's critical for their workforce.
Yeah, I got this too. So large employer to large employer, it is very easy, right, to find the point solutions that work for your group because large headcount, a lot of people want to deal with you. And this is my personal view, not Amazon's view, but I think there are organizations that are well positioned to solution for the mid and small size employer. I think brokers could do more. The broker that brings you your life insurance or your medical plan or something like that, I think they could bring you those financial health solutions if they find a way to integrate those types of things into the packages that they're offering for mid and small size employers. I think fiduciaries that actually act in the capacity of a fiduciary should be concerned with the level of financial support that they're providing to employees through the whole journey. Now, they probably aren't going to be held as the fiduciary in that point, but if you're actually thinking about the financial health of your workforce, maybe you can get your retirement plan committee to step in and help you find some solutions as well as a mid and small size employer. Again, that's just my view. That's not an Amazon view, but just having been in the industry, I think that, the individuals that come in and consult the fiduciaries of the retirement plan and the brokers that are already bringing you solutions, I think those two should be leveraging those mid and small size companies to bring value to their doorstep.
So I'll say I don't necessarily have an answer for you. I'm just going to share your concern, as a plan sponsor of a multiple employer plan. There's point solutions out there. There's all kinds of things we could continue to offer in the retirement space and the healthcare space, but more is not always better. You can really create confusion, and so we do struggle with the same thing. What's the sweet spot? What's the right program to offer? And so we try to do that by getting feedback. But just adding programs and continuing to add programs is more is not better, is our philosophy.
Excellent. Well, please join me in thanking our panel. Thank you very much. Great. I'm now going to, thank you so much. I'm now going to invite my colleague Craig Copeland to share some really interesting research on required minimum distributions. I think it's some novel new research that we're debuting here. So welcome, Craig.
I can see after waiting 55 years to do my Kennedy Center debut, I get it back in another year, so that's impressive. But we're today, as Barb mentioned, we're going to talk about RMD effect on policyholders of turning assets into income. And one of the big things that we talked about this morning is decumulation. What are the decumulation strategies going to be there? Well, it looks like this policy of the RMD seems to be driving a lot of decisions, particularly for IRA holders at that age. This has been a discussion we've had many members. Drew Carrington and I have had that discussion many times. And it's about 2 years after he really wanted the research, but it's here, so we're going to talk about it. The reason that we're going to be focusing on 2019, 2020, and 2021 is those were very important years because 2019 was the last year when the age was 70 and a half. 20 was supposed to move to 72, but then it ended up being suspended because of COVID legislation. So 2021 was the first year that the RMD age moved from 70 and a half to 72 in a fully effective thing. And we want to see is what that impact was on people's decisions to make those distributions. How impactful was that? So we're going to start going through those years. We're going to look at some of the, I'm going to give you some more background on the data and go through and see that. And then at the end, we're going to do something, well, is there anything happening in Roth distributions because of this? And then at the very end, we do have this discussion that we're going to have a discussion at the tabletop about what this means for retirement strategies and what we should be thinking about for decumulation in time. So first of all, let's give us a quick background on RMDs. So in 2019, as I said, was the last year that people had to start taking in distributions in the year that they turned 70 and a half. They could actually take them the year after that. They had until April 1st of the next year in the year that they turned 70 and a half. So that was the first year. In 2020, that year moved, that age that people had to start was in 72. If you had already started, though, you still had to continue distribution. So that was a new group. And then in 2021 was the first year that it was fully effect for 72 up. And They also not only tell you the age, there is the formula then that tells you how much you have to take out. So depending upon your age, there is a life expectancy factor that is published by IRS. So you take your balance at the end of the year, prior year, divide it by that factor, and that is how much you have to take out during that year. But one thing that's interesting about this is that you have to calculate it for each individual account that you have, but you do not have to take it out of each of the individual accounts. If you have more than one, you could take the total amount out of one of the accounts, not out of each of it. So you could preserve one account as long as you're taking the total amount that you need to take out and just take it out of one of the 2 or 3 accounts that you may own. So, and you can see there has been some changes since then. I'm not going to be talking about those, but I just want to inform you in 2022, the longevity, the life expectancy factors were increased, so the amount you had to take out was decreased. 2023, the age moved up to 73, and Secure 2.0 has that going up to 75 in 2033. So there is a lot of action going on in here, and it'd be really important to know what is this? Does this matter to people's decisions and what we go to? So the data we're going to use is the EBRI-IRA database. I'm going to be looking at over 3 million individual retirement accounts from various record keepers. So this is actual participant level data, so we can see what they're doing with their data. And they're going to have it for 2019 through 2021. It was important to only focus on accounts that we could follow. So if someone had an account and then depleted the entire thing, that was not what we felt was a retirement strategy, so we're not including those people. So they had to maintain the account so we could actually see what type of or strategy they're taking or how much they're preserving, so we could understand what that type of turning these assets into income strategy these people were using from the IRAs. In this, we had the information on whether it was a traditional, a Roth. We had this category that we asked for when we provide this data was a rollover, so that money was not originally started in that particular record keeper. The money came from someplace else. Overwhelmingly, bulk of this money is then from employer plans. There could be a few rollover to IRA, rollover to rollover IRAs. So those are the same, but the bulk of that is from the employer plans, and they are traditional plans. There are a little bit, a growing amount of rollovers now, are Rothification, but for most of those that are in their upper 70s, it was going to be all traditional. So I'm including those in the analysis. Obviously, the separate analysis for Roth because of the different rules. And we'll have the end-of-year balance, the total distribution amount taken during the year, and then we know the age and the gender of the participant. So I'm going to do some quick stats on comparing those. So for first, the incidence of distributions, just the percentage of people that took out a distribution in a given year by age is the first thing we're going to look at. And one thing that you could see is that really until you get to those RMD ages, you do not have a lot of people taking out distributions. You have about a third of the people, 30%, 25%, particularly when you get to 62 to 69 age, when you think most people will be retired and needing to change that money. Changing that assets into money, they're not really doing it until they're then required to. You can see the jump up at 70, and again, because of the weird 70 and a half, if your half birthday wasn't in that year, you didn't have to take it out, even though you'd be 70, on your on the date, because we had the date at your age at the end of the year. You may not have reached the 70 and a half, so you don't really see the jump up till 71 where you get to 85. And again, we have a few of these people had Roth IRAs, few of these people could have taken their IRA from some of the IRAs that we do not have. They may have had it in someplace else. So you would probably all expect, this should be 100%. No, it's about 90% based upon the kind of the issues that they can have with taking out distributions from just one IRA instead of every IRA. So that is for what happened 2019 when we had the 70 and a half. I'm going to skip 2020 and go to 2021. And there is where we had the differences in the ages, because these are the year that's fully in effect. And you could see the tremendous difference in that 70 age and 71 age, and really see then that now in 2021, that jump up doesn't happen until they're age 72. And then you get the people being up at the 85, 87% for taking out the contributions. Whereas before you had to jump up at 70 and a half and 71. Again, that change really changed how many people started taking out at that age. It's really a key factor. Now, I'm going to go to 2020 when we had the suspension of benefits. So the 2020 is now in the middle between those two. I'm only focusing in on the 69 to 73 plus here. And again, we see that number drops down and then jumps back up for that. We do have a number of people that still took out their distribution in those ages, but one of the things, like my mother, for example, the suspension didn't happen until midway through the year. She had already taken her distribution out at the beginning of the year, and then she was going to put it back in at that point. So we do that. But we do see that people responsive to that suspension of benefits, that we're down at just over 50% of those people that would have been required if they hadn't spent the benefit, instead of we're up over 80 to 90% of the people that took a distribution when though we're fully in effect. So there is clearly that impact on that age and those rules on people taking that distributions, and it doesn't really happen until they do get to that age. Now, want to look at, well, is there a difference by account balance? Are people with higher account balances more responsive to these changes, or are they less responsive? And really, if you look at it, there's really the same type of responses across all of the balance groups, how much they have in there. You see there is a little bit more likelihood of taking a distribution when they had a higher amount, but really the same type of responses you see in those different groups of balances they have, whether it's really low or up over those that have over $250,000 in the balance. And this was the end of year 2019 balance. The next thing is by gender, it's really remarkable. I guess it's not really that surprising because gender really isn't going to have that kind of the age impact that, but the percentages almost are identical between the male and females, so that was not really a big choice difference in those that took distributions. Now, the other big issue is the longitudinal results, is because I were actually able to follow these 60 people. Those were just, each year how people happen. But now I'm going to be based upon this off of the people that took a distribution in 2019. So they either started taking their distributions in 2019 or they were continuing. What percentage of them stopped taking it in 2020, and what percentage of them took them in 2020 and 2021? So at the bottom, the blue is those that took it in both 20 and 21, and you see those that stopped taking it in 20 and then came back in 21 as they were soon required again. And you can see that it's really age invariant of those that had already started taking the contributions. It was around 59 to 60% that continued to take their distributions, but we had that 35 to 37% that stopped taking their contribution in 2020. So you did see that a good over a third of the people that had already started taking distributions, that they were continuing to take that money. So again, there is a little bit difference when we looked at by plan account balance. It did more likely to continue to take the distributions. We saw that the blue, the bottom, the taking distributions in both years went up from a little over 50% up to about 64%. But we do have about that 33 to 40% that remained, or those that actually stopped taking the distributions in 2020 when they weren't required in that year. So there was that good 33%, third of people that stopped taking their distributions when they could. Now, amounts. So not only were people more likely to take contributions because they're required to, but the other thing is those that started taking distributions or took distributions before they were required to actually took out more. They had a higher rate of distribution. And how this was calculated since 2019, I didn't have their prior year. I took what the balance was at the end of the year, added the distribution for the denominator, and the numerator, I took what the distribution was to get the rate. So I could do these the same way. And you could see that the distribution rates were higher for people that took them out before they were required to. Once they were in the ages that they were required to, the average distributions went down. You could see that it was more at the 5%. When they were just taking it out, we're at the 9 to 10% range for those that took it out for that. So not only does it impact when you take it out, it looks like it's impacting how much you take it out, because you have that very specific formula under the RMD requirements that tells you how much they should be taking out. So again, that's not only the when to take it out, but how much is also part of that regulations and the default. This other really thing that I found interesting was the percentage of people that took a distribution that was larger than what was required. And so we saw in 2020, those that took it out, about 51% of people took a distribution out that was larger than what was required or would have been required if they had to have in 2020. I broke 2021 into 2021 and 2021B. 2021 is just those people that did not stop taking their contribution in 2020. So those were the people that continued to take it both years. The likelihood of those people being higher than their RMD was, up at 40%. But those that stopped taking in 2020 and then started again in 2021, only about 15 to 20% took more than their RMD. So you see that group of people is very, very responsive to the RMD rules. They knew that they could stop, and they were following the amount that they were required to take the distribution. Whereas those that continued to take the distribution were more on autopilot and weren't as diligent with what they could exactly take out. So again, that was a very important part of what's going on is how that played out in their decision to take out and what they took out. So one last thing I just quickly go through here. Roth distributions did not seem to be really impacted either by age or what was going on. Not surprisingly, you don't have to take them out, but it was still pretty consistent as about 8 to 10% regardless of the year and the age of people that took a Roth distribution in any particular year. So that was one thing that not really much was going on there. So really, what does that come to? That comes to is that the RMD rules clearly are a default strategy for many people in what they take out of their IRAs. The impact of these rules is significant, and how we define these can have a really big impact on what people's decisions are in their taking their RMDs. The distribution rate is smaller, so not only taking it out, but how much they take out is also impacted by the RMD rules. They're more likely to take out what's prescribed instead of something that may be on a more ad hoc basis. We don't see a lot of differences by account balances and gender, and the Roth distributions did not seem to be impacted. So that's kind of the quick run through of a study that will eventually come out of really kind of showing the impact of how these RMDs is one way that people are making their decisions to withdraw assets and making it into income. So at the last half of my presentation, we're supposed to have a table talk discussion, or if anyone wants to, comment on when I put these questions up here in a second, please do. But the first two, I just kind of want to see for like a show of hands. Did anyone really expect these results, or was this surprised that the impact would be so strong? So if anyone was surprised, let me see it. Show of hands. Anyone? No one was surprised? Everyone expected this? Okay. Okay, well, that's good. I'm glad I reaffirmed your beliefs that this was happening. But that's good, because I think now that we understand that, we can consider doing that. Now, the second question was, do plans have a role to play in the distribution withdrawal strategy? I know I was using IRAs for this, but again, a lot of this money is coming from employer plans into IRAs. So do we think plans have a role to help define these strategies and to help define what's going on? I'll take a show of hands on here if we do think that employer plans should be all right, so we do have that. So now this is the one that is not going to be easily to do a quick polling on, is what role should that be? I know there is a great deal of discussion of how that should be, and not only was what the role should be, then what products or strategies should the employers be making available or designing within their plans for these withdrawal strategies. This, certainly if anyone would like to come up and want to talk around your table, or if there's some people that have some ideas on what they think of, I really welcome any discussion here in our last amounts. Don't hesitate. Use that 10 minutes before we go to lunch and talk to that. So, Laura.
On the year where people were able to stop taking
Right.
do you have any data about whether those people were getting advice from someone?
We do not. Right, and I know, and because those were the same people that took out exactly the amount that they had. I'm sorry. It was asked whether we knew they had financial advice for those that did not take a distribution in 2020, whether they were working with a financial advisor or received advice otherwise to know not to take it out. And that would be very important if we knew that, but unfortunately we did not have data. I think Drew deserves to have the question.
There we go. This is awesome. I'm super excited to see this data. My question is, so now we can see what's going on in with respect to distributions in IRAs. But I also have a question. Do we see similar sorts of catalyst activity around people maybe taking rollovers from their qualified plan assets so that they can sort of deal with all the RMDs in an IRA? So is that a trigger? And did the trigger age change from 70 and a half to 73 as the RMD rules changed?
Now you got my next study defined for me. No, I do not have that yet. But one thing we did notice, we did see more before 65, before this changed. I have not been able to look at the data post 2019 to see if there's some difference in that rollover time occurring because of that age. But you're always good with defining new studies, so that will be our next project going forward. Since you have the microphone in the back, go there and then we'll get to you.
So I'm curious about the talk of the possibility of having safe harbors and defaults for distribution options outside of the employer plans.
Do you mean in an IRA or?
No, in an employer plan. So you were talking about the employer side of things. So
Right.
And I think the behavior is exactly the same, as long as it's traditional assets. So if we're trying to help people spend their money and have a good retirement, there's obviously a tremendous threat to this by the RMD continually being pushed out and with the adjustment to the mortality table. So we need people to spend their money. And if they're just going to rely on RMDs, then a lot of them are, we're telling them sort of that it's a safe way of doing it, right? It's become the default. So how do we change policy to encourage plan sponsors to play a different role, to offer different options that aren't just take the RMD?
And you're suggesting that there should be safe harbor design so that obviously there's not litigation.
Correct.
That we know, and to provide the potential innovation designed within the legislation or regulation to preserve. Yeah, I think that's really what you have to ultimately do. But what those are, I still think we don't know what those ideas are yet.
I have a paper.
You have a paper? I shouldn't say we don't have the ideas. I don't think that everyone has come to an agreement on what the correct idea is or the best ideas are. Oh, you have a mic. Okay.
Okay, so I want to go back to the plan. So because more people, I think, are keeping money in the plan as opposed to moving it to the IRA because of fees and other. So are you doing something on the plan side? Because I think that will have a role in what the plan sponsor should have in that. Because I think once the money leaves the plan, I don't think because of litigation risk that a lot of plan sponsors are going to want to be involved in designing strategies or helping employees. So I'm curious more on if you're going to do something on the plan side, or have you, and then what?
I haven't, but I have to believe, since there is that same RMD, that the money that is in there, you're going to see some of the same, you're going to have to see some of the same issues, because people are going to have to start taking it out at those ages, and they're going to take out what's required. So. Right. I did not expect them to take it at all during the IRA. It was if they still in the plan, and are they rolling it out, or are they taking their distributions within the plan, and how can the plan, when it stays in the plan, help them make those decisions to withdraw the plan? And she pointed out that really we don't we probably shouldn't want people waiting until 75 to take their money out. If they have plenty of money, they should be able to spend that money. They should be able to using it across their entire lifetime. And there has to be better strategies of taking that assets to be income and what those are. I know there's going to be a discussion later about some of those products. Here I'm just throwing it out ideas into a broader discussion of what could be there. And I'll give you a chance.
So I think just anecdotally, you hear these stories, and we're seeing it on the street, where people are so adverse to paying tax. So you have a scenario where the majority of these people have pre-tax only money, and every dollar they take out, 30 cents, has got to go back to the IRS. So people are actually living, as you had mentioned, poorer than they had planned to because of this aversion. So I think this whole scenario fixes itself, hopefully in the future, with Roth contributions. People can say, well, it's tax-free, so I can live the way I planned.
Right, and there is an interesting issue with Medicare premiums. If you wait too long and take larger sum distributions, you could actually be hit with more taxes later through having to pay premiums on your Medicare. So there is a reason to probably take it out earlier, particularly for those with large balances, to really put that over a longer time so you don't have to pay for the Medicare premiums. So there is a whole bunch of issues going there. But the Roth problem, Roth has twofold. You have more flexibility in taking out, and when you do take it out, it doesn't count as income potentially to pay for Medicare premiums as well. So there is a lot of issues then, and you see more and more discussion about people potentially doing conversions to Roth, sometime in their 60s, maybe before they hit the RMD age, so they can avoid some of those issues.
Quick question. So just going back to your finding where you see that there are higher distributions before the RMD age relative to after, do you find any differences in demographic characteristics between those groups? Because I'm thinking if it's people with higher balances who are able to wait longer and higher and longer job tenures, or able to wait till they reach the RMD age before they start to take their distributions, as opposed to those who may have lower account balances and shorter job tenures.
I wish I had their other income, because I know that would be a huge factor, because they may not need to. I can only go off balances, and balances, people still took out higher rates when they started taking distributions before the RMD, regardless of the balance size.
So I have a quick question. High level, what is your interpretation of these results? So this mass that's occurring at the RMD age, this of increased liquidity, there's been a bunch of scholarship in the last few years that suggests that's not all going to consumption. There are increases in charitable giving that occur around this age. There are increases in non-qualified savings as well that muddy the waters about when it comes to whether or not this is all, you can interpret all of this as foregone consumption that otherwise would have been welfare enhancing pre-RMD age. And one thing you could do would be to look at individuals that also have a Roth to see whether or not the option of using liquid Roth savings as a buffer is offsetting, meaning are individuals rationally tilting to this responsiveness if they do or do not have the Roth component as well?
I did do a little bit of people that had both a Roth and a traditional contribution, and there wasn't anything clear that they were making that trade-off. And yeah, I do want to, it's a good point to qualify that. Just because they took the money out doesn't mean they're spending it. So maybe even though those people suddenly started taking it out, they may not be spending more, they just took it out because they have to. So there is that issue, and we don't know really, those took it out may have been doing something else with their money as well. It's just really kind of how that money is coming out of there, and it's a good indicator that there has to be some fraction that it is impacting their spending. And we need to do more work. I mean, I know there's been work, there'd be more work of really finding out what is going on at those particular ages and how that is changing into spending. And I think that goes back to what plans can do when the money is still there and how they can help these decisions and change that into spending. And, you know, I haven't said particular thing, but one thing that we do see from like our spending and retirement surveys, those with guaranteed income, even that are more likely to spend when they have comparable income. So therefore, that may be another issue of thinking about whether this money can be turned into a guaranteed income source. So I appreciate the discussion because we have now hit our time, and I don't want to take any time away from anyone's lunch. So thank you very much.
Up next, we're going to get started with Cheryl Evans presenting her research. She's director of the Lifetime Financial Security Program at the Milken Institute. So we'll be talking about next steps in moving forward with in-plan guaranteed lifetime. Excuse me.
Good afternoon, and thank you. Yeah, so I'm here to preview a paper that we're going to be releasing on April 2nd. It's actually, we call it a policy brief, Enhancing Retirement Income, Advancing Lifetime Income for All. So you already know that I work for the Milken Institute, and for those of you who may not be familiar with our work, our work really falls into 3 primary categories, which we call pillars: health, finance, and philanthropy. And the Milken Institute, of course, is a nonprofit, nonpartisan global think tank with offices here in Washington, Santa Monica, New York, Singapore, Abu Dhabi, Miami, and London. So I work on the finance team, and I've been leading this program for the last 3 years. And we gather information about financial security and retirement and things related to being financially secure. So we focus on innovative programs, products that encourage or facilitate long-term savings and things that we sort of strive, I should say, to help to understand new products, new solutions, things that are out there. So over the past year, we've been convening many of you in this room, and thank you so much, to discuss in-plan lifetime income. Where are we going with it? What can we do to improve the uptake, which is the basic premise of our gatherings, and sort of understanding it. So many of you today, again, have joined us in New York for a full-day symposium. So thank you for your time, your thought, leadership, and then for our policy dinner in Washington. And, you know, we noted as we began looking at this that we're seeing these programs are proliferating. We're seeing announcements in the last year or two of even further programs. I know Empower has a new one, for example. And so we gathered with many of you, and we also conducted our own research. And we want to also particularly thank Nationwide Financial, their retirement solutions business, Eric Stevenson, Amelia Dunlap, Kathy Marasco in particular, for helping guide us, think about the issues, frame them. So that was helpful. You know, today we're releasing our paper related to Invest America, investment accounts, which Mike Pirovar will be discussing. And then April 2nd, we're releasing this, which we call a policy brief. I was sort of going through everything we wrote, and I'm trying to condense it down because most everyone in this room understands the issues, but I'm going to say a little more that may be slightly redundant because you work in the space, but for the media. But so our paper does the following. It provides an overview of in-plan lifetime income products, what they are for readers who don't know, who don't work in the space necessarily. We highlight the need for lifetime income, you know, why there is that need, and that's largely due to the, decreased pensions that we see throughout the U.S. We discuss the interest in the products and the solutions. I think we're going to mostly call them solutions, but they're really kind of both. And we're considering what to do next to increase the availability, as I mentioned. So we present and analyze 3 categories of changes that will highlight that we think could be helpful in this space. And one thing that I noted in these gatherings, that there was a lot of consensus, a lot of I don't want to say bipartisanship because it's not a political issue, but a lot of firms came together in a way that was very impressive, wanting to discuss this, firms that could be ostensibly competitors. So that was really enjoyable to have diverse thought leadership in the room and discussing this really important issue that we think will enhance retirement savings and financial stability of all Americans. So that was really encouraging to see. The other thing that I personally noted was that the people who work in the retirement space tend to stay there for years, tend to believe in it, tend to buy into it, tend to care about it. And that enthusiasm is sort of contagious. You know, we've been doing this work for 3 years, but it's nice to see so many people who really care about what happens to Americans in their retirement. So that was a cool aspect of this as well. We knew it, but you know, just seeing it in person was another thing. So it's clear there's no one size. Sorry about my voice, it's allergies. Don't worry, I'm not going to cough on you and make you sick. Fits all structures for plan participants, but as retirement experts know, the solutions are notable. The in-plan income, lifetime income solutions for their flexibility, diverse structures, allowing plan participants who are retirees to keep some funds in the accumulated nest egg, usually in most plans, while creating a stream of income with a portion of the assets. So they have different alternatives. We felt like and noted in our research that people are receptive to that idea to be able to do both. So we gathered information about the nature of the products, the urgent need for lifetime income. That's the case that I probably don't need to make for all of you, but for those who aren't involved, I already highlighted the fact that we're living longer, we have an aging population, and we have less lifetime streams of income. And we had some data that we pulled on pensions, which we've all knew, back in 1980, I think there was a much higher number of people who had pensions, maybe 50+%. It's down to about 15% now. And of course, urgency is also tied to the number of workers turning 65. We've all heard 2024 being peak 65, about 11,200, depends on the stats. Between now, if 2024 and 2027 are turning 65. And also it's a universal issue. Retirement is a universal concern. It affects all people of all ages, and just saving for the future. I still don't fully believe in maybe 20 years that many people are going to retire in the traditional sense. So that leaves the industry probably to think about what does retirement look like? How do we serve people in a different way, which I think is going to be an issue. And of course, Social Security, we don't want that to be people's main source of income, and we're seeing that at times, and particularly not their main source of lifetime income, but even worse, their main source of income at all, which is very upsetting to see. We've seen things on the national news featuring people who are trying to live on very small amounts of money and trying to go back to work at like 85. So right now, the average benefit in 2025 is $1,976 a month. That's clearly not enough. So, we focused on those type of things, making the case. Our basic conclusion is what you would think, that offering these in-plan lifetime income options is really an innovative product that we think more people should be taking up and can be helpful. There's been a lot of advocacy, as we've talked about here and in other places, around plan access, which is really a key issue. I think about 50% have access to an employer-sponsored plan, and also increasing contributions through auto escalation, defaults, behavioral finance issues. And so we started thinking about what does lifetime income solve for. In our estimation, it solves for what many of you have written about, the longevity risk, outliving your money. I think probably most of you know that that's most retirees' biggest fear. And next, I guess, maybe behind public speaking, I don't know, but some people are more afraid of that than death, and public speaking and death, I don't know where they line up, but outliving your money or public speaking, I think many people would rather outlive their money. I can't tell, but we hear a lot about the fear of speaking. But and then also solving for the retirement consumption puzzle. It's hard to say that, which many of you have written about, which is the notion that retirees are sometimes reluctant to spend the money. So you have the fear of outliving your money, but then people are afraid to spend it to live the life that they want, which I think was alluded to by Brian. What does happiness look like? What does your life look like? And it solves for that as well. And a number of firms here have done research highlighting the fact that people are more likely to spend down in a way, hopefully, that's reasonable, their guaranteed income than they are their sort of pot of money or accumulated savings. They just feel more comfortable doing that. So it solves for those two things, which we thought was interesting as well. So we dug into research by Greenwald and Associates and others, gathering data on just sort of what's out there, what are people interested in the product, what's the interest level, what are plan sponsors saying about the uptake, and that's kind of where we landed in our analysis. There's there'll be stats in the paper regarding a finding that 60% of workers, through one of Greenwald's, actually their most recent research, found that lifetime income was highly desirable,
and there's a discussion, there's a number of discussions on those kind of data points. And then we do see a mismatch between the expressed interest and the need for the solutions on one hand, the number of plan sponsors who are offering them on the other. The same Greenwald survey that came out in 2025, but it was based on 2024 data, noted that only 25% of plan sponsors currently have one or more lifetime income solutions, while 30% are seriously considering. That's good, but we really recognize and saw after talking with people that these products can be really helpful and a game changer. We thought about what are the primary reasons for the mismatch, and there's reporting that differs slightly on it, but some of the things are people wanting, plan sponsors, companies wanting straightforward explanations of the solutions, transparent fee structures, and some of that is out there, and a better understanding of the solutions themselves. Many are wary of the reputation. They may view them as annuities. And then, limitations on the retail annuities products. Sometimes they're conflated. And then, the vulnerability to litigation or other issues under ERISA is a huge issue. And I hadn't thought about it. I'm a securities lawyer, and I'm quite familiar with securities class actions, but I know that their ERISA bar has been pretty aggressive when there's a change in the plan. So with our experts and doing some research, we considered what are things we can do to sort of change the environment to encourage uptake of the products, and talking to some plan sponsors. The first is promoting an asset class definition, which is an interesting solution that we came up with actually at our last dinner in October. So for us, what does that mean? That means calling this a new asset class. And I was saying to Mairead, who works with me, there's no universal definition of a distinct asset class. It's not like the SEC or CFTC comes down from on high and said, here's a new asset class. But by some of their actions, things become an asset class when they take action to propose rules, and also what's happening in the market. But looking at financial experts and researching economic journals, as you all probably know, categories of financial products that do certain things are deemed usually a new asset class or their own distinct asset class. And that's exhibiting similar characteristics, similar performance, liquidity, and risk profiles. And then generally asset classes have behave similarly across the markets and have consistent legal structures and objectives. So we feel like these products fall into that category. And of course, when you create a new asset class, not you, but one is sort of created and discussed as such, they tend to be innovative and sort of innovation and market driven. So that's kind of a conclusion that we thought was important. So we're hoping for movement towards discussing and clarifying and regulating this as a separate investment product. So, we did things in the paper like researching major asset classes, just some historical analysis, when mutual funds evolved in the 1920s, how that arose, et cetera, the rise of ETFs, options, et cetera. And this ties into sort of the fiduciary plan obligations of plan sponsors under ERISA. And that's where we get into more of a technical analysis. So I'm not going to go into it in great detail, but you'll see it in the paper. So as we know, most plan sponsors have fiduciary obligations under DOL rules, which require them to exercise the highest duty of care. They're bound by duties of loyalty, prudence, and care. These are legal terms that I've, applied for other things in the security space. And most participants, have to put interests above their own, as we all know. So that's an issue, I think, and it makes sense to us that plan sponsors make very deliberate choices generally on their investment lineup, and also can be even cautious. So we concluded that sometimes when you're looking at these products, it's kind of an apples to oranges comparison to other investments with fundamentally different investment goals due to their unique combination of features. So we believe that putting these into their own asset class would be a more realistic comparison and be helpful. So we're hoping to gather some people and some experts to talk about that, leading researchers, and sort of focus on that. The other thing that we focus on in the piece is refining the safe harbor language. And this is where we kind of get into the weeds on things. But, we're hoping to convene some experts again and collaborate with policymakers as an ultimate conclusion to develop a more expansive and detailed safe harbor that considers varied and innovative designs and specifies how plan sponsors can satisfy their fiduciary obligations when adding lifetime income solutions. So based on the information we've gathered, it seems clear to us that a substantial number of plan sponsors have been reluctant to offer these products. due to concerns over triggering fiduciary breach lawsuits. So this fear is exacerbated, by the various designs and unique attributes. So some of the things we looked at were some of the big picture. Secure 2.0 does somewhat solve for that by providing safe harbors for plan sponsors, but we feel like it's not detailed enough. It's not giving people enough security to fully get into the product. So we concluded that the current language could be sort of tightened and made more specific. And we know that there's a gray area left for plan sponsors when determining whether to add a product. So we focused on clarifying the provisions to apply across the variations in lifetime income options. That would give plan sponsors greater surety to give their participants access to the product. And then we looked at the 3 primary characteristics of the safe harbor, or things that people need to do. Number 1 is engage in an objective, thorough, and analytical search. It's hard to know what that means, really, because I can't tell, and I'm a lawyer. To identify insurers from which to purchase the retirement income contract. So that language is not very specific. So how do you satisfy that? Consider each insurer's financial capability to satisfy its obligations under the retirement income contract, along with the contract's cost relative to the benefits. So doing a cost-benefit analysis and product features and the administrative services provided under the contract. Again, that's not really specified. And last, once selected, the plan sponsor has to conclude at the time of the selection, the insurer is financially capable of satisfying its obligations and that the cost of the selected retirement income contract is reasonable. And so that reasonableness standard is not defined. And usually in the law, you do have some definition of a reasonableness standard. So we believe that more can be done in this space without fully getting into it to make some changes. And we have some specific recommendations. I'll just give one example. The requirement to conduct a thorough and analytical search is not defined. The provision could be made more specific by adding details outlining the meaning of an objective and thorough analytical search. So it, for example, could require employers to document how many insurers they met with or how many they considered. It could also list factors within the safe harbor to consider for the analytical search and require documentation on that analysis. Factors could include the number of potential insurers that they met with, sponsors, financial ratings of the company, lifetime income, experience in the area, whether other fiduciary regulatory oversight, and so on. So those are some of the things that we're looking at, those 3 topic areas, and then a sort of general overarching area. There's also provision related to liability guarantee, and of course, focusing on the reasonableness standard. What does that mean? It's not clear what that alone is probably not enough. So those are some of the things we're looking at, and we get into more depth in the paper, but I'm going to leave some time for us to chat. And then lastly, we looked at expanding educational outreach. So we looked at that in terms of 2 plan sponsors and 2 individuals. So we were thinking and discussing this with others, and we came to the conclusion that providing a straightforward, accessible materials that clearly explain the products to plan sponsors and plan participants would be helpful. And I know a lot of you in the room are probably thinking, well, we do provide explanation, do we need more? But we feel like maybe more is needed. So we believe that education efforts that reach out to workplace-sponsored retirement plan decision makers would be impactful, coupled with educational outreach to plan participants. So building an awareness and understanding of the solutions among decision makers we think would be important. And some things that we considered that could be done would be creating additional outreach materials and products, and discussing the fees, producing FAQs that differentiate in-plan income products from traditional annuities and other investment options, providing and highlighting key benefits, including the ease of use, flexibility, income certainty throughout retirement, other explanatory materials that outline examples of use, perhaps even glide path examples with and without the products, examples how they work during the decumulation phase. Those are some of the things that we think could be useful. Our research and meetings also indicate there's a significant number of Americans, thousands or probably perhaps millions, need more education about the importance of lifetime income and how in-plan income guarantees work. We believe that a broader public education campaign could be useful. Most plan participant employees are not proactively seeking out these products, nor do they necessarily recognize they need guaranteed income. I sort of did tests and asked people I knew, they didn't know what I was talking about, should be a part of, that should be a part of their retirement planning. And so many people don't, understand the solutions exist. Some of this work could be led by existing organizations, and we could do some work too. We even called out the Alliance for Lifetime Income. I'm pointing to me, focusing on general consumer awareness for lifetime income and promoting maybe a new stream of work focused on employees and employee retirement plans. So we also thought, in concluding, we're saying that we really probably need to convene policymakers. We can make up ideas, I don't say make up, but we can suggest solutions for the safe harbor, but we'd love to continue this work and convene policymakers, researchers, stakeholders, people from the government to sort of think about the asset class, particularly in the safe harbor portion. So that's kind of where we came out on it, and we felt like this piece will be one that is really to highlight the products for the general public, and then also make some suggestions for the industry, things that can be done, and then policymakers as well. So some of it's kind of basic, maybe for all of you here, but that's really just to educate people about the fact that the products exist. So we had the 3 questions, which I think we're going to pull up the 3 questions in the back. Yeah. So, these are the things we just talked about, asset class definition, what could be done collectively as an industry to help create the guaranteed income asset class. That's a little bit of a tough one. The safe harbor, do you agree that we need more clarity and that it would make a difference in plan sponsor adoption? And education, what are some non-traditional ideas beyond marketing campaigns that would be useful? And also, for participants on guaranteed income solutions. So we just wanted to throw it out there. If anyone has any thoughts, I know a lot of you have been thinking about this. Is there something else that we're missing that you think may help with uptake? And do you feel like any of these will be useful and helpful? So happy to hear any comments or thoughts. I know, Kathy, you may have had a comment. We were chatting earlier.
I do agree with the 3 calls to action, but I'm wondering if we could focus today, the rest of our time, on the education piece. In this room, I think we have a lot of the industry leaders in this in-plan lifetime income, and how can we come together to help educate? How do we create common terminology? How do we create common stories that we can then share and that we get the message out? So I would just like to open that up for conversation.
Yeah, we were thinking in terms of, should there be an industry coalition? Should we have a meeting and call it a coalition, for in-plan lifetime income? So I don't know if people have a reaction to that, but most of the large firms have the products. So. Tamika?
Hi, I just wanted to respond to the language issue, and I think that this is one of the reasons through DCEA, we have this a lexicon project, because we have a lot of different organizations that are actually doing fantastic work, putting together different educational pieces, both for the industry and for individual participants or retail investors. But we kind of lack this consistency, and do we need a coalition, or do we just need all the organizations to talk to each other?
Yeah.
So that's part of the purpose of it, is not to elevate a particular organization, but just to have the effort of coming to some sort of terms of how we talk to folks. So I don't know if that's supposed to be a question. Can we do that?
Maybe, yes.
Drew, you have something to say.
Yeah, crazy, I know. I'm going to actually steal one of Lou's lines about the safe harbor. Safe harbors they sound awesome, except that once you have a safe harbor, everything else is definitionally unsafe.
Yes.
And so it creates sometimes a reluctance to act at all, because then if I do something that even looks a little bit not the safe harbor, then now I've done something unsafe. And so I think, setting out principles and guidance, what you were talking about, adding clarity around what do these things mean, what do these words mean, that's great. But I would just say we should be careful about using the safe harbor language. Thank you, Lou, for the line.
Yeah, that's an interesting point. And I don't know, if you don't have a safe harbor, what do you have? And that, I'm not sure the answer of that either, right? But we see that in other areas of the law as well when there's a safe harbor. people don't necessarily feel safe under it because the carve-out is not usually extremely specific. But if they fall out of it just slightly, then they feel like, okay, they're going to be subject to a lawsuit. And then I think that may contribute to sort of freezing, like we don't know what we're supposed to do. So I think those are the three big challenges that we came away with. We did like the asset class definition. That's almost by usage. It's like changing your name by usage. I could just change my name too. I learned that when I got married. I could just call myself whatever I want. I went back and forth between names, by the way. I couldn't decide because Evans was an easy name, but to say. But yeah, that's something I think we could discuss and maybe put some statements out, et cetera. But it does seem to be a distinct asset class for the reasons I articulated, and behaves slightly differently, across the markets, and behaves similarly across markets. So that could be interesting as well. But I don't know if there's anything else, but we'll be releasing the paper April 2nd and discussing it a bit more, and then maybe reaching out to some firms to think about next steps to convene, particularly policymakers, and make them aware of some of the issues, and think about what we want to do in education as well. So thank you.
My name is Marie Trainer. I'm with the Milken Institute in the Lifetime Financial Security Program, and I'm very excited to kind of dive into our next panel, which is going to feature some amazing people who are really kind of pushing the edge on what AI is. And either if you were at dinner last night or today, you know that there's a lot of thoughts and feelings behind how AI is impacting all of our industries. So I'm pleased to introduce Sri Krishnamurthy, who is the CEO and founder of Quant University, working right outside of Boston. He's a CFA charter holder. He's been focusing on AI, and as I said last night, he's been doing AI before it was cool. So he's been in it for a while. He's worked with Citigroup, Endica, MathWorks, and his counterpart is going to be Randy Blaha, Vice President of Retirement Solutions and Technology at Nationwide Financial, and he'll be discussing their AI work. Randy's had various roles at Nationwide, including BSA leader in individual products. He's also been Nationwide's IT Executive Program Management Organization. He currently leads an organization of technology professionals that plan, build, and run applications that support Nationwide's retirement solution business. And this panel will be moderated by Bridget Bearden, who is the research and development strategist for EBRI. She's helped to, I'm sure most of you in this room have talked with Bridget before, but she helps to establish new strategic partnerships, expand membership, and execute proprietary research. She has 2 decades of experience in developing research and thought leadership in retirement. So please, here they are.
Hi. Thank you, May Reed, for that wonderful introduction. So over the past year, AI has made incredible progress with major improvements in its ability to reason, handle different types of data, adapt in real time, and making it more powerful, easier to use, and a bigger part of our daily lives than ever before. I use ChatGPT almost on a daily basis for personal and professional uses, and I'm not afraid to admit it. And that sentence was written by ChatGPT. So today we are joined by 2 incredible leaders whom May Reed already introduced. So Sri and Randy, if you could just spend a minute explaining your roles to the audience and how it relates to retirement security and financial advice. Just for a brief minute, we already know most of your background, but just how it applies today.
Absolutely. So my name is Sri. I run a company called Quant University, and the last year I've just been using ChatGPT. I'm just kidding. So my role, I have a dual role. So I run a company called Quant University, which primarily focuses on how do you enable AI in the enterprise when you have this really cool and powerful technology, but you got to adhere to the rules. You got to make it available to humans. You got to follow the various aspects of what does it mean to apply it to specific business use cases. So we work with companies to enable them with both the technology and the acumen to make sure that they're deploying these technologies with responsibility. On the other hand, I also have a faculty role at Northeastern University in Boston. We primarily focus on enabling our students, the next generation workforce. Over the last 10 years, I've had the pleasure of training more than 1,000 students, all graduate students, and they kind of show off all the cool things they've been doing in the industry. And in the last year, everybody has been using ChatGPT to enable their projects. And I can share some of the GitHub profiles of some of the students, and they are extremely proud with the way they are kind of using technology to enable new business use cases. Thank you.
My name is Randy Blaha. I lead the technology organization for our retirement plans business at Nationwide. That includes not just the record keeping, but all of the digital interactions, the service experience, so really the end-to-end responsibility for technology. Couldn't be prouder to be with this room and really excited on this topic. It's really interesting to see the AI conversation come up in just about every interaction today, so excited to talk about that.
Thanks. So Shri delivered our keynote address last year, our morning keynote. It was entitled Generative AI and Large Language Models, Opportunities, Risks, and Its Use in Finance. This was delivered in January. So if you could you walk us through what has happened in the last year and maybe just kind of give a core overall primer on AI at the same time?
So that'll require at least a few days, but we'll try to condense that in 10 minutes or so. I know it's an afternoon session, so I'm pretty sure everybody is all like alert, taking notes. So I'm going to start with a quiz. I don't know if we can switch to slides.
Can you put the slides up?
Okay, so this is something I do in my classes at Northeastern because I teach a Saturday afternoon class, and I want to make sure that everybody's paying attention to what's happening in the classroom. So I'm going to start with the quiz. This should be a very simple quiz. You don't need to do a lot of math. If you really have difficulties calculating this, you could use ChatGPT or a calculator, okay? So you're building an AI system which processes PDF files, and it takes 1 minute to process a PDF file. How many documents can you process in 60 minutes or an hour? 60, right? So I asked ChatGPT, and it gave me the answer 60 minutes. And this was last year, though. This year, I used what's called as the reasoning mode. And I asked it explicitly, research the capabilities of state-of-the-art systems and answer after thinking. That's the only additional thing I used. And I used what's called as the reasoning mode. And then it said that the straightforward math is what you all gave as an answer. But then it did all this analysis. It said, oh, you know what? We have parallel processing. We have GPUs. Anybody knows about NVIDIA? GPUs, right? So we can put all this in the cloud, and we can kind of run everything on the cloud. And every PDF file is not going to be the same size. Some may be more complex than others. And you have data transfer to be considered and things like that. So this is what an analyst would potentially do, not just give an answer, right? And now it comes back with an answer saying, well, the straightforward answer is 60, but in reality, you could process a lot more, right? So that's the kind of progression we have seen in the last year, wherein systems are able to at least mimic this notion of analysis and thinking, right? And now we are kind of looking at this whole evolution of possibilities, and I'm just going to focus on these 6 bullet points. I'll keep it brief so that Randy can kind of share some of the deeper insights of what happens at Nationwide, but I'm going to keep it very generic, if you will. So one thing we're seeing is everybody has access to these digital assistants, ChatGPT or Gemini or Cloud or whatever you're using. You have these tools which you're able to kind of use as an assistant, drafting a document, kind of summarizing something, right? But then we were also seeing that, well, why are we doing this whole set of steps? Why can't we automate them with AI, PDF processing, transcription of documents, translation, summarization, automatic chatbots? All those are coming into play as business use cases. And then we have AI kind of being embedded as implicit tools. We are not kind of explicitly calling AI, but we are seeing it happen behind the scenes. Simple things like we are writing an email, and your AI prompts you on what the next right word should be, right? It's uncovering intent and trying to give you suggestions on what you should be doing. Maybe you did not have those capabilities in search, but you're seeing AI kind of deliver those results to you because you're searching with a particular context in mind, right? So this AI behind the scenes is kind of becoming more and more of a norm, even though you're not explicitly calling AI to do specific things. On the other hand, you have all these possibilities now. I mean, the left side is what you see as a snapshot of all the things you see on ChatGPT if you try to use a model. More or less looks like what you'll go to a Starbucks and see all the drink things, right? So you'll be wondering, like, what does a particular drink have? So you have to make those kinds of choices. Am I reasoning? Am I writing? Am I summarizing? Am I generating a drawing or an image? So I have to be able to pick and choose what I intend to do. And then we have these advancements. In the past, you ask a question, you get back a response. You tweak the question, you get back another response, and you do it one step at a time. Now you can basically put together multiple steps and say, execute this whole workflow. And we have this notion of what I call as agents. How many of you know what agents are? Okay, some of you. So Randy is going to talk more about it. But then this is basically a digital worker who can potentially do various things in addition to thinking, in addition to accessing the right kinds of tools for the job, right? And just a fun fact, I could not get a job in 2002 because my graduate thesis was on agent-based systems, and no one knew what the heck it was in 2002. And so I had to join Citigroup and do trading systems because they were the only people who said, like, we can do something like an agent, but it's not going to be intelligent, but we'll push the trades through. Anyways, the point here is you are seeing this amazing analysis. And this is a snapshot. If you're on social media, there's this new viral agentic system called as Manus. And Manus basically can take a prompt, which looks like what you see in the left, and generate this whole dashboard. It generates the code. It looks for all the data online, puts together this entire dashboard, and that's becoming the norm. That's the kind of computation we're going to be having, right? Agents are going to be able to do so much more, which humans will probably take weeks and months to actually get things done. And then we heard a lot about personalization, right? And why is that possible? Because the last 10 years or so, we've been collecting so much data. And we were wondering, what do we do with all this data, right? So today, we have the ability to build out tools which can personalize those pieces of information and cater to people based on their specific needs. So you have automation, you have personalized landing pages, you have personalized advice, all of them leading to customer centricity. So we can put the customer in the center and make sure that we can deliver the right kinds of products and services. On the other hand, you're seeing acceleration. We do a lot of education for clients, and every client is different. Every client has a specific context. They have their specific things they want to discuss. They want to personalize classes for their audience. And one of our clients basically gave a 200-page research report and said, we want to summarize this whole thing into a course. Last year, we would have taken at least 500 hours to put together the slides, the videos, the assessment, and maybe some labs associated with it. This year, with AI, we were able to do it with 100 hours. We were able to cut off 400 hours. And those 100 hours was all human time for validating the outputs of AI. AI probably took 15 to 20 minutes to run through the whole thing once we built the system, right? So that's where we are with respect to the thing. But I want to touch upon this one thing I said, like, this validation time of 100. We tried so much, we could not reduce it. And that's where we are. Because of the state of the art, because of the complexity, validation is becoming the problem. How do we validate what AI is giving us is the right thing? Can we actually use it? Can we really benefit from what it's been up to, right? And the other big question is about the question of value. How much should we be investing and what value are we getting? What are we getting from all the investments we've been making? And there, we are seeing a lot of use cases, low-hanging fruit. Let's automate it with AI. Let's build an assistant. Let's give it to everybody. They'll be able to draft documents, summarize things much, much better. We're seeing a lot of use cases like that. On the other hand, we are seeing use cases wherein human in the loop is mandatory. We can't just AI do all the decisions. And then we have a ton of use cases wherein we are saying maybe there's a little bit of AI in here, a little bit of AI in there. And then we have so many use cases where, like, no, AI can't do it. We still need humans to do all the work, right? So the way we are here in 2025 is we are enjoying all these tools, enjoying all these productivity. And I'm also, like, increasing my expenditure, along with my cable bills, along with all the other services I have been subscribing to. I'm spending more than $100 a month on various AI tools. so it can create all these cool graphics when I do presentations, right? And we are spending a lot of money to AWS and all these other vendors so that we can accelerate our production workflows. And when time is, when these systems are free, my daughter, she puts in things like cat eating cookies, and then cats eating cookies in Picasso style, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? So you have the creative side of things where you can do all the cool things. You can do the engineering side of things where you can do things much faster, better, cheaper, and we'll see where it all goes. And the question is, what are you going to be doing with all the cool things AI is potentially going to bring us? Thank you.
So this is something we probably should have talked about, but I'm a dog person, Shri. We didn't have that conversation. So again, thrilled to be with you today. I'm going to talk a little bit about the art of the possible with artificial intelligence and some of the things that we're doing at Nationwide to support this great industry. So where I would start is artificial intelligence isn't new. It's been around for well over a decade. At Nationwide, we've been leveraging artificial intelligence for that entire time. What is changing, as you heard from Shri, is the incredible pace in which it's evolving and changing. It seems like just yesterday we were talking about generative AI, the ability to create new custom content with very little interaction from humans. Shri touched on agents. We're now in an age where agentic AI is going to be prolific. This is AI that actually can not only make decisions without human interaction, but can take action. You see that in autonomous vehicles today. So it's sensing its environment and taking action. We do believe this is going to be a huge part of this industry. We are not quite at a point where we can talk about general artificial intelligence. This actually begins to mimic humans. So a little bit of the science fiction starts to come out in this space, but that's still a little bit ahead of us. So our approach at Nationwide is very balanced. It's really hard to talk about all the great things that are going to happen with AI without at least touching on some of the concerns, and I've listed just a few here. We absolutely believe there's going to need guardrails from a legal and regulatory perspective, making sure that that regulation keeps up with the pace that technology is changing. There are a number of ethical and societal impacts that need to be addressed. Something we heard earlier from Anna at her time at Uber. One of the things that I grew up being told from my parents is one of the things you never ever do is get into a car with a stranger. And I would not have gotten here this morning without inviting that from the hotel. So there is a tremendous amount of change that has to happen for us to be prepared to really get the full benefit out of the technology around artificial intelligence. Privacy and security. This is something that we continuously consider. How do we actually keep what matters most to our customers safe? There is a tremendous amount of money in this industry, which makes it a prime target for threat actors. So each and every day, we're leveraging artificial intelligence to detect artificial intelligence. In our call centers today, within a few seconds of you calling in, we've analyzed hundreds of different data points to understand if you really are who you say you are. So those advances will continue. I think in that space, it's definitely going to be an arms race, and there may not be an end to it. That said, we are very bullish and optimistic on where these benefits are going to come from. Shri touched on many of these in terms of the acceleration, especially in the knowledge worker space as we evolve into a more agentic future. A few others, the personalization has been a theme today. in many of the conversations, to actually know you as an individual and not lump you in a category with others that are similar, to actually be able to understand your day-to-day needs. And certainly automation and being more productive. But some of that change that goes along with that, I know Sri in one of his slides talked about AI can actually do coding. That's absolutely the case. Some of the training that we have for our development staff is they may not be authors in the future. They may actually be editors. So AI can help you get to that first draft of your code, just like it can your communications. But to Shri's point, we absolutely believe that a human in the loop is necessary. One of the governance components we put in at Nationwide, we actually started with the absolute top of our executive team to oversee governance and make sure we're making right decisions that are going to really help our business move forward. We do believe generative AI is going to have an incredibly positive impact on the experiences that we provide. We do need to embrace it. I think this is a space where there's still a fair amount of fear and kind of waiting to lean in. I would encourage you all to lean in and start experiencing generative AI in your day-to-day life, just like Bridget is. And back to that human in the loop. You know, one of the things that we do, and this is primarily to really make sure we're protecting data, is we do what's called red teaming. So today we may have a team that has a wonderful new idea on how to leverage AI. We call that the blue team. But right alongside them, we have a red team that is actually looking at every nefarious way to use that for harm. So every single thing that we do from an AI perspective, we are checking and double checking and triple checking. We have an incredible responsibility to make sure that this technology is used for good and not evil. And this is just one of the many processes that we have in place to help do that. Lastly, we are preparing our employees for this future. We have training requirements across every associate in our company. One thing that we do talk a lot about is artificial intelligence isn't just for technology people. We find that through our learning programs internally, that the AI courses that we provide are actually our most popular, and we're seeing people far exceed their minimum requirements in learning about it. So there is definitely a thirst for that, and I think that is going to be foundational, and it ties back to what Shri does every single day in providing what I believe is an invaluable service in educating on the possibilities of this technology. So with that, I'll turn it over to Bridget.
Thank you. So, Randy, clearly there must have been some persuasion and discussion before implementing all these technological advancements. Can you discuss a little bit about the change management process at your organization and how other organizations might approach change management as they seek to innovate?
Yeah, it's a great question. Change management, I think, could actually be one of our really biggest barriers, even more so than the technology. Shri touched on it in his comments as well, kind of freeing people up to think differently. One of the things that we found is, even in this idea of automating current processes that you have today, which can be incredibly beneficial, we also have to open our minds up to say, with AI, we have a brand new way to do something that we've never dreamed of before. So you almost have to, kind of give up that past a little bit to think a little bit freer. But to my earlier conversation on other kind of societal norms that I think are going to take place, there is a tremendous amount of fear from an AI perspective, and it ties directly to cyber security, which unfortunately is a booming business. But I do think that's going to be a really, really integral part of how you bring these technologies to market.
Thanks. It's interesting, especially since Brian mentioned earlier that the size of our brain capacity for imagination pales in comparison to our capacity for memory. So the fact that there might be some past experiences that might be negative, and opening up the opportunity to consider the future and imagine and have the vision, it could have some impact for change management. So another question Shri talked about briefly is measuring the value. Could you tell us how you measure ROI on the innovations?
Yeah, it's a great conversation, and we're continually having it. You'll see more traditional metrics like productivity and automating things that are manual or less value. I think the intrinsic value, though, is really going to be tied to the outcomes that collectively this whole room is driving towards, and helping people be more prepared for what will likely be a longer and healthier retirement. And time will tell exactly kind of how those come to market, but kind of being back to that point where we want our associates to really automate and leverage artificial intelligence and other tools on those mundane day-to-day tasks and give them more time to be more human. And we think that connection is really, really important. It happens to be a theme that I think we've heard very broadly today.
So if you have digital assistants, if they're part of your org charts, how do you monitor their performance? And how do you, are you training them? Are you reprimanding them? Are you putting them on, performance plans?
Yeah, it's a great conversation, but we're actually developing training right now on how to hire, how to onboard, and how to develop digital assistants. This kind of speaks to Shri's component around digital workers. There is no question this year I will have digital workers reporting to me on my organizational chart. And to your point, I'm going to have performance conversations with those digital workers, give them feedback, and I will actually have to let them go. So having frontline managers learn those skills on how and when to do that is all part of the change management that we're going to have to go through.
Let's move to Shri just for a moment. So you're teaching at Northeastern. How are your students embracing, or not, I'm guessing it's more of the former, AI, and what kinds of skills are they acquiring that maybe those in the room may not have acquired during their college education?
So just want to add a comment. You probably are also setting up your own Doge for generative AI assistants to cut the access off. Yeah, if you are
tough town to bring that up in.
Absolutely, right. So I usually, give my students. I don't have a traditional way of teaching my students because, they are really smart. I mean, they're all graduate students. They're all, coming from diverse experiences. They've figured out their way on, passing exams. They know where to search for answers. They know where to look for projects which were done in the past. They can do pattern recognition. They can learn from things. So they're ready for the industry, more or less, because in the industry, no one sits there and thinks they're like, okay, I'm going to come up with a beautiful idea and implement it on my own, right? So you look for, okay, what's the established practice? What are you going to be doing? How have my mentors, how are my seniors doing it? What are the rules? How do I follow it, right? So I don't teach them those, but usually I give them a project. And last year I gave them a project, and usually the project would take 5 to 6 hours to complete. But in a classroom setting, I would say, here's 45 minutes. Go about, do your research, and come up with a proposal to implement a particular thing, right? It's a technology class. And usually in 45 minutes to an hour, we would have students present, and I would see people would have completed 15 to 20% of what could have been done, right, for the whole project. And I would say, go take your homework, finish the whole thing, and come back. This year, I gave the same project. After 45 minutes, I asked, how many of you are done? 90% of them said, we are done. 100%. It's like, okay, how many of you use ChatGPT to do it? 100% of them raised their hands, right? I don't prevent them from using ChatGPT because it's a productivity tool, and it's a tool you got to integrate as a part of your learning and implementation as you go. We have these tools which are ready to give you the right kinds of outputs for your specific task if you prompt it properly. And these students are learning on how to actually implement it. So code generation, right? For example, software development. I mean, the reason why software developers are getting paid so much in today's day and age is because they know something. It's like the secret knowledge in the past, right? In the past, if you knew, how to read, how to write, and no one else knew how to read and write, you are specialized. You are treated with respect. And that's what software engineers of today are, because they know how to write C++. They know how to write Python. If AI could do that part of it, and it could develop those applications, then you don't have that advantage. And AI, because it has seen so many more pieces of code, can give you the templates, can give you the answers much, much, much faster. So I think the younger generation are embracing these tools, right? And when I talk to my clients, and my clients, they're mostly professionals in various retirement systems. They are migrating from one database to another. They have to write the SQL code on how to move this database to this other database integrated with this CRM. There I see reluctance, and there is a little bit of hesitation. It's like, I'm not ready if I'm going to be using these tools. What in case something breaks, right? So there is a paradigm shift on how you adopt these tools in established enterprises. And you want to make sure that they are open to understanding the power and the capabilities, but also put in the frameworks and the guardrails to ensure that you do it responsibly. You build in time for testing and validation. You make sure that it actually works when you build it out, right? So I'm kind of seeing this fascinating, dichotomy, if you will, wherein on the younger side, my students are like, I already use it. So you give me an assignment which would take 40 hours. I do it in 8 hours, and I'm going to hang out for 32 more hours. So I'm strategizing on my assignments. And Jeff Busgang, who's a Harvard professor, so he's written this book on the experimentation machine. He talks about this notion of 10x, right? So this notion of 10x is, with AI, you can actually be 10x more productive with what you would potentially do. Because if you prompt it well, you will be able to see the productivity, right? In my work, I'm not able to see 10x. It's probably a marketing term. But I am seeing 3x, 4x in various places. And that's where we are going to see in the near future, when we are going to see a lot of productivity gains because we are integrating these tools both explicitly and implicitly as a part of your workflow.
Can you talk a little bit more about the importance of good prompt writing and the validation exercise, and who's doing the validation for the output?
Yeah, so that's the other interesting piece. So when I kind of talk about my students, I give a lot of examples about my students because they teach me so much, right? Last year, when I gave them the assignments, and I said, you can use ChatGPT, they would come up with answers. And I would say, what if this happens? Can you show me a demo if this breaks? And they would show it, and it would break. And I said, well, you didn't test your system properly. And they would say, well, it was ChatGPT who gave me the code, not me. I didn't write the code. ChatGPT gave me the code. Tell them, well, it's your assignment. You get the grade. I'm not grading ChatGPT. So you got to fix all the things which could potentially go wrong. So that's the mentality we need to have in the industry, wherein what could potentially go wrong? And that's where the validation systems come in. So the mentality is a little bit different, wherein as a software developer, you're thinking about designing and making the systems to work. As a validator, you're thinking about like what could potentially go wrong, what are the requirements of this particular application, and test and make sure that it actually works for that particular business use case, right? So the thought process is a little bit different. It's not about just getting the code to work. It's about thinking about what should work, what are the metrics I should be using to make sure that everything works, and how do you make sure that you are not kind of going with the flow and then realizing something breaks. So at Quant University, the kinds of things we do, right? So we actually put together a 6-month program called as the Risk Management Program, and we are partnering with an organization called Sprimia, which is the Professional Risk Managers Institution. And we have risk managers from 18 different countries, professionals from various organizations. They take the 6-month curriculum, learning how to think about the risks of these models, how to stress test them, how to audit these models, and to ensure that you're building out those practices as you kind of integrate it as a part of the workflow. So when we do this professional education, workshops for various clients, we kind of, bring in that perspective that it's not about developing an application, it's about building an application, but putting all these guardrails, the red teaming, the processes, the procedures, and adhering to all these aspects before you can deploy these applications.
Randy, I'm wondering if your red team is comprised mostly of compliance and counsel.
No, they're not actually, although we don't limit that. We actually, in our hiring practices, by the way, we hire a very diverse group of folks to be part of our software development processes. And even internally in our cyber security operations center, we have some of the most brilliant folks that quite honestly, when we look at their skills versus the most talented hackers in the world, the only difference we see is their value system. And I blame their parents for that, by the way. But it's incredible when you give them all the tools, not following any of our normal enterprise practices in terms of what equipment they use, and how they go about kind of attacking ourselves is really kind of special to watch. But having that, I think, is an absolute requirement. Along with kind of the AI generation and where this is taking us from a cyber security perspective, we operate on what we call a zero trust model. Essentially what that means is we can't assume people are coming for good and have that natural tendency we have as humans. We have to be skeptics. So even if I log in and I kind of fat finger my password, Nationwide doesn't really assume that I just misspelled it. They assume that I'm attacking them, and we react accordingly.
Retirement assets are, for many people, the largest sum of money they'll ever have in their life, and it's very important to safeguard those assets. So, Randy, is there anything else you can share about how you're helping plan sponsors and plan advisors on their AI use?
Yeah, it's really interesting when I have these conversations with different audiences, and I ask my software development teams to wake up every day thinking about their customer. And we have kind of the way we talk about it is an outside-in kind of mentality, and how would you want that customer to interact with you? Whether that's a participant, a plan sponsor, to your point, an advisor. What I find, quite honestly, is most of those audiences don't have the resources that I have. And I think that is a really, really big challenge. As I mentioned earlier, we ask every associate to deepen their skills in AI, and it's part of every mentoring conversation that I have. And I would encourage all of you to increase your knowledge and use of AI, because I do believe this is a great divide where people could be left behind. But we are working very hard on how we can actually equip those audiences a little bit differently with that tool set. It likely will be where a lot of that innovation takes place. In kind of a previous world, we might be giving you information. In a future world, we would be giving you insights. So how do we leverage that data and tools in a new way? But we're really doing that through voice of the customer with those audiences.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the audience? I see one over here, and I see Rodney. Let's start over on this side.
Thank you. I have a question for Sri. So I know on the ChatGPT you ask it to reason and prompt it to think. Mm-hmm. And I really want to know about your students. how is their reasoning and thinking after all of this I would say, high usage of ChatGPT?
Right. There was a recent paper which actually said that, they're seeing that the critical thinking is going down in certain segments as you become more and more reliant on tools like ChatGPT, which is something we got to watch for. Because, the math question I asked in the beginning, right? You all could do it, but the first question I had was a much more complex one. I had it like per year, and I didn't want you to do a lot of math. But in the past, you could do a lot of math if you're doing it on pencil and paper, right? But we have lost those skills. How many of you took cursive writing in your undergrad? So, you probably don't need it now, but you probably have lost the need of, using those things. So similarly, like coding, right? So, if you're thinking about designing a piece of code, it requires logical thinking, articulation, design, and building out the whole thing. But with ChatGPT, it gives you a pattern, and you kind of, start using it, right? So that is something to watch for. We are seeing a lot of those skills going down. In the past, we would write cover letters by hand. And we are seeing employers look at artificial intelligence generated cover letters and putting them aside because it's templatized, it's very clean and formal, it uses all the keywords of what was required in a resume, but it doesn't highlight why this person wants to work for us, right? So that sense of personality is being lost when you're kind of using these tools. So similarly, if you're going to be relying on ChatGPT to do everything for you, design something, you will get a gravitation towards the mean. You will always end up with an average product, right? So you want to make sure that you start with a draft to set the framework and then ensure that you bring in your creativity, your critical knowledge, your group's knowledge to ensure that the product you end up is going to be your product, because you don't want an average product just to satisfy a need. So that's where I'm seeing. I like the reasoning mode because it lets me think on things which I may not have thought of, but I don't just use the reasoning mode as the limit for what I should be using for reasoning.
This is for you, Randy. Last month, Pew Research came out with the results of a survey on worker perspectives on AI. And when workers were asked about what emotion they had associated with AI in the workplace, over half said worried. Yeah. Now, what's interesting is that Pew, similar to EBRI's workplace wellness survey, they weren't worried about losing their jobs. Only about a third are worried. That's what EBRI's workplace wellness survey, and so did Pew found that. Rather, when we look at other research, like from Wiley, the concern is many workers that are using AI have not received clear expectations as to what the employer is expecting from them when using AI. How is it going to be integrated in my role? So I ask you, it's great that you're doing training, because that's another thing workers express in the surveys they want, but they also want to have defined expectations around AI use at the workplace. What is Nationwide doing to address that?
Yeah, it's a great question, and I haven't seen that particular study, but I've seen data that is very similar. Actually, when Bridget talked about the fact that she uses ChatGPT every day and is okay to admit it, that's some of the surveys that I've seen is people will use it, but they don't want to admit that they've leveraged these tools. So we're still in early days in terms of how that kind of works itself out. But at Nationwide, again, we do encourage the use of these tools. We also track that. So we actually understand kind of this connection between, it sounds a little bit scientific, but human and machine. We actually call it a bionic process, by the way. But we want that machine learning and artificial intelligence to augment the human and not the other way around. So one of the concerns, and I know we've touched on it here, is lack of supervision. It's one of my biggest fears going forward. And if your organization is like mine, there are subject matter experts in every organization that you know by name that understand the inner workings of some of the most complex things that your organizations do. it could be a little frightening if you lose that and turn that over to an AI system and it doesn't proliferate that knowledge across the organization. So setting expectations is incredibly important. But back to that supervision, I know what my developers are using artificial intelligence for, and back to a theme Shri has and how we're testing that. So again, still early days, but a lot has to be worked out in that space. But that data is going to kind of be that voice of the customer in leading us forward in how we evolve our processes around that.
Thank you. I think we're going to be getting the hook in just about a minute. So if we could just close out with some final thoughts on what you are most excited about going forward in the next 5 to 10 years with respect to AI and how it relates to retirement security.
Yeah, I'll start, Shri. Obviously, as a technologist, I'm not only interested in AI, but I'm interested in all of the other surround technologies. And a specific industry that I spend a lot of my time understanding is healthcare. So artificial intelligence is going to have an incredible impact in that industry. But when you couple it with other technologies like where compute power is going, whether that be quantum, robotics, the use of augmented or virtual reality, ultimately, in my humble estimation, will lead to kind of the theme of the day, which is a happier, healthier, longer life. Where that intersects with us, obviously, is in our industry, are we preparing folks for that longevity? And to Brian's point this morning, do we really understand how to make them happy? And I think the assets that we accumulate and likely the income that we can outlive is going to be the responsibility of folks in this room.
I like this notion of hyper-personalization, where in last year, we were kind of just looking at tools as a question answering mechanism. We were asking a question, getting back an answer. Most of it was without context. We were just trying to get some information from a system. But when you look at all the data we have, our healthcare records, our retirement savings, our context of our family, our community, our backgrounds, our interests, our aspirations about the future, our communities, all those have a very strong context. And when we think about retirement, when we think about planning in general, right? So we make those plans based on the context we are in at this point in time, right? And if we can basically leverage all the information we have collected over the last few decades and build out systems personalized for specific demographics so that we can even think about providing specific advice drawn from this collective knowledge source we have, right? I think we can have much better decision-making systems powered by AI, right? Without the context, it just becomes an information source. It becomes a potential for automation, but it doesn't have the context. So I'm very excited about the possibility of integrating all the data we have and then building the context and enabling this personalized system so that I can think about, well, can I plan this trip next year now that I'm retiring? Well, let me consider all the factors, and then it may say, well, I think you have saved enough. You can even buy a boat and settle in Greece. Or it could potentially tell me that, well, you can take the train ride and enjoy the mall and come back home, right? So I hope that we will be able to get to that state wherein we can leverage all this piece of information and not just have AI as this distant thing which we are going to interact with only when we need, but it hopefully gets integrated well so that we can trust it and we can bestow it with our trust and data so it can give the decisions we really want to be able to use.
Thank you. And thank you to Randy and Shri. And we are welcoming our next session.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, I am delighted to introduce our next session, which is a fireside chat between Ed Murphy, CEO of Empower, and I'll just put a sidebar that Ed and Empower have been
very strong supporters of EBRI, and we so much appreciate that. And Ed will have his fireside chat with Stephanie Dewey, who is a senior producer at CNBC. Their topic is the post-election retirement update, what's on the horizon. So so looking forward to hearing from Ed and Stephanie. Thank you so much.
First question was fireplace. So, Ed, thanks so much for being with us. I was going to start with a pulse on the Secure 2.0, but given that I'm CNBC and everyone in this room has been rapidly paying attention to the panels here, I thought I'd give you a few CNBC headlines that we've just seen. The S&P has broken below a major support level. The Dow tumbles 700 points, was 5, I had to cross it out, make it 7, as Trump tariffs rekindle market rout. Delta's lowering outlook shows economic uncertainty unfolding in real time. So how are retirement plan investors viewing this market right now?
Well, is this on? You guys hear me? Oh, I have to turn it on. Okay, here we go. There's no question there's a lot of uncertainty. The volatility is concerning to people. But, you know, the fact of the matter is we've had, I think, 27 corrections of 10 to 20% since 1964. That's one every 2 years. The last one was July of 23. Today, I didn't look at the numbers, but we're down probably 6% year to date on the S&P. So it's going to happen, and there's lots of different triggers. But I think for the most part, what we're seeing among our 19 million investors is they're staying the course. A little bit of flight to quality, as you would expect. I mean, retail investors tend to time things wrong anyway. So some of that is playing out where we're seeing some movement to stable value and cash-type instruments. But for the most part, I think the industry, combined with the media, has done a very good job, I think, over the years, encouraging people to think about this as a longer-term investment. And with people typically getting paid every 2 weeks or once a month, you know, they are dollar cost averaging into a lower market. So I think the volatility is likely here to stay for a bit. And I'm not a prognosticator, but I suspect that, you know, we'll see a bit more downward pressure on the markets.
And getting back to the pulse check on Secure 2.0, we've seen a lot of changes this year. Auto enrollment, expanded access for part-time workers, super catch-up contributions. How's it going?
I think it's going well. I mean, I think we should all feel really good about the fact that there probably isn't another area where we have the level of support that we have on a bipartisan basis for retirement legislation. It's actually really encouraging. And if you think about what Secure 2.0 did, and if you think about the tax expenditures associated with them, they're heavily weighted towards low and middle income workers. In fact, the largest one being the Savers Match, which goes into production in 2026. So I think it's been constructive. I think it'll continue to be constructive. I'm not particularly optimistic about any additional legislation in 2025. I think between the budget bill and the impending tax bill, along with other priorities that the White House has, I don't think we'll see anything near term on the horizon. I also think that, you know, areas like, you know, are the tax incentives sacrosanct? I believe the answer to that question is yes. I think the tax incentives will remain. And
How big of a fight do you think that will be?
I don't think it's a big fight. I think there's a lot of support on both sides of the aisle. And
there's just so many tax priorities, right? Like, don't tax Social Security, don't tax.
True. But if you go back to 2017, when Chairman Brady of the House Ways and Means Committee was advocating for essentially a 100% Roth system, particularly for higher income workers. That was flatly rejected. And Trump subsequently came out against it as well. So I don't have a crystal ball. I'm just telling you what I believe. I don't think it's going to happen. I think the tax incentives will remain. And the support for the retirement system, the private retirement system, remains very strong.
Do we need a secure 3.0? I mean, what could be better?
Absolutely. I think it's a public-private partnership that's been around for 40 years, that's continued to evolve with tremendous industry innovation combined with public policy support. That's going to continue. We do have 128 million Americans in the system. You know, if you look at public pensions and private pensions, in total it's $42 trillion saved. So I'm just going to tell you, I'm not in the camp that the sky is falling. It makes for great headlines, but, and we can go through a lot of that data if you want, but I think the system is very, very strong. So what would 3.0 look like? Well, from my perspective, and I've been very vocal about this, I would advocate for a coverage requirement. You know, the state auto IRAs, I think, have been constructive. You have 17 states. The balances are small. It's 2 million accounts, average is $2,000. But it is spawning, for the companies that will survive, it is spawning and will spawn more 401k, larger plans. The challenge in that space is 50% of small businesses fail within 5 years. So that's why we're not directly in the state auto IRA business, but we are in the business of trying to get small plans to adopt 401k plans.
And is that what you see as the biggest obstacle for small plans, is just their business being a going concern?
I mean, I think that's one of the obstacles. I think the other obstacles have largely been addressed. There was concern about complexity. That's been addressed. There's been concern about the cost to set up these plans. That's been addressed with tax credits. And then there's been great industry innovation to take down the cost, where there's more straight-through processing, setting these plans up and administering these plans can be done in a very cost-effective way. That was not the case 5 to 7 years ago. We certainly didn't have a solution. So I'm pretty encouraged in that regard. And the other thing I would just say, when people talk about the coverage gap, yes, there are issues with existing plans not driving high enough participation, but that can be solved with auto-enroll. They just need to adopt it. The tools are there. The bigger issue is the companies with 10 employees and less, 72% of them don't offer a plan. So you can do the numbers. It's like 35 million Americans work for those companies. So that's the issue around coverage, principally. The rest is very easily solvable. I think we've got about 55% of our plans, maybe a little bit more, that offer auto-enrollment. A lesser amount offer auto-escalation. But it is something that, obviously, our teams really encourage.
Some other innovation that we've heard about is bringing private equity into the defined contribution space. What has to happen for that to be, well, does that need to happen?
Absolutely.
And why?
But what needs to happen first is you need litigation reform. And I think that may take some time, but eventually I think we will get that too.
The litigation reform, though, feels a little bit like a catch-22. Like, if you have a fiduciary responsibility and you're meeting that, then what's the mechanism to enforce private equity going awry if you don't have the ability to sue?
Let's talk about the fact that private equity has existed in defined benefit plans for 35 years. So it's good enough for the corporations to put it in their own pensions, but it's not good enough for 128 million Americans to have access to the best performing asset class in the last 30 years, asset classes. And it's a structural shift. You know, today, there's probably 40 to 50% less publicly traded companies than there were 20 years ago. And there's 9 times more private companies with revenues over 100 million. So how can we not give individual investors access to that asset class that's growing exponentially? There's a strong accent to the private markets, and there's ways to do it. We can get it, I don't know if we have time to get into all the details, but there's ways to do it that are very straightforward. And I'm going to tell you, it's going to happen. You know, if you think about, you know, the first Trump administration, they came out in support of it. There was a Biden supplemental that came out, I think, in 2021 that, you know, exercised caution around it. But there's a lot of movement in this area now, not as a standalone investment, by the way, but kind of a multi-asset class or through a collective investment trust. And all of the perceived inhibitors, like liquidity and cost and structure, it's all being addressed.
That can be figured out.
Yeah.
But it seems to me that the biggest part of the equation right now is the education around it. How do you educate individual investors who might not know the difference between, you know, a stock and a bond or an ETF and a mutual fund?
Yeah, that's a great question.
Private equity.
So again, I think this is evolving, but our point of view on this is that you would have an advisor at the plan level, and you would have an advisor at the individual level. Again, not a standalone investment, but an investment that's part of think about almost like a target date construct, a multi-asset type construct. And you're looking at, you'd set some levels that are appropriate. So maybe 10 to 15% of somebody's assets. So think about this. Everybody talks about liquidity. Let's just say you had a $100,000 401k, and you wanted to get exposure to top decile, top quartile equity managers or private equity, private asset class type managers. By the way, we don't manufacture any of this, so we would just be working with partners and we would support the distribution of it. I'm not even sure there's anything in it for us from an economic standpoint. I just believe in it passionately. I think it's the right thing to do. So if it's 20, 30-year money, let's say you had a liquidity issue. You could take it from the other 80%. Or in the case of the construct that we're working on, there would be a liquidity sleeve within that framework. But I think you're less likely to have to access that or tap into that.
And what's the biggest, I mean, what do you see as the biggest upside? Just returns for the individuals, or is it also an economic boom?
I think it's better outcomes on a risk-adjusted basis. I think it's better outcomes, yeah.
We've seen Elon Musk and his Doge team lay off thousands of federal employees, creating what some analysts have called a deregulation by layoff, especially calling agencies like the CFPB, et cetera. What do you think of that approach?
Well, I think that, I don't know the exact number, but the federal thrift plan has over 6 million federal workers in it. It might be 7 million. How many of those are active and inactive, I don't know. I think there's a belief that many share that the federal government has become increasingly too large. I think the concern is how much glass do you break and how much disruption, and to what extent does it lead to ill-advised decisions, both at the kind of the human dimensional level, but also just in terms of how we function and how we operate as a government. When you think about critical functions that federal workers are involved with. So, you know, it's clear that this is the path that they're going down. I think that's in part why you see the financial markets reacting the way they are, because there is a lot of uncertainty. You know, hopefully it's done with some level of discipline and precision. I think that's all we can hope for and expect.
With a scalpel, not a chainsaw?
Yeah, yeah, right. But I will say, you know, it's interesting because when Trump was elected, the prevailing view was that we were going to move into this environment of deregulation. and that it was going to lead to an M&A boom. And the opposite's happened. January was the worst January for M&A in the last 12 years. Who would have thought? And so you've seen a decided slowdown in that regard. Obviously rates have stayed higher, so cost of capital is higher. So it's going to be interesting to see how that plays out. I think the question is really, where are we 4 to 6 months from now? And you go back to the performance of the market. We had back-to-back years of 20+% S&P. Now we've got a market down 6, and the world's crashing. So hopefully cooler heads prevail both at the government level and then with investors, and we can kind of get through this period and get back to some level of stability and normalcy, but, to be determined.
Now, I know you don't have a crystal ball, but do you see as sort of the best case, worst case scenario over the next 6 months? For markets, for the economy?
Oh, geez, I'd have to ask my chief investment strategist. I don't really know the answer to that. I think it's hard to say. There's just so much unpredictability, from a geopolitical standpoint. It looks like there'll be enough votes to get the budget extension, so that gives the administration some headway to start working on tax reform. We'll see, but it looks like they have the votes to keep the government open until September, I think, is the next time. So that would be a good thing, by the way, in my view. I just think to have a government shut down in light of everything else that's going on would be completely ill-advised. I mean, you think the financial markets are struggling now.
Well, maybe we just give it over to ChatGPT and put it in and see what we get, which brings me to the role AI is playing in your business now. We heard Nationwide's putting its AI digital workers on its organizational chart. Are you doing something similar? What role is AI playing for Empower?
Yeah, I think like everybody, we're all in. We've been all in on this for years on traditional AI, but Gen AI, I'd say over the last 2 years. My chief technology officer signed up for a 25% increase in productivity. So that means instead of cutting 25% of our developers, we're actually going to do more production. We're going to do more output, which means we can bring more value-added services to our clients. So our team signed up for that using Copilot, very successful development software. So we're seeing lots of efficiency with writing new code, writing old code, testing. So that's one deployment. We've got it deployed in other areas around advanced call analytics and some of the things that we're doing with the 8 million calls that we take, and using AI to understand what went right or wrong about a call, and then being able to coach against that. We're using it on the client servicing side. We have a knowledge management type software. The business is, as you guys know, is incredibly technical. So when you hire people, they need to know a lot. So how do you make that simpler so you can reduce cycle time and get the customer issue resolved very, very quickly? First call resolution, that type of thing. So yeah, we've got, if anything, I don't think we're spending enough. And, but we have very specific, concrete targets that we're pursuing, so we can, measure effectiveness, get the win, and then move on to the next one. So that's sort of the approach we're taking.
And how do you see employees and plan participants reacting to AI or the idea of AI? We heard a little bit about, AI induces anxiety. But are you hearing, is that what you're hearing from your employees and
No.
your plan participants, or how are they viewing it?
Yeah, I don't think so. I think everybody realizes that there might be a skill reset for some folks. But, as long as there's growth in the underlying business, there's opportunity. I remember back in 2015 when we announced we were going to open up a captive in Bangalore. And I think we had 3,500 employees at the time. And everybody was, oh, geez, you're going to move all of our jobs to Bangalore. Today we have 2,800 people in Bangalore, and we have 11,000 people in the US. So, you know, clients are interested in what we're doing from an AI perspective because they always want to pay less. So to what extent can we deliver better efficiency and better quality? And I think on that score, we feel really confident we have a good story to tell. So, yeah, I haven't seen the anxiety on the employee side.
And what sort of check and balance do you put with AI? I mean, you have a lot of humans in the mix. Is that the true check, or can you train AI to fix its own mistakes?
Well, as was discussed in some of the previous sessions, a big part of it is the governance process that you have in place, and making sure that you have a system that and a set of capabilities that are done with integrity. If you think about it, the bad guys are using Gen AI too, right? We have $1.8 trillion on our platform. Oh, we did. It's probably 1.6 now with the market, but and 18 million investors, right? So the biggest commitment that we make is safeguarding their assets, and so part of the way we're leveraging AI is both defensively and offensively against the bad actors, and they pervade the market. So, and they're really smart. So you got to stay one step ahead of them. That's the one thing when people say, what keeps you up at night? That's the one thing that keeps me up at night.
And since we're here in Washington, the cherry blossoms are getting ready to pop soon. But I'm curious what message you want regulators, lawmakers, and the administration to know right now about the retirement system and how well prepared Americans are for their retirement.
Yeah, I'd say, more people are covered than they've ever been. People are saving more than they ever have. And we have a dynamic system that continues to iterate and evolve with innovation and a strong public-private partnership. It needs to continue. And so from that standpoint, I'm really encouraged because, we have some great elected officials that moved on, unfortunately, that had great expertise, like Ben Cardin and Rob Portman. But we still have Congressman Neal from Massachusetts and others that are real experts that want to see this work get completed. So to your point, I think there is a secure 3.0. And, I think we made a lot of strides. I mean, if you look at the numbers in the low income category, I mean, what they're saving today versus what they were saving 15, 20 years ago, that low income cohort is on target to exceed 100% of their pre-retirement income. Like, you'll never hear that in the media. It's true, 100%, through Social Security and through ancillary savings that they have. Here are a couple of other data points that I think are really important. So 90% of people entering retirement are drawing income from a retirement check, from a retirement account. 90%. 75% of 72-year-olds are taking distributions from either their account or a spouse account. 75% of 72-year-olds. So the retiree class today is as rich and as wealthy as it's ever been. So I'm not here to say the work is done, but I am here to say it would be absurd and ludicrous to try to say you're going to take over the private retirement system or you're going to scrap it and come up with something else. We have all the tools at our disposal. Don't underestimate the power of auto-enrollment, auto-re-enrollment, auto-escalation, the coverage mandate or requirement. When I talk to the Republicans on the Hill about this, they don't like mandates. We have mandates everywhere. Social Security is a mandate. You and I can't choose not to participate in Social Security. So why, if we've created these tax incentives for small businesses, if we've created the environment with technology and innovation to make it easy for people to adopt these plans, why wouldn't we mandate it? Not a match. The match should be discretionary. The client, the company should decide whether they want to match or not based on the performance of their company. But to have a plan, I think, is essential if we're going to get serious about whatever gaps exist. So I'm particularly sanguine about it. I'm encouraged. And I know a lot of the people in this room have done a lot of great work to get the system to where it is today. So everybody here should be very proud.
Well, on that encouraging note, I'm going to say thank you very much.
Thanks.
And I think a break is next.
All right, I'm excited to introduce our next panel, Expanding Retirement Coverage for Small Businesses. And you're going to build on a lot of what we've heard today, which I think is great. So excited for you all to share some new research and some new information about coverage for small businesses. As you can tell, it's a very hot issue. So we have our moderator, Amy Resnick, executive editor of Plan Sponsored Digital. So Amy, I'll let you introduce the rest of the panel, and thank you so much.
Thank you. There we go. Okay. So yes, as you heard, this panel is well situated and prepared to speak to a lot of the things that we've heard earlier today. We heard in the last session that companies with 10 employees or fewer, 75% of those companies don't offer a retirement plan. That is the opportunity space for what we're going to talk about here today. That's how we're going to measurably move the needle on providing retirement benefits, is by getting plans or companies of that size to be providing those benefits. So I think that's important. And to speak to that, we have two great speakers. We have Renee Grimm, Senior Vice President and the Retirement Plan Division Manager at Capital Group. Great to have you. And Shelley Horowitz, Managing Director at World Investment Advisors. And we're thrilled to have you here.
Thank you.
I have a few questions, but I wanted to start off just asking you, Renee, to speak a little bit to frame the conversation of using some of the research that Capital Group has done, examining common barriers and why we see this high level of non-provision, if you will, at the small business level.
Yeah, happy to. Thank you, Amy. And on behalf of Capital Group, thanks to EBRI for having us here. So we are really excited to release our third annual Small Business America report. It's work that we've been building on, specifically focused on, as Amy said, the small business. Our research encompassed over 1,000 different small business owners under the Department of Labor, so they all actually had 100 employees or fewer. And to frame out this first question, one of the things we wanted to uncover in our research were what sort of barriers to entry and obstacles exist for these smaller business owners. What are their objections in terms of establishing and offering a retirement plan to their employees? And then on the backside of that, what sort of benefits are they now realizing this plan can bring to their employee population? So this latest round of research taught us that business owners in the small market really are blending optimism with concern. About half of our respondents equally said that there were 3 key concerns that they had when it comes to establishing a retirement plan. 49% of them cited rising labor costs. 49% stated financial instability. And the financial instability that they talk about is often the flows and the revenues of the business itself. And we can later get into Secure Act and where some of that can alleviate some of those pressure points. But then also 48% cited regulatory changes. And these things, while we know there are some regulatory changes that can create extraordinary opportunity, some of these can be perceived by business owners as a barrier to entry. So the other thing that we wanted to really uncover is, what do they need to know? What are they wanting from us as providers in order to be able to offer this? And it probably comes as no shock to anybody in this room, and I think Dan from 401go touched on it earlier today. They're looking for a simple solution, an easy button with quick establishment, easy administration, and they're very, very influenced by the ability to have choice and control in that selection, and we can get into that later. But I think Shelley as well, from an anecdotal perspective, working directly with these business owners, can probably reinforce some of that data as well.
Yeah, thank you, Renee. Yeah, I think thank you to EBRI, thank you for Capital Group, and obviously Amy for hosting and giving us this chance to talk with you all today. So our piece of the business, we're really from startups all the way to $1 billion. So we're advisors, consultants to organizations. And we're seeing a huge amount of interest spurned on from all the regular places that individuals and business owners have always gotten information, which is a wide swath of people, places, and things. And one of the things that we are seeing especially is really the state mandate. We talked a little bit about it earlier. That was brought up as far as, who's actually spurning some of the interest is definitely the state mandate plans. And then where have traditionally small business owners been playing in the 401k or playing in the retirement space? And it's really a lot of times it's their bookkeeper, it's their CPAs, it's the individuals that are helping them and supporting them. But just like you and I, the number and percentage of people that actually have a financial advisor that they talk to, it's actually pretty low. It's a very small percentage. So we have to get that word out. And what's interesting is to Renee's point, a lot of business owners are really either not aware because they're not getting that help and that support from their traditional sort of advisor and consultant relationships out there. And then they're also not maybe feeling comfortable enough to actually implement those plans. And so we see PEPs, playing a major role. We'll get into a little bit of that. We could have an entire seminar and session on PEPs. But it's the Simples, it's the SEPs, it's the 401k plans, and it's really a whole host of everything. But small businesses absolutely are struggling, especially those under 10 employees. The space that we really tend to see more adoption and awareness and that extra sort of oomph to kind of get them to get a plan is really in that 20 to 50 space. That's kind of the sweet spot for a lot of organizations. They need the help, they're well established, now they're ready to possibly do something beyond, and I'll call it graduate from maybe what they were doing in the past. But complexity and ease of administration is paramount when you're talking about these types of plans for organizations that small.
Thank you. I think that sets the stage rather nicely for the rest of the conversation. We're talking about small businesses. We've heard today, thanks to our last panel, that we are in the midst of a stock market correction. And as I heard it's referred to on television last night, the R word has started to come up in the conversation. What is the economic outlook for small businesses, and how does that play into their decision-making around offering a retirement plan?
Yeah, that's a great question, Amy. I think the hard part for a lot of organizations, any size right now, is of course that uncertainty word, the R word, recession. When people are happy and they're feeling confident, they're more apt to do things. They're more apt to listen to advice and actually deploy something new. I will say in the space that we're really looking at, healthcare obviously is a big component to benefits, right? And it is usually of any size the largest expenditure after salaries, right? So we have a delicate balancing act. And we do a lot of conversation about the convergence of healthcare and retirement and how it can be a huge barrier for organizations when we talk about, what are they spending on other benefits? The 401k or a retirement plan may be the only benefit that an organization could possibly offer. They're not large enough, they don't want to offer health care, that's too expensive. So this may be the only carrot that they can dangle. And it is a little bit with trepidation because of where markets are, obviously 2025. So there's a lot going against us. And I would say, clearly 54% is the number of how many businesses and people are actually covered by a retirement plan today. If we were doing that from a conventional sort of school, grade, 54 is an F, right? So last I checked, that's not great, but it's encouraging because it's better than it used to be. And Secure 2.0, we talked a little bit about it earlier, it was alluded to, definitely has helped. Again, the state mandate plans are helping. But there's a lot of uncertainty with business owners, and when there's uncertainty, it's a harder sell to get them to look at a retirement plan and possibly spend some money, because most organizations are going to have to spend some money. Tax credits are great, but some money is going to be coming out of their pocket, and that's tough, especially from a cash flow perspective.
Yeah, so I'll add on where we see, business owners will articulate as far as where they're feeling with the confidence. And I think it's interesting where we are in this point in time as far as in comparison to where we were when we ended this research. 66% of the small business owners that we spoke to were really positive and optimistic about their outlook for their business. Now, when Ed was speaking, he took the wind out of my sails a little bit when he said that most of these businesses fail within 5 years. And our business owners didn't look that far. They went 3 years out, and that's where they're feeling really optimistic. But the reason that this is important, and especially as Shelley mentioned, hitting that sweet spot for the number of employees, one major shift that I've observed, I used to be in a sales role. I had the privilege and the pleasure of sitting across the table from hundreds of small businesses and institutions throughout the course of my career. And oftentimes when talking to a plan sponsor about getting a plan in place, they had 2 questions. They wanted to know how much they could save and if they could avoid having to contribute anything to their employees. And I was a little flippant. It was like, okay, that's the miracle plan and it doesn't exist. But what you can do now is you can look at the sentiments of a business owner and you can see that they are now recognizing the 401k as much more impactful in terms of the suite of comprehensive benefits. And we've seen data shift over the last decade that reinforces that individuals today are willing to forego a larger take-home pay if it means that their employer is going to offer them a much more robust and comprehensive benefits package. So now employers, even on the small market, are starting to recognize the 401k or other types of savings vehicles as a major talent acquisition and retention tool. And I think that, in conjunction with the fact that we are seeing more plan creation than we ever have before, is in fact a really positive leading indicator for where we are going to expand retirement access to the 45 million Americans that don't currently have access to.
Thank you. I think to your point, to both of your points, there was some research from EBRI, Boston College, and Greenwald Research in 2024 that found that of 9 out of 10 small business owners that are offering a plan say that it has a positive effect on employee attitude and performance, and said that it was, that it serves to advance their interest in recruitment and retention. So there is obviously an understanding, once they've gotten to the point of having a plan, that it can have positive benefits in addition to the costs.
I would say there's also an acceleration amongst certain individuals. If you look at when an associate is most assertive in their career advancement, it's in the ages of 35 to 45. Now imagine you're working for a small business and you see a person in the corner office at the end of the hall and they're 65, 66, 67, and you're kind of like, okay, when are they going to get out of the way? When's it going to be my turn? And this employer doesn't offer a plan. And that employee is not seeing an avenue to advance their career, and therefore they leave and they go to one of those larger employers that's offering that comprehensive benefit package where they know there's going to be opportunities for attrition and advancement to further their career. So again, looking at the total benefits package, oftentimes in our business, I can't focus on that right now. We have to deal with our health insurance benefits because of the cost. But what really motivates people is knowing that they're going to have an out. They're going to have their own parachute when they're tired of working or they hit retirement age. And the only way to deliver that to them is a robust savings vehicle like a 401k.
Well, and there's a different avenue, right, of the business owner and getting in the psyche of a business owner. Why do they make decisions? How do they make decisions? And for a lot of business owners, they're trying to solve the problem for themselves, right? So as altruistic as we want to think all of them might be, and they probably do care, a lot of times it's really about the return on investment for them, right? And for a lot of them, they do not even have a succession plan for their business. Retirement is their, essentially, getting the money out of their business is their retirement plan. And how many actually do that and sell successfully? Your research, Cap Group's research, is phenomenal on this, because one of the things that it really was poignant to me talked about the fact that, that's the plan. But how often is the plan the plan? And it is very rare to see that. So what they think they're going to cash out at the end, or maybe sell to a family member, or someone else is going to take on, about a third, a little less than a third actually think that they're going to sell to some other company. What actually in reality happens is those things don't occur. So that retirement plan for that business owner has just gone out the window, or it is not successfully done. A lot of them from your research were also talking about how they were disappointed a year or two after the fact of having sold that business and not getting what they thought out of it. And that's their retirement plan. So they really do need not only the conversation to business succession, but also talk about retirement. And those things do actually occur together. And so the more we can educate on that front, I think the better, and that we will get more adoption rates just because we have made it about them and their employees. So it can't just be one avenue.
I think to reinforce, sorry, Amy, to reinforce the stats about small business owners, 80% of them do not sell their business. And we look at what their intention is, 38% plan to pass it to a family member, 26% plan to sell to another business, and 22% plan to sell to their employees. 80% never make a sale. And then what's really fascinating about this is 75% of those who do sell their business report regretting it inside of the first year. So I've always met that with having a plan is the only plan. That is the only way to assure retirement security for yourself and for your employees.
Perfect. Yeah, and one of the other things that I think is important to mention is the adoption rate of plans in states that have that state mandate. It is substantially different than just the national numbers, and I know you've got some stats and information from your research, but we've seen, I mean, the state of Colorado, for example, they're one of the oldest, right along with California, who've offered a state plan. 22,000 employers now offer the state plan. 22,000. That is a huge needle mover in just recognition, awareness, and of course adoption. The more that we can talk about this, the better we'll have adoption rates. But I will say, out of those 22,000, are they best served with that option? Or were they just presented with that because they were afraid that they were going to get penalized, a fine, something, some kind of negative effect to their business because of it. So it's not necessarily, always the path or the awareness, but it's also what type of program do they offer. And administration is definitely the big barrier that they think and perceive in the traditional 401k space. And I think Ed's point earlier was that we've really removed a lot of those administrative barriers, payroll being one of them. Right? So, what's the common denominator for all businesses, small, medium, or large? They all have banking accounts and they all have payroll. So if we can attack it from those two angles, obviously that's going to have a much, much deeper effect, and we can educate them better on their options, that the state mandate plan may be not the only thing they need. There are lots of other ways in which they can get access to retirement programs.
That's really important to understand. Where does the hesitation come from? You've said administration and payroll and some of those obstacles have been removed with automation. Yeah. Other than cost, which I think we can all understand, where else does the hesitation come from?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of, really the whole point of, having consternation right now, but some optimism is important. The consternation over fees, viability, those are big ones, and administration, those are the top three, right? So if you can explain vehicles that don't have some of those facets, right? So one of the biggest areas that we see really resonate are the tax credits. Now, tax credits are different than an immediate feel, right? It's not immediate. You've got to file, your bookkeeper, accountant is going to be able to showcase, how that affects your bottom line. But the tax credits really, when you sit down and you can illustrate, you've got 12 employees, you're going to get a $5,000 tax credit by offering the plan. You're auto-enrolling because you have to. You're going to get a $1,000 credit for each person you're auto-enrolling for the first 3 years. That's meaningful. I mean, it's tens of thousands of dollars for a lot of organizations. And so
if
when
they
you
have
start
taxable
What's that?
If they have
If they
taxable
have taxable.
exposure.
We're going to talk about that in a second. And that's great for, a lot of these pass-through entities, which a lot of them are, LLCs, sub-S, right? So those are very important facets. So that tax credit really, if you educate individuals about that, that's honestly where all of a sudden that financial aspect really becomes a lot less of a factor, which is their number one issue.
So I think another important through line here, and this is a plug for anybody that is a retirement plan specialist, a producer like Shelley in the room, the importance when you are a business of having a financial professional, a consultant, an advisor who truly specializes and understands this space and can also aid you in the communication and the education of your participants will be a massive lift. And Shelley mentioned kind of some pockets of optimism or where you're seeing more attention paid to this space. Colorado, for instance. So when we think about retirement readiness and the business owners that we surveyed in Colorado, 83% of them were actually feeling very positive about their retirement readiness. But I think that there is a lot to be said for education and reality. We talked today about retirement income, and one of the big conundrums there is people don't know what their end date is. They don't know how long they're going to live, and they're not really sure what the right amount is. So when you put all of these things together, you can get false confidence, oftentimes, thinking, I've got this state-sponsored IRA, and I'm putting a couple $1,000s a year. That's going to do the trick. That is a lack of education. That is woefully misrepresenting what an investor needs in order to sustain the many years on average that they will spend in retirement. So what's holding them back? It goes back to one of my earlier statements, staying on Colorado, for example. 58% of our business owners, while they are optimistic about their own retirement readiness, they are most concerned about legal and regulatory impacts. And that again comes down to lack of understanding. We heard about mandates and how mandates can be off-putting for some participants. Shelley just described a mandate that is throwing money at small business owners. I don't know what's off-putting about that, but not understanding legal and regulatory challenges and not having the right guide to help you as a plan sponsor or administrator better understand these opportunities is a major miss in our industry, and we need more professionals that are dedicated to this space in order to make the headway that we need.
Good point. Yes, more me, please. Call me if you need the help. Always welcome to have that conversation. And I think, Amy, you mentioned something that we've talked about tax credit. The one area that, and I know Kim, you're going to love this, the not-for-profit, right? So if you're a not-for-profit, those tax credits do zero. So that is a huge area of necessary improvement from a policy standpoint, from just an awareness standpoint. One of the biggest opportunities that small associations have had are kind of these MEPAs, right? Multiple employer plans for associations. We're a trade association, which we are literally in. Alexandria and Arlington happen to be the largest in the entire country. And what's interesting about them is they've offered, association plans to their membership. And that is a thing. That has actually been probably the most notable for the association not-for-profit industry. But 403Bs and other not-for-profits, they do not get any of these tax credits. And there are a ton of really small association organizations. I happen to work with the American Society of Association Executives, so it's all the execs at all the associations around the entire country. And it is remarkable how many do not have anything. They don't even know that they can go out and obtain these. It is a barrier because they don't get the tax credits and they don't really have someone to talk to. So it's through these organizations that they find someone like myself, and then we start to educate and explain how easy this could actually be. And so this is something that is a great amount of territory for us, for the not-for-profit, the small association space especially, but the tax credits go out the window for those entities. So just like the PPP loans and all that, yes, Kim.
It's in Congress to do a federal offset, but they've been a little preoccupied.
Yeah, preoccupied in Congress, really? So yes, so hopefully we get some good things with that. And 403B, of course, legislation on allowing CITs, right, is back in front too. So there's some good things going on in the not-for-profit for retirement space right now, but that is a big one. There is still that barrier. So it's the traditional explain, understand. A lot of these individuals from an association, of course, do come from corporate and business. A lot of their boards are corporate and business, so they understand the concept. It's a matter of financing it and affording it, and then the administration.
Thank you. That does touch on what I was alluding to. So we've talked a little bit about the tax credits, about some of the other requirements of Secure 2.0 for, that if they are starting a plan, there are certain things that people have to do. In your meetings with business owners, how aware are they or their potential advisors of these both opportunities and responsibilities?
I'll cover stats first. That's my role today. So I found this to be a pretty startling revelation, if you will. And so I mentioned that we have done this Small Business America report consecutively for the last 3 years. So in 2023, our research found that only 53% of small business owners were aware of Secure Act. I feel like that surged, and I'm a little taken back by it. The reporting today is 70%. They are aware. That's it. They're aware. They know that this thing exists. It might be nebulous or confusing, and it's also very varied based on, do you currently have a retirement plan? If so, how long has that plan been in place? Are you offering things like automatic enrollment, automatic escalation? So we are seeing more awareness, but again, it comes back to having a financial guide that can help you understand whether or not your entity is eligible and how you can design a plan to optimize these types of benefits for you as the employer, but also for your employees. And this also comes back to the cultural shift that I referenced earlier. In knowing that these business owners recognize that there is a provision that is out there to help make retirement plans more accessible to themselves and their employees. And 39% do in fact believe that if they can get a plan in place, it will improve their employees' morale. But that gap of knowledge is really where we're seeing the interest and the optimism of a retirement plan and the lack of action in some cases being taken because they just don't know where to go, where to start, and what type of plan is going to be a best fit for them.
Yeah. And I'll be honest, our space, the advisory space, where you get access to help and administration and trying to get that set up, we haven't traditionally played in the very small, organizational market, right? So most of the advisory shops and brokers and advisors, I hate the word broker, but consultant and advisor, we're really usually much, much further up market, right, traditionally, because it's hard to live in the smaller end of the market, right? We're not charities. We have to have a business, and a lot of help needs to be had with these smaller organizations to just stand up a plan. But one of the things that I'm encouraged by is when we do actually sit down with a business owner, explain this, the light bulb really goes out. They get excited because we can, again, show them the ROI of just what it means to them, and then what it means to their employees. And I will say that's where that convergence of healthcare and retirement starts to come in, especially those that kind of are that 20 to maybe 75 kind of space. You've got ACA that kicks in at 50, and then all these others under 50. It's a tough place, not only to attract and retain, but to keep up, with all of these other organizations. What we've seen in some of our research too is the complete change, and that it's not just about salaries and work-life balance anymore. Those were the two bookends that everyone's had to deal with over the last 4 or 5 years since pandemic. Now we're really switching into more of that financial wellness. I need to help establish plans for my employees that go well beyond just I'm giving you a paycheck and I'm letting you work from home 3 days a week and I'm paying you a decent wage, right? So that's where we're starting to see the appetite. And the employees are definitely having that conversation, but the business owners, when you really sit down and have that conversation, the light bulb goes off and they are actually really excited. And especially if they're a family-owned business, very tightly held, they want to do right by that next generation. And they see it immediately when you start to articulate, you've got people working for you for 10 or 20 years and you've never offered a retirement plan. That doesn't feel good for a business owner. So when you can explain it that way, there is a huge, huge, huge amount of just demystifying that we can do to show them they can afford it and it isn't administratively burdensome.
You mentioned that folks like yourself, advisors, aren't necessarily working in the smallest business space. So where are those small business owners going to get information, to get help? And what kind of help are they getting?
Yeah, it's usually bookkeepers, right? They're hiring a part-time bookkeeper or accountant, and that bookkeeper or accountant may or may not know anything about these Secure 2.0 capabilities, or how to get that next rung of advice and consultation. The other piece is definitely payroll providers. I've been waiting for maybe the payroll providers to wake up and think, gosh, maybe this PEP thing could really work for me. I honestly am very shocked that there hasn't been more adoption and more creation by the payroll companies themselves. But a lot of the smaller, it used to be like 3 or 4 payroll companies, 10, 15 years ago. Now there's hundreds of really small cloud-based payroll providers now, and they all have networks that they need to help those individuals with. So if you just have a conversation with your payroll provider, most of them have a local person that they'll actually say, you need to talk to this person for benefits, you need to talk to this person for retirement. So it's a really fascinating change. The payroll proliferation in that small market has changed exponentially. So we just need to do a better job of educating them.
Yeah. I would also say that those are more end step resources. Thinking about where these small business owners go to access information, we first found that 53% of these small business owners actually don't have a financial professional that they're working with. So that presents an incredible opportunity for them to understand their financial position, not just as a business entity, but also as an individual investor. The upside to that is those who do on occasion seek that advice, 38% of the small business owners say that they trust the advice that they are given. But access is a major issue, not just for the plan sponsors, but for the participants as well. But the other thing that I found interesting, especially in light of our recent election outcomes, is the sources of information, and podcasts are surging. When you look at the popularity of a podcast, it was up 10%, so from 20% of our small business owners last year's reporting that's where they're accessing information to 30%. And then ironically, I know CNBC was here earlier. They used to host something called the Small Business Playbook, and a lot of small business owners would come and learn about various aspects of running a more efficient business, offering a retirement plan. And this was a really mind-blowing statistic. These business owners, 7% of them reported in 2023 that they were getting information from conferences and symposiums, and that surged to 29%. So they are seeking this information. They're being much more proactive in trying to inform themselves and better understand the options and the implications that are out there to take action or to abstain from taking action at this point.
So with that in mind, what is the opportunity to get some of this information that you and your companies and a lot of the people represented here today have to offer into the hands of these small business owners or the people who might be providing it to them?
Yeah, I think it's traditional, media outlets, right? So, most small business owners read. They read up on things. They read, various things. They listen to podcasts, as Renee had mentioned. And what we're not doing is a really good job of letting them know, people like me exist to help them with this. I don't know how many times I had no idea. I get that a lot when we walk into organizations who've never sponsored a plan. Maybe they have individuals that have worked other places that have had, of course, retirement programs. The interesting part about it is how they get to someone like me or someone directly to, like a capital group or some other financial advisor. A lot of people have, financial accounts, IRAs built up. They'll call them and ask, I need to set something up for my small business. And they're not necessarily getting the right information. And that's most frustrating. We take over a lot of small plans that are in disarray because they just went about it the wrong way and they didn't have the right people at the helm. And that's that's frustrating to watch. And a lot of these have struggles. That's not their business. So they need to have good providers and service providers to work with. The one thing that I would say, and I did this because a lot of small businesses, really small, especially the 1, 2, 3, up to 10, they may be using, QuickBooks, an Intuit product, a TurboTax, like one of the most prolific, softwares out there for tax purposes. If you ask TurboTax Business for retirement plan, do you know what comes up? It's IRAs. It's IRAs, it's not even a business plan. It's completely based on the individual versus a business. So, we're talking about awareness and understanding that really starts top down. Where do we need to have these entry points? It's everywhere. It's chambers, it's banking, right? As I mentioned before, the common denominator is payroll and banking relationships. Every single business has one. So more we can educate that constituency, the better.
Yeah, Shelley's mentioned CPAs a couple of times, and I think a CPA can be a really, really important kind of tool in an employer's toolkit, if you will. But if you just bear with me on a simple analogy, if any of you own a home and you're planning on having work done on your home, let's say you need to rewire some electrical work, how many of you are going to call a plumber? You laugh. Why not? Doesn't a plumber know what it looks like behind the walls? Right? They know what that's like. They work on homes. Isn't it the same? No. That's the importance of having an important third-party administrator, a specialist that eats, sleeps, and breathes this business. So when I think about how to encourage an employer to get started, I'm thinking about it from a 30,000 foot. Simple, executable things. And the first thing is get motivated, right? They're starting to understand and really realize that this is a major tool that can be rewarding for them as a business owner, but also for their employees. The attract and retain benefit cannot be underscored. Those of you that are employers in the room, you don't need me to tell you how much it costs to source high quality talent, to train them and get them up and running in a job. It is much less expensive to offer a high quality retirement plan to keep those talented employees. I would say the second thing is understand what your perceived barriers are and get educated. And there's a number of different ways, as we've kind of discussed today, that you can seek that information. You can go directly to a specialist. But that really brings me to the 30,000 foot point of don't go it alone. You don't have to. There's an abundance of tools and resources. At Capital Group, one of the things that we are striving to do, we touch all parts of the retirement market, from the small business all the way up to the mega institutions and the multi-billion-dollar plans. But we have an innate commitment. We want to be the preeminent provider of small business solutions. And in doing so, we're creating something called Small Business America Hub. And this is a resource specifically designed to target small business owners to help them understand, maybe in a decision tree, what's the difference between a SEP or a simple? What's the difference between a 401k, adding profit sharing, what is a safe harbor, and guide them to maybe make an educated decision on what type of plan is best for them. But also, we want to partner with our financial professionals in the industry, in the field. So we are going to create an advisor locator tool that's going to look at who are people that actually do retirement plan business in a meaningful way, not a dabbler, but someone that really knows this business inside and out and has clients already on their book so they understand the demographic in which they're working. So don't feel like you need to go it alone. That's incredibly important. And that's kind of, again, I think Shelley has articulated and demonstrated that having a right professional guide you through these decisions, just the same as you wouldn't make a health insurance decision without your health insurance agent or a group plan professional, don't think about offering or starting a retirement plan without engaging with a true specialist that can help you understand the benefits, the implications, and overcome those barriers to entry.
Thank you. That's really helpful. We have just a couple minutes left. I want to see if there are any questions in the audience, and if there are, we can take those. I know we're standing between you and the last panel and then the reception, so I don't want to belabor things. But then I also wanted, if we don't have audience questions, I want to just throw it back to our speakers. we've heard a lot today about the value or the usefulness of AI in this business. Is there anything in specific to the small business owner that you think AI is going to be a useful tool or to move things forward?
I think we talked about it earlier, the AI generative side of things, right? The reaction, you do some inputs and you actually get some things out. I mean, that could be the first level of defense of just educating. Like I mentioned, the TurboTax for Business question, right? If TurboTax for Business could figure out all these inputs, this would be a really great avenue for you, is to offer a 401k plan. You know, these are the types of things that can lead people to kind of that barrier of entry of knowing where to start. I think AI can be a huge, huge, huge advocate for all of us to get that, to at least that first conversation out of the way.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if this really would get at what you're thinking, Amy, but you know, thinking about the panel that was up here earlier, and a comment was made about using AI to free your employees up to do the human work. And as a small business owner, it was always my observation, they are chief cook and bottle washer. They have more side quests on a day-to-day basis than they can ever possibly accomplish. So is there a way they can use AI to eliminate some of those kind of side quests, little popcorn moments of like, oh my gosh, everything has to stop for this fire drill? How can you create that efficiency so you can give yourself as a business owner more time to think about the human element of your business? How are you delivering products and services? How are you touching and impacting your employees? So I think that there's a limitless amount of use cases. It's just going to be a matter, again, of us getting over the fear. And I had a very heated debate one morning with my husband about how AI was going to take my job. And I assure you, no. I was like, at the end of the day, people want to deal with humans on the things that are most important to them. And I think when it comes to our life savings and the 401k or a retirement plan being the single largest asset that the average American will amass in their lifetime, that requires a human touch, and I don't see that changing.
Understood. With that, I think we have reached the end of our time. So I want to thank our speakers and thank the audience for your participation and your attention.
So I'm pleased to introduce this panel, Working and Saving for Generations Ahead, the Generations Ahead, as we consider how to ensure the financial security for future generations and to enhance the overall savings and health and wealth, things we've been talking about, sort of a theme running through today's event. We'll have a discussion of the economics of programs or plans, kind of a little of both, that provide funds at birth. And we'll be highlighting research and considering models for doing this. So we're excited about this panel. It's an important topic and something that we're going to be focusing on at our global conference as well. So the session is moderated by Mike Pivovar, EVP of MI Finance, whom I introduced already. And his paper that he worked on with Rob Shapiro was just released yesterday, The Economic Impact of Invest America Accounts. So he'll be talking about that, but Mike's the moderator, and Rob will highlight the work that he's done over time. And Lauren Palumbo, leader of Future Growth Initiatives at Prudential Financial, will be discussing their research and highlighting a little about Generation Beta that I didn't know existed. We're already in Generation Beta, which makes me feel really old because I have been fighting this, but I really am a boomer. So just like 1 year in, I keep saying, well, I don't really identify with boomers, but I am one. And then the Honorable Laura Montoya, the New Mexico State Treasurer, is going to be discussing the new program that she's working on, and a really impactful program and very ambitious program related to baby bonds and giving a larger amount. And she has some interesting facts and statistics. So, Mike and Rob's paper is more of a big picture analysis. So join me in welcoming the panel. Thanks.
I think we got testing. Yep. All right, great. Thanks, Cheryl. And once again, thanks to Barb Marder and her team at EBRI for being such great partners on this wonderful event. As Cheryl mentioned, I have the great pleasure of working with her and Mairead on our Lifetime Financial Security Program. And when we were deciding what to call our program, we discussed different alternatives that had the word retirement in them. But we quickly realized that even though retirement planning is a hugely important topic and a primary focus of our work, we wanted to let people know we're focused on helping people achieve financial security throughout their lifetimes. And so I'm really pleased to moderate this session, which focuses on younger generations and the beginnings of their lifetime. So As Cheryl mentioned, we have a wonderful panel of experts who's going to discuss some new developments in both the private and public sectors. She's already introduced the folks, so I'll skip that. And before I turn to our first speaker, Lauren Palumbo, I want to remind everyone that we'll save some time at the end of the session for Q&A. If you have questions as we go along, raise your hand. I'm a former academic professor, so I'm used to people interrupting and asking questions, and so happy to do that. So, Lauren, let me turn to you first. First of all, so your title at Prudential Financial is Leader of Future Growth Initiatives for the Retirement Strategies business. What does that mean in terms of a role?
We handle all of the really cool things in retirement. So what we're focused on, what I wake up every day thinking about really is out 1, 2, 5, 10 years, both on the wealth management and the defined contribution side. Where are there opportunities for new markets? Where is there opportunity for growth and expansion? And what we're really focused on now is the idea of delivering retirement income in brand new ways. So bringing insurance protection into the investment space on both the wealth and the DC side.
Oh, that's great. So as Cheryl mentioned, starting in January of this year, there's the first of the new generation called Generation Beta. So, by the way, if anyone wants to feel old, the oldest Gen Zs will turn 28 this year, and the oldest millennials will turn 44 this year. So for those of us in Gen X or before, we're feeling really old at this point. So you recently released a comprehensive and really fascinating report called Generation Beta, Redefining Life Longevity in Retirement, which includes extensive research, interviews, focus groups, and a survey. So tell us about some of the key findings of this report.
Yeah, so as of January 1, Generation Alpha is done. We've moved on to Beta. And Beta, think about it as really a generation that's going to be defined by continuous development. And there are a number of really interesting themes that were woven through the research. One is this generation will be marked by technology. This is a generation that is going to have to be adaptable, flexible, is requiring customization and personalization in all interactions. And really, this generation will have to experience a radically different world than we all live today, with technology, with changing social and economic norms. Some of the findings that I found most interesting, 68% of those surveyed believe that Generation Beta will have more pets than children. That does deserve a little bit of a chuckle, but when you actually pause for a moment and think about the implications of that, when you think about that on products and solutions that will be needed, financial investing, and certainly multi-generational caregiving, that really changes the way we'll think about all of this moving forward. Generation Beta, in terms of how they work, completely different than most of our experiences today. 80% of those surveyed believe that Generation Beta babies, as they navigate through life, they'll have more than 3 distinct careers, spanning over 10 companies that they'll actually work for. And 86% of those surveyed believes that the jobs that Generation Beta has aren't even existed. They don't even exist today. So really, really kind of different norm. When you talk about healthcare, 71% of those surveyed believe that Generation Beta will have individualized healthcare based on their DNA. So really just changing all facets of the way we live. And at Prudential, we did this because we wanted to really shed light into the world that this next generation will be living in, because we're so committed to providing protection to all generations and really helping people live better lives longer.
Yeah, I mean, it was an absolutely fascinating report. In addition to the pets data that you brought in, a couple of the data points here hit some of the key themes that we heard in our earlier sessions. 54% believe that AI will be able to empathize with humans in the future, not just interact, but empathize with humans. Another one was 55% believe the Generation Beta will be wealthier than their parents, but at the same time, 61% predicted they will face more economic uncertainty. Related to the first session with Brian Portnoy, people aren't dumb, but life is hard, right? And life is going to get a lot more complicated, a lot more hard, a lot more economic uncertainty. And then finally, the one where it's 80% of Generation Beta parents agree that parents should ideally start saving from their child's retirement since birth. When that'll transition to the next part of the conversation. Did you want to add to that?
No, we'll get there. That's great.
Yeah, it's good. So that'll bring us to the next part. So what we're going to talk about next are 3 different programs, one at the state level, one at the federal level, and one in the private sector that really start targeting savings and investment at birth. So first, let me ask Laura Montoya, who is the treasurer of New Mexico. You have a program that you're pushing forward that would allow every baby born in New Mexico starting July 1st to be given a so-called baby bond. And many of us have heard about different baby bond proposals in the past. Tell us about sort of the key features of this program, why it's important to New Mexico, and the expected financial impacts. And we'll get to the second round of questions, we'll get to broader sort of social and economic impacts. But give us the nuts and bolts of the program.
Sure. Well, thank you for having me. I'm really excited to be here with all of you today. So the New Mexico Baby Bond Program is something that we're thinking will have $7,000 per baby born starting July 1st. We proposed a piece of legislation, Senate Bill 397. We're currently in our New Mexico legislative session right now. It's sponsored by Senators Leo Jaramillo and Senator Antonio Momaestas. And what it would do is it would allow for us to have generational wealth. And so sometimes it's called baby bond because sometimes people bond it out. But in New Mexico, we have the second largest permanent fund in the country. We're at about $60 billion in our state investment council. And so it's $700 million that would equate to every baby born, about 22,000 children are born per year in New Mexico, and that would last until 2060. And we would utilize it for home ownership, for a home in New Mexico so that it's building our own economy, being able to utilize it for educational purposes, and then if we can get the anti-donation situation resolved, some entrepreneurship and retirement. And that's baby bonds in a nutshell. It's about $700 million of a cost, but when people say, whoa, that's a lot of money, I think, wow, I'm helping invest $100 million to $500 million for every deal that we do with SIC every month, several of them. So to invest in our children, invest in our families and in our community. Imagine you as a young woman having a child, being able to have somebody be able to say that government is here to have your back and support you, and that your child has some type of investment already situated for them. Or being that child when you were 17 or 18 years old and you didn't know how you were going to make ends meet and maybe go to school and work 3 jobs just so that you can try to do better for yourself than what maybe your parents were able to do. And somebody said, hey, I got you. I'm going to go ahead and help you out with, rent or with a home or a down payment or your education. I think this is a way of bridging the gap of inequity. It's a way of building wealth. And when you look at New Mexico statistics, which we'll get into later, it tells you even more so how important and critical this is for particularly my state.
And so the bill has been introduced in the legislature, and they're actively looking at it right now?
Yes. So there's 2 bills. One is more of a task force, and the money was just stripped. The other one is in Senate tax and has not had a hearing yet. But Senate Bill 397 and House Bill 7.
That's fantastic.
Yes.
So Rob, yesterday the Milken Institute released a report you co-authored with yours truly, titled The Economic Impact of Invest America Accounts. Tell us about these accounts. They're a little bit of a twist on the baby bond issue here. What are the key financial features and what are the expected financial impacts?
Right, thank you. It's a pleasure to be with you today. The Invest America proposal really stands on the shoulders of the baby bond movement, which has been going on for about 20 years. And it is a variation. The variation is that the account is not a savings account. It's an account which is invested in a broad index of U.S. companies, say the S&P 500 or the Russell 2000. This produces certain variations from the baby bond program, principally because the rate of return on U.S. equities is higher than the rate of return on savings accounts. Since 1957, that return has averaged 10%, 6.5% after inflation. If you take a more recent period, say from the beginning of the 70s, noting that the 70s were a flat market, the return is still 9.6%. And the advantage of that is simply that the wealth grows faster. And we'll also talk about what we think are the social benefits of this particular approach. Let me say all these approaches are right. All these approaches address the fundamental problem that a majority of American children are born into families that do not save at all. And they then confront a series of life challenges that require capital. And they don't have it. And so all of these are addressing it. We did simulations, and because that's what economists do. If you started with $1,000, boy, I'd love to start with $7,000, incidentally. If you start with $1,000, in 20 years you've got $8,000. If parents or employers also can contribute to these accounts, the employers could deduct it. The parents cannot, because that would skew the distributional benefits of the plan towards higher income people. They could give $500, $1,000, $500 or $1,000 a year. If employers did it, they would be subject to the Treasury's non-discrimination clause, that if you're doing it for one employee within a group, you have to do it for all employees within that group, just like we do with health care and pension plans. And, you know, if you start with $2,000 or $3,000 or $5,000 or $7,000, you've got college tuition. You have a serious down payment on a home. You have the capital required to start a business. And in all three cases, the primary barrier today is savings or capital. Most of the young businesses that fail because of inadequate capital or inadequate access to capital, which is to say inadequate collateral. Similarly, the greatest hurdle for young people to buy a home is the down payment. So this is an attempt to address the real world barriers to people improving their lives.
So Rob, we have a lot of folks from the private sector here. In these accounts, what would be the role of asset managers in the private sector in these accounts?
These accounts would be managed by private financial institutions overseen by the Treasury. We've spoken to some major financial institutions, and they've all said that they would either charge a minimal fee or no fee at all, because it's a good way to get customers, and there isn't going to be movement in these accounts, which requires, effort and money by the financial institution for at least 18 years.
Great. And unlike the New Mexico baby bonds program, it's not currently in the federal legislature yet, but we're very, very close. We have been in contact with Senator Haggerty and Senator Booker, who are working on a bill that they're going to co-sponsor and be a bipartisan bill that would be introduced in the Senate very soon. They're still working out some technical issues. For many of you in the retirement industry know that retirement type accounts touch multiple committees on the Hill, and so they're working out sort of who has different roles on those things. So we're looking forward to that. Of course, the bill that may be introduced may be slightly different than what we look at. We look at what we call the plain vanilla version, $1,000, and those sorts of things. So, and let me come back to Lauren here. So you didn't just do a report about Generation Beta. Prudential Financial now is stepping up as a private sector firm, and you have something, and I've practiced saying this 100 times. I'm going to try to say it. Beta baby bonus. Sorry, so
doesn't
you
he do a good job?
Yeah, beta baby bonus. What is that, and what do you think the financial impacts of that are?
So in addition to the turning of the new generation, Prudential recently celebrated our 150th anniversary. So to really commensurate both of those events, Prudential, for all babies born on January 1st of this year, if you put through an application on our website, you sign up, we will give a $150 bonus to that baby. What's behind that is really the message that it's never too early to save. It's never too early to save for retirement. When you think about that $150 invested just using kind of simple average annual compound interest, when that beta baby turns 70, it's $100,000. So it's not immaterial. And we did this because we are really committed to expanding access to retirement security across all generations. So with those born just a couple of months ago to kick off this new generation, all the way through those that are currently in market, we're equally committed there, and really believe very strongly in the partnership between the private sector, government, as well as employers, and really coming together to provide solutions so that we can meet the needs across those generations. It's really interesting, 81% of individuals that we surveyed in our report believe that financial institutions have the power to change the financial service industry for future generations. I have 3 little ones in those future generations, so I literally and figuratively am awoken every morning kind of thinking about that, and I think what's going on across all 3 of those efforts is really a great depiction of that.
Oh, that's great. So Laura and Rob, I know you guys are chomping at the bit here. There's not just the financial impacts of this, but the broader social and economic ones. Laura, let me go to you first. You touched upon this, why it's so important for New Mexico, but let's get into those broader issues.
A little bit, but I wanted to show you now that this clicker, somebody's helping me click, how this works. So if you had a $3,000 amount per child, $5,000 or $7,000, that's what the annual appropriation would be. So when we looked at those numbers, we realized that it's better if we did the full appropriation, you get more bang for your buck. And when you're looking at 3, 5, or 7, you look at inflation, you look at everything else, you actually get more money at the end. So by the time your child turns 18, or a child turns 18 that gets a baby bond, they'd have approximately $20,000 to $25,000. If they're 35 years of age, it's about $75,000. We found through the data through Echo Northwest that in reality, most 18-year-olds would not use their baby bond right away. In New Mexico, almost all education is free now, so they wouldn't need to use it as much. So if they kept it for that course of time, they'd be able to end up with that. If they didn't use it and they had a retirement, it'd be $175,000, between $175,000 and $375,000, I believe is the amount. So why? Well, in New Mexico, and if we can, somebody can click to the first page, I'd appreciate it. In New Mexico, we ended up having almost 80% of all of our children born into Medicaid. We're the #1 Medicaid recipients in the United States. In addition to that, when you're looking at how much we spend on supplemental funds, it's about $10 billion per year. So in reality, $700 million is nothing. It's a drop in the bucket. A lot of people are forgetting to ask, what's the cost if we don't do this? Yes. And I think that's sometimes the most important. Elected officials have a tendency for instant gratification, right? You need to take money back to your district. You need to be able to have something that supplements right now. But we as leaders need to understand, and we get the pressure from people like you, that we need to be visionary about what do we see for our future and for our children's future. It's critical that we're able to look at things like this. So if you look at the first pages, can you get me to that point, somebody? There you go. So you'll see where it tells you about what baby bonds are, but on the New Mexico statistics, you'll see that our numbers don't look so good. So even though we have the second largest wealth fund in the country, we're one of the poorest states in the nation. Even though we have second largest in crude oil production, we still have one of the lowest rates in education. And so there's a disconnect between where we're at on our sovereign wealth fund and where we're at educationally and economically. And so the idea of bridging these two gaps, even suicide rates, for example, as a benefit, suicide rates in New Mexico are double the national average. So is violence. We're #1 in crime. So all of these numbers tell us clearly there's a disconnect of what we're doing today versus what we need to do for tomorrow. And so those numbers are critical to understanding the importance of something like baby bonds, but especially and in particularly in a place like New Mexico where we're a majority minority state. It's predominantly Latino and Native. And yet, disproportionately, they're the ones that don't have the houses, they're the ones that don't have income, they're the ones that are traveling and leaving our state to go to other places. So why wouldn't we invest the most that we can into our children and our families?
Oh, that's great. So Rob, at the federal level, the program that we're looking at, how is it designed to make sure that the benefits don't accrue to just the wealthiest people who don't need the money and that gets to folks like that Laura was talking about?
Well, the main mechanism is that it is an automatic and universal program. You don't have to apply, you get it automatically because you've been born. And it goes to everyone. And you know, part of the issue here, one of the critical issues, and in our proposal and in baby bond proposals, which are universal, one second, I lost my chain of thought. One of the real issues is wealth inequality. Today, the top 10% of Americans hold 72% of all financial assets. The bottom 50% of Americans hold 2%. 2%. This is all Federal Reserve data. If you look just at stock, which is independently owned, which is to say outside of pension plans, the top 10% own 87% of stock, and the bottom 50% own 1% of stock. And so this is a real attempt, a nationwide attempt to begin to address the yawning economic and, in particular, wealth inequality that's arisen in America. And tied to that is our other thought and goal about why we wanted to have these accounts invested in a broad index of U.S. companies. And that is, in particular, for children from families in the bottom half, and not just the bottom half, actually the bottom 3/4 of the country. It's a way of giving young people, particularly low and moderate income young people, a stake in the U.S. economy. It's a way to engage them in the central economic process and in the markets of America. And that changes attitude. And we need to change those attitudes. Most recently, a survey by the Pew Research Institute found that 82% of Democrats and 64% of Republicans consider U.S. capitalism fundamentally unfair. And indeed, by creating a universal program that gives people a clear personal financial stake in the developments in the economy, we hope to begin to turn that around.
And then for the individuals too, right? So they have a stake in the economy, they can look on their phone, they can see what happens on this, and we think that it's going to have broader impacts in terms of financial literacy and financial education. It goes from being an abstract concept from people that don't have this to something that actually is meaningful.
We reviewed all the literature on all the baby bond programs, and there's one set in particular that's been very powerful. It's the Oklahoma Seed Program, and which I'm sure you're very familiar with. It's particularly useful for economists because when they set it up, they enrolled 3,150 children randomly selected and demographically reflecting the demographics of the area, and they enrolled a parallel control group that didn't receive the savings accounts. And the results were very clear, that it changes attitudes, and not just among the children, but among the parents. That the parents become more involved, they become more financially literate, as do the kids. And the parents, knowing that they have, an initial stake for their children's education, change their behavior with respect to their child's education. They become more involved in their school, the kids have higher attendance, the kids are more likely to graduate, they get better test scores, they have better socialization skills. Now, again, this is all in contrast to a parallel control group. So we know what we're observing. So giving people a stake either through savings accounts or through our approach of stock ownership changes people's view of their own future and what they can accomplish, which is why we see this really striking difference in educational attitudes and educational achievement based on it.
Great. Lauren, anything you want to add here before I open it up to the audience?
Sure. Maybe final thought is anything where we're able to start saving early and where we're able to start at the earliest generation and kind of work that forward, that's really where we'll expand access to retirement security, certainly across generations. And that is really going to be a foundational component as we think about how we chip away at 75% of people globally feeling insecure about retirement in later years. This is a great place to begin from day one and beyond.
I couldn't have said it better. I mean, we typically think about saving for retirement, and we typically think about 21, 22 until you retire. Well, we've lost 20, 21, 22 years of compounding, right? And there's only two free lunches in the financial markets, which is diversification and compounding. So now you have an extra 20-some years of that. So let me open it up to questions, comments from folks in the audience. Yeah, Dominic.
Yes, I chair a public benefit corp called Moneybird, and we sponsor and manage baby bond programs for low-income families in New Mexico. as well as inner-city Atlanta and inner-city St. Louis. One thing that we've done that we require of all families is that they have to go through financial literacy curriculum and go through it throughout the child's life before they can access the money. So not only the child, but the family have to do that. And the reason we do that is because we believe you just don't want to give people and families, particularly low-income families, fish. You want to teach them how to fish, right? That's number one. The second is when we talk with some of these governments, we're saying that we actually believe that low-income families tend to have large costs on the government. We actually believe over time, if we do this systematically as a country, like the cost to government for social programs would actually go down significantly. And so I have maybe two questions for the panelists, and particularly for our Milken panelists. One is your program at the national level going to require financial literacy as an aspect? And second, do you see similar, is there evidence that having wealth at an earlier age with low-income families, that it actually becomes less of a burden on government over time? I was wondering if there's any evidence that you've seen or you can point us in the right direction.
Well, we do, our proposal does include online financial literacy access for every family that receives this Invest America grant. I'd actually like to make it available to everybody. The other question is a very interesting question. We would certainly expect to see it. We did not do that analysis. But, we know, for example, that among low-income minority children who participated in the Oklahoma Seed program, they were 3 times more likely to attend college than their parallel people in the children in the control group, and 2.5 times more likely to graduate from college. The fact is, education is central to being independent, i.e. not dependent on government supports. So I would expect to see that, but the truth is we did not examine that.
So I want to answer Dominic's question too, because we actually used Echo Northwest to determine ours. The legislation does have a financial literacy component approved by the Treasurer's Office in Senate Bill 397, because I think that's the major aspect of what we're missing right now in most schools and in most societies, especially in poverty driven homes. But the increases that we did see, or the positives, was an increase in educational attainment, a decrease in reliance on public assistance, which I told you in New Mexico it's $10 billion per year, a decrease in stress, breaking intergenerational poverty, of course, increase in financial literacy, decrease in reducing housing costs, the health outcomes for incarceration, for suicide, for violent deaths, for substance abuse, and for mental health all went down. And then the debt reduction, and then the improvement in the job market, which of course, when you're paying property taxes at higher levels, then you're putting more money into your schools, your hospitals, your roads, et cetera. The one thing I wanted to ask a question of you all is it for people that are low income, the program that you're thinking of, or is it for everyone? Because under Dr. Hamilton's viewpoint, he was pretty upset with me at first that I said it was going to be for all New Mexicans. And the reason why I did that is because we're poorest. So if we're all in a line, almost all of my New Mexicans are at the back of the line. So at the end of the day, we're all a lot more poor than the rest of the nation. So that was what convinced him to say, okay, we can pull the data. The second reason why I wanted all of the data was because those who ended up in foster care or ended up with a parent being passed away, this I learned from Treasurer Ma in California, They have a smaller program of baby bonds that's for foster kids and for people who lost their parents during COVID. Massachusetts has a similar program. There's 27 state treasurers that are working on this right now to try to get baby bonds done in one way or another. In New Mexico, like Dominic said, we have community partnership for community action, who has a pilot project that's working on it on a private end and using philanthropy money to utilize and work for that program. Atlanta, Georgia has another pilot project. But the idea is, the whole point of generational divide and to break that is to help those that need it the most. So on my end for your bill, my question would be, why is it for everyone? If we're trying to break the cycle of poverty, it should be for those that are lower income.
The reason it's for everyone is in order to establish national support for it. This is, and our view is that the society and the government should be investing in every child in America, that's part of the mission of national government. And it will be a fairly trivial asset for people at the top. But we also think it's a positive social statement that children from poor families are being treated exactly the same as children from wealthy families. Federal government has more financial resources.
And we don't forego the option of opening up for philanthropists to put additional money in, and they can choose to put in for certain folks, right, in conjunction with their foundations or whatever, for states to kick in money as well. And so, there could be differential amounts for certain ones, but for the reasons Rob said, we thought it was important to have it universal accounts.
And we wouldn't expect high-income people to be adding to their child's account because there's no tax advantage for the individual to do so. And high-income people can start investment accounts for their kids on their own, and many do. So we expect that we would see more of this in moderate and middle-class families than in high-income families.
Yeah. Other questions?
I'm curious how, universal basic income was like a popular thing for a while. I'm not sure if that's still I know one's income versus wealth, one's for maybe adults versus kids, but how do these connect or not connect? Is there any relation between these types of programs?
I'd call it universal basic wealth rather than universal basic income. Because it creates a foundation of wealth for every child.
Walked away to walk right back. Thank you. What type of guardrails do you envision being in place for this? In a retirement account, you can only take distributions for certain reasons. You have to prove it, all of that. What kind of guardrails do you have in place so it doesn't get absconded by a parent or a brother or bad reasons?
So I'll tell you the New Mexico one. So we have an anti-donation clause in our Constitution right now. So I had to remove the retirement aspect and the entrepreneurship aspect at this point. And we figured within the next 18 years, before the first cohort of 18-year-olds comes out, that we could potentially either change the Constitution just for baby bonds, or maybe they'll decide to change it. So in New Mexico, we're looking at New Mexico homes, New Mexico business developments, so that could be included, and educational purposes. Other than that, we're not able to do very much. And the guardrails were that it would be attached to the child's social security number and not the parent. The financial literacy component has to be done by both, whoever the guardian is, along with the child, and it's approved by the state treasurer's office so that the state treasurer's office can really see if they're teaching financial literacy based on what we think that need would be. I mean, of course, I won't be there, but somebody in government, treasurers are statistically known to be the most responsibly or trusted elected officials in the nation right now. And so we take that with a lot of honor and pride. And so I wanted to make sure it wasn't some rinky-dink contractor that just decided to do something like this so that they can get some kind of money off of it, but that you're really teaching financial literacy. The other aspect is we're looking at financial literacy as a graduation requirement. It's a local option now in New Mexico, but we lost by 1 vote last year. And so today, I'm proud to say that we have 38% of our school districts, our students, that now have financial literacy as a graduation requirement through the local option as an elected official. I mean, as an elected curriculum credit. So those are some of the ways I think that the guardrails work. Going through the Department of Finance and Administration for the checks, so the child never gets the check. No one ever touches the money. That's how you get away from the anti-donation clause issue as well. So for example, our New Mexico Lobos, who just won the Mountain West Conference the other day, you would go to UNM, you would have an invoice that would come to the Department of Finance and Administration, they would verify, that the student would verify, and then they would pay out to the university. So it's hands off.
In our case, the accounts are the property of the child, not of the parent. The accounts cannot be touched for the first 18 years, by which time the child would be an adult. And the child would still retain full ownership of the account. And certainly, we would expect that financial institutions would also apply guardrails about the management of the accounts, and the Treasury would be overseeing their work as well.
Yeah, we have time for one final question. I think there was one right over here.
Thank you for organizing this panel. Very excited. I'm with the Mott Foundation in Michigan, and we funded the Seed OK research and the kindergarten to college research out of San Francisco. My question is, both of those programs have a savings component in them. Seed OK, because it's in the 529 system, kindergarten to college. And I'm wondering whether you see that. I think Michael started to talk about a little bit a savings component, philanthropy, others can invest. But I'm curious whether you see opportunities for families to contribute in these accounts as well.
Yes.
Because part of the research that you cited comes from activating that saver
Yes.
identity in the families.
Yes.
And in kindergarten to college, Treasurer Montoya, half the families are, that are saving in the program are eligible for free and reduced price lunch.
In our piece of legislation, we made sure that any benefit from the baby bond would not in any way affect any other services that that family needs. So we did add that portion as well. And I think that also we put a little clause in there that says you're not necessarily going to receive this money, just in case the idea that we can't get the anti-donation issue resolved for those that were not born into Medicaid taken care of, then we can do that as well. But I think it's better to have more information, have more data, so that through the course of their life, we can potentially end up helping them. You know, I'll give you a personal example. I have foster kids, and I wanted to make sure, because there's some parents who just are not good parents. And so I wanted to make sure that it was attached to the Social Security number and not to the child's parents. You know, I heard about a lot of people who lost their parents during COVID, and so that also made me realize, okay, it needs to be attached to the child. I think what also happens, you know, I mentioned the suicide rates and violent crime in New Mexico. You know, unfortunately, we have a lot of substance abuse as well. If you can tell a child that there's money and somebody decided to invest in them, even if they didn't come into the world with a lot, they know that there is something there for them. I think that's those numbers that you're talking about, that it makes people feel more loved and more cared for, and that they're not in it alone. And I think as many young people that we have that are homeless right now, it's an important aspect. You know, we first tried to put in adding in a vehicle, because for some people a vehicle is their home as well. And we couldn't get to that point, but hopefully within the next 18 years somebody's going to figure it out.
All right, great, thanks.
We just answer your question.
Yeah.
We explicitly say that family, friends, local church, et cetera, can add to these accounts. And as you know, since you know the research, there was a very large differential between family savings for their children, for children who were enrolled in this, compared to the control group. So it does seem to induce family saving on top of the baby bond or Invest America account.
All right, great. Unfortunately, we are out of time. So Laura, Lauren, and Rob, thank you so much for a great panel here. And let me turn it back to Barb and Cheryl for some closing remarks.
Thank you. That was fantastic. Great job. You can just.
Well, I assigned myself the role of coming up with takeaways, which maybe was a little ambitious, but I made some notes which are sort of scribbled down, but some of my takeaways are, we definitely want to hear more about withdrawals from accounts and the RMD rules and how that works in Craig's research. I think people are very interested in hearing, and I think they can contact EBRI for that, so that was really important and interesting. And in the behavioral front, this is an issue of interest of mine, behavioral finance. We wrote probably an outsized portion of a report on that because I'm interested in it. So I think there's a lot of takeaways there regarding positive psychology and just understanding how people think, and having people connect to their future selves can really inform their choices and their decisions and how they want to live, which also informs their retirement. And AI, I learned from Sri that most people are going to be 10x or going to 10x their productivity, or at least 3x it. And I haven't really started using it. In fact, my only real interaction with AI so far has been discussing things with my Amazon Alexa. And I say discussing because I think we're having a conversation sometimes. Lately, she has started saying, like, it's time to go to bed. I'm like, I don't even think I asked you to tell me that. It's like 9:15. Or it's time to exercise, So I'm asking all kind of questions. But and also, Sri reminded us that we don't want to lose our personalities when we're engaging with AI, and that we gravitate towards the mean, which is not what we want. We're going to kind of still have that input. So that was interesting to me as well. And of course, Ed highlighted the fact that he believes there's bipartisan support for legislation. That was encouraging, and we don't know when that will take place, maybe not this year. But he was also highlighting the potential for a SCARE 3.0 and really highlighting the impact of public-private partnerships. And the system that we have has worked quite well, I think. So that was interesting to hear. In the small business front, there was a lot that we learned there. I didn't realize that 72% of companies with 10 employees or less don't offer retirement plans. But then we're hearing that owners of small companies want to engage, want to help out their employees. So that was interesting as well. And the notions about access to the private markets were interesting. And yeah, Ed gave us a very positive view of what's going on in the Hill. So I might not have said that if I were, but I think, or just of the system. So I think that's pretty interesting for us as well. And I learned about the beta generation that I mentioned. I didn't realize that was a thing yet, and that they may have more dogs than people. So that was kind of cool as well. But we learned many things about automating our system, and who holds what percentage of wealth. That was a little scary, and also hearing that I feel like we maybe need to change attitudes. 82% of Democrats 64% of Republicans consider the markets unfair. I strongly believe in the capital markets, but I can see where people would have that view. But it was really encouraging hearing about the programs that are helping, and Rob said something I thought was important, where he talked about the social impact of giving people funds, how it changed their views of their lives and changed their views of what's possible. So I feel like that's kind of a nice thing to close on.
Great. So first of all, thank you for staying with us for the entire day. I just wanted to thank everyone who's here. I want to thank the EBRI team. It takes a village to, as you all probably can imagine, to pull off one of these events. So thank you to the EBRI team, and thank you to the Milken team. We worked very closely together over the last few months. It's been a great partnership and really appreciate it. And I hope you all enjoy today. There are cocktails and some light fare out here, and you'll be able to, not here, but over there, you'll be able to even take your stuff outside and enjoy the beautiful weather on the veranda. So go enjoy. Thank you very much, and hopefully we'll see you next year.